You are watching the Vodka stream.
Whoop, what is happening, everybody? How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's Friday. We survived another week. Let's get the ambiance going, right? How's everybody doing, huh? Hopefully you guys had a good week. Oh, man. Crazy week when it comes to what we're discussing. But I do want to say, like, something crazy that happened this week, too, in Hawaii. It was in Maui. Like, what the heck? That was pretty crazy to hear, like, the fires, to see the images and hear all the stories and stuff like that that's happening in Maui. So, man, sucks that that's all happening right there. And it's just so fitting, too, that Miss Nighthawk, of course, she's in the chat right now. Hi, Steph. Her parents go to Maui, love Maui, and they just recently were there. And I hadn't seen them in a little bit, but they brought back some gifts. And one of the gifts was actually this vodka right here. Of course, you know, there's been some drink, you know, already. But this Pau Maui vodka right here, homemade from the distillery over there. So fitting for that because, I mean, it sucks what's going on over there. And they also got me this bracelet right here I've been wearing too that has the whatchamacallit. I always forget what that's called. But they got that too. And apparently the shop that they got that from is now gone. No good. No good, but this is very good vodka. I'm not sure, like when it came to this distillery that they went to, I'm assuming that maybe something happened to that too. But you know, fitting for that. So I'm gonna pour a shot of this to start off the stream. Yeah, terrible. So to the people out in Maui, man, hopefully they can find more people. I know things are settling down right now, but the aftermath is no good. So cheers to the people in Maui. Cheers. Oh, they're watching too. Hi, guys. Whew. God, that's got such a unique aftertaste. It's almost got a tequila-like aftertaste. I will say it's vodka, but very tequila-like. I don't know. There's like a tequila-like aftertaste when it comes to it. So it's pretty interesting. But so thank you for the vodka, of course. And yeah, to the people out in Maui, man, just absolutely terrible. Saw some of those images, the night images from like a plane. I mean, it just looked like a volcano erupted. It's insane. So let's see who's out there. Pretty sure they are going to producer tagger something of sorts. She probably had a 3-feature deal. Oh, she most definitely had. Yeah, there's still a contract there. And I mean, part of what I've been saying when it comes to Wonder Woman 3 and Gal Gadot, what I've been saying this whole year, I'm like, she's not returning, but she's gonna get her payout. They got to pay her out. They still got to do that. So that's what I'm kind of wondering. Again, I know we all like to know what's happening behind the scenes, but from my information, where I was looking at it, I mean, again, it's just this is where I do defend Gunn because he came into such a shit show. So it's like, all right, we have Gal Gadot. She's still, you know, stuff with her contract is still there. God knows what her contract was like. But then again, it's like the Cavill thing was weird. Obviously, he didn't have a contract. She have a contract. She cameoed in 2 movies this year, did not promote it once. That was a red flag right there. Patty Jenkins leaving, that was another red flag. And yeah, so I'm just kind of going like, all right, so when it came to these interviews that just happened recently, or not recently, but they were like 2 months old, which is interesting. The timing is weird because her movie just came out on Netflix, Heart and Stone or whatever the hell it's called. Not getting good reviews, by the way. I mean, I'm going to check it out. I don't know when. Maybe I'll put it on tomorrow, but I'm going to be pretty busy tomorrow, so probably not. Who knows? But her new movie just came out. It's kind of interesting. Like, okay, so all this Wonder Woman 3 talk, and then all of a sudden it's like, you know, Netflix never promote their movies. You just open up the page, you go, oh my God, new Gal Gadot movie. Look at that. Let's check it out. And then you stop watching after 20 minutes. No, but I don't know. I saw the trailer, seemed like it was fine, but not getting great reviews. But it was kind of interesting, the timing when it came to that. I will on replay Jack Quaid, Superman. Yeah, I have to catch up on Superman, My Adventures with Superman. I was right at I think I was episode 3. So I gotta, watch episode 4 or 5, and I don't know how many have happened since. It's just kind of hard sometimes to just sit down and watch something, especially during baseball season. Let's face it, folks. I mean, I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, and when they play at home, they're late games. So when I get done with like the streams or whatever weekdays, I just have the game on. I could just easily just put on and catch up, on some of these shows and whatnot, but I gotta watch the Giants, especially they're in a playoff race right now. So it's all exciting. It's all exciting, even though they lost 2 to the Angels, which was frustrating, but what can you do? What's going on, Strong Arm Flicks? Good to see you, bud. All right. We got Game Savior right here. Can I join the stream? Let's just get everybody in here. Get everybody in here. Maybe one of these days, It's exclusive club. Everybody gets a ring, and it's, we get our decoder rings, and we get branded too. I have to brand you. So, everybody's done it. I mean, Steven, Scott, Andy, Phil, all those guys, they've all got their brands and their decoder rings. So, we just gotta prepare you for that. And so is Seek as well. What he said, smash that like, thumbs up. Yes, smash that. All right, who else we got here? We got RJ. What is happening, sir? Good to see you. Yo, what's going on, Eleanor? We got Daniel right here too. Let's see. Oh, you got a thunderstorm going on? Lucky. We've had some, like, when it comes to Southern California, it's been like humid. It's been humid the past few days. I woke up Thursday morning, and it was, yesterday morning I woke up and it was raining. No thunder, no lightning. What the hell? At least give us that. If it's going to be, sweaty balls weather, at least have some, rumbles happening in those fluffy cloud things. Can we do that at least? God, I'm pumping the AC. My power bill is going to go up. At least you could show me some power in the clouds. Am I right there, God? All right. What's going on, Jose? Good to see you. New regimen, same shit. Same shit. Is it really the same shit? You're turning. You were all about it, and now you've turned. Uh-oh. I highly doubt it's the same shit. If we're going to compare both regimes, remember what the old regime did, okay? Let's not go that hyperbolic. Let's not do that. Let's not do that, okay? Let's not do that. Because, again, we don't know what the hell's happening behind the scenes. When that Variety article came out, it was just like a source to Variety. I mean, of course, I've been saying it for the whole year, but I was saying it for different reasons. Now everybody's like doing this whole thing, like they're screwing her over, they're doing all this, they're doing all that. I'm like, I was hearing different. I was hearing she was never going to be a part of it, but putting pressure on it, which she should, because the old regime screwed her too. And I would say it's more the old regime, but yeah, again, with the new regime too, because obviously Gunn does his thing where he's basically going like, oh yeah, we talked to her, we didn't fight, we're not like done with her quite yet. So obviously he made the mistake with that. I mean, if you noticed, Gunn has been, he's been quiet lately, and I do find that kind of funny too, because there were so many people that were like, can James Gunn shut the fuck up already? And now those same people are going, where's James Gunn? Where are you going? James Gunn, talk. Like, hey, make up your mind. What do you want him to do? What do you want him to do? It's just kind of one of those things too that I've observed where I'm like, wait, the same people who were telling him to shut the fuck up like a few months ago are now wanting him to sing. It's like, what do you want? What do you want? Again, fandom is a fun thing, isn't it? But I wouldn't say it's the same regime. Come on, Jose, you're better than that. This entire Wonder Woman fiasco would have been avoided if people weren't so gullible, believing everything they hear. That's the thing. How many times we hear things are in development, or so-and-so has this, so-and-so has that. You have to take everything with a grain of salt. You really do. You really do. Even the things that James Gunn says, you have to take with a grain of salt. You have to take everything with a grain of salt. All right. Who else we got? We got George right here. Good to see you. Assembly required. Chut chut. Nice. I like it. Oh man. Who else we got? Yeah. Very awful to hear about all that. We got Daniel right here. Poor little. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I did. I'll be taking more shots of this tonight. Like I said, straight up from Maui right there. So it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. We were hoping to get some more, and hopefully, I don't know. I don't think we can now. But it's just sad. But I know like people are, jumping into action. Jason Momoa jumped into action. I saw something with Oprah Winfrey also jumping into action. They're helping people out. But yeah, it's just it's a really sad story, man. So who else we got? We got Bruce. Do you think we will ever get Michael Keaton back as Batman? I don't think so. Sadly, we were going to get some more Michael Keaton Batman, but the Flash just didn't pull people in. Yeah, Netflix is so entirely stupid when it comes to marketing, and they want to go. Yeah, I know, right? They need to figure out. Well, that's the thing, though. When it comes to like big movies from big directors, they do promote that. When it comes to small movies from no-name directors, they don't give a shit. You notice that? Like, no, does anybody know who directed Heart of Stone that just came out? Gal Gadot. Anybody know who directed it? Like off the top of their head, without looking at IMDb, nobody knows. Nobody knows who directed that movie. Everybody knows that it's Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. Everybody knows it's Martin Scorsese's Flower. I forgot what it's called. Flowers of the Moon. Isn't that going to be on, or is that going to be on something? I don't know. He's also doing that. But anyways, the point is, when you know the director, yes, they're going to push it and they're going to put a theatrical release. But when it's like no name and you just have the name of the star, they're not going to really push it. That's the thing. So I think when it comes to Zach and all that stuff, we're all going to come together and push that shit. And hopefully Zach will come back onto the Vodka stream and talk about it, all that. And so we'll see. But I think there's going to be some promotion when it comes to that. They couldn't beat the A's. Yeah, but they beat them the first time, though. They didn't beat them on the road. And even the Rangers lost to the A's. So you shut your mouth, sir. Just saying. See, Dodger fans right now, they're gonna talk like this because I think they're a little scared because they got the Giants that are they're behind them, and not to mention the Giants are on top of the wild card. So, and the Giants are a very playoff team. Who's not a playoff team? The Dodgers. They tend to lose a lot in the playoffs. So I'm just saying, I think Dodger fans are a little nervous. That's right. I'm talking all kinds of shit right now. I have so many Dodger fans that are in my life. That's right. I'm seeing one of them tomorrow. Well, two of them, technically. Well, not technically, but two of them. Yes. So seeing my dad tomorrow for breakfast. So obviously I'm going to talk shit. So, and then we got Mr. Lane, who's obsessed with James Gunn. Obsessed much. Yeah, he's probably got a diary that says James Gunn. James Gunn. It's all written. Laces out. Anyways, okay. Who else we got? We got Cortez. Marvel is in complete shambles, but at least Blue Beetle. I hope Blue Beetle does well, man. I'm rooting for it. Next week is Blue Beetle week, and I'm sure, next Friday we'll do a full Blue Beetle Vodka stream, spoiler discussion, just talk about it. That's what we do, especially when it's a DC movie, because we're all DC folk here. I mean, I'm I have a Blue Beetle shirt. It's somewhere in a hamper in some kind of whatever. I'll hopefully be wearing it next week, but I'm kind of semi promoting Blue Beetle because the star of this series is the star of Blue Beetle, right? So it all works. That's what I was kind of going for. What's going on, Mr. Edwards? Good to see you, bud. Old Ben. We got Steven right here. Wonder what DC would be if they chose Dan Lin. There's always like the, what about it? What would have happened kind of thing. What would have happened if Dwayne Johnson and Hiram Garcia, if they would have ended up doing it, everything's all just like, it was very much up in the air. It was up for grabs, and they went a certain direction. So, let's see. Derek Freeman, who wins in a fight, Arrow or Battinson? Are you kidding me? Come on. Always go with the bat. Always go with the bat. So apparently people would rather think Gal is an idiot and can't understand English, aka the Whedon excuse. They would rather think that. I know. No. See, I'm on the side of Gal trying to get her payout and then, and then walking away and then doing other things. That's what I kept on saying. I'm like, if they were gonna like screw her out of her contract, if everything with all the regime change stuff like that, like pay her out, and then she walks, and then that's it. I look at it as she's pushing pressure on the studio to do so. That's what I'm looking at it as. I'm looking at it that perspective, that she's just like putting added pressure on to that, because it's still very strange that she didn't promote any of the cameos, even though she's like Wonder Woman 3. It's just all just weird. I think she's definitely playing the game of like, hey, I'll leave and I'll stop doing this and pay. It's all just a shit show. Let's see who else we got here. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm slowly catching up when it comes to all this. Deadpool 3 single-handedly saving Marvel right now. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of rumors that just came out of who's gonna basically just anybody who was in a Marvel movie might show up in this movie. Just look at that. And if the ones that were talked about today were talked about, fine, do it. Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan, what is going on? I always like saying your name. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, did anybody go see it? I didn't see it. I went and saw Jeff Dunham last night. Jeff Dunham. That's right. I saw Jeff Dunham last night in Costa Mesa with my mom. It was like part of her birthday gift, and my brother. So yeah, we went out to Costa Mesa and saw Jeff Dunham last night, and it was absolutely fantastic. If his new special should be out at the beginning of next year. He talked about it. So, but yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. If you have a chance to see him live, go do it. I've seen him live twice now, and this was the better show for sure. But yeah, just absolutely fantastic. Jeff Dunham, amazing. So that's what I did last night. If you saw my Twitter, posted a couple of pictures and everything like that. So yeah, Taylor Swift. Wouldn't be surprised, right? Wouldn't be surprised. Taylor Swift showing up in Deadpool as well. Oh, in some locations, right? But I think, did I mess that up? Or did it get delayed? And I remember I was thinking that it came out this weekend. I don't know if maybe it's let me see here, because I could have swore that it was coming out this weekend. Fandango, of course, taking forever. Yeah. No, it does say the 25th. What? That's right. They delayed it. They did. And it also, okay, I was wrong about that. They bumped it. I don't know why, because I think they were hoping the writer strike was going to be like was going to be done by then. That's right. It hasn't come out since. Jeez, I'm glad I didn't post that Film Junkie shot. See, that's the thing. I was still thinking it came out this weekend, but basically it's just the last voyage of Demeter, the Dracula movie on a boat. That came out. Yeesh. But the reviews came out for it, at least. They're doing early screenings. That's what it was. Yeah. See? Yeah, that's what happens. I should have freaking totally checked that out. I was thinking that it came out this weekend, but, what can you do? Where's the new fart? That's what I want to know, right? That could be, some kind of spray like Febreze. You can call it new fart. Just have it spray like an aerosol. Psst, What is that? What does that smell? It's new fart. I could see the infomercial now. Who wants to go in on it with me? Huh? Anyone want to invest in new fart? All right. So, all right. Let me go ahead and start sending out some invites here. Get people in here. Start chatting it up. Let's see who else we got. There, that. All right. All right. Who else we got? Hold on. Got to do make sure. Okay. All right. Invites sent out. Let's see. Even Dracula is on a boat these days with his flippy floppies. That's right. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat. So no new fart. Telling you, what's going on, Tet? Good to see you. Great to see you. No, I noticed it's just sad and pathetic. Okay. Oh, man. What do you think James Gunn thought of the whole Snyderverse movies? I'm pretty sure he probably, I'm guessing he enjoyed them. That's my guess. I don't know. Somebody should ask, but I think he probably enjoyed them. That's just my guess. Who knows? Do you think there should have been a Man of Steel 2 before BVS? The question of that. I think it would have given the Death Superman a more impact. A lot of people say that. To me, now that I just can watch those movies like that, no, I don't think so. Especially when you see the events that happen with everything. Like I think it kind of works well. That I mean, yeah, I guess there could have been, because obviously there's less than 2 years goes by, and it could have been like something else. Yeah, maybe like in one instance there could have been a Man of Steel 2, and then they could have been like really teasing like Bruce Wayne in the shadows, kind of like watching Superman or whatever. Yeah, there could have been something right there, but I'm just so used to the fact that I could just go from Man of Steel to BVS, so, but I know, like, yeah, Snyder and Goyer and Terrio were trying to tell a specific story, so it's kind of hard to, when you have like, as much as when you go to Man of Steel and then you're like try to tell another story that's going to incorporate more characters in the universe, kind of hard to, like, I don't know. It's a good question. I'm sure, like, because in some instances I'd be like, yeah, there probably should have been, but then I'm so used to how it is now. But it's a good question for the panel. All right, let's start bringing some of these guys in here now. I'm drinking some hard kombucha too, by the way. So it's called Strange Beast. Strange Beast, but it's spelled with an I. That's interesting. I didn't even notice that till right now. There's an I in there. So they're trying to say like it's like rainwater fermented cocktails. And it's got like Seymour on there. Feed me. Or, not Seymour. The big, huge. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Anyways. All right, let's do it. Let's get some people in here. We got Phil. We got Seek. What is happening, guys?
Howdy.
What up? Hey, what's up, Phil?
How's it going, Seek?
Good. Oh, you played that real cool too. Fuck.
It's like, why couldn't I play?
I'm like, hey, buddy, how's it going? He's like,
It's going. I actually kind of answered this question on the latest episode of the Eternal Night. Funny enough,
about Man of Steel 2.
Yes, specifically because I'm kind of tired of hearing that. Like, not that it's a bad question or anything, but I'm just kind of sick of hearing that criticism of, oh, there needed to be a Man of Steel 2 or there needed to be another Batman movie. No, I don't think so. Because honestly, there were 8 Batman movies prior to that, 5 Superman movies prior to that. So, in my opinion, not necessarily no. I think they kind of earned Batman versus Superman. It's just unfortunate that the studio just kind of fumbled it in the editing phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like it works for me for sure. It works for us. But yeah, what do you think, Seek, being like an outside presence when it comes to all this?
I mean, I don't know. I definitely see that point that you guys have as a fan because I'm a fan. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, I don't need another Batman origin or Superman origin, and I don't think most people do. But when you're building a universe, not saying there's one right way to do it. Of course, there isn't. You can do a lot of different ways, but I think for just average people, it maybe felt like not that it wasn't earned, but that it was just like, okay, well, I'm not that invested in this Batman, and since he's such a departure from some of the previous ones we've seen, I think some people just wanted to see, well, I want to see how that guy fell from grace, in a way, or lost his path before coming back. But again, that's just like one argument. It's like, no, I don't think anyone's right. Everyone has their opinion, but I just think that's probably why
nobody is.
But I agree with what Phil said. I mean, that movie got tampered with, and that also interrupted the narrative that was trying to try to tell that story, and that's also like that sucks, because clearly there was a version of that film where things were explained better, and that didn't get seen by the masses for the most part. Yeah, so I'm kind of neutral on it, but I kind of overall agree with that point of view because I'm a fan. But I would say like the average person is like, well, I just saw Christian Bale give up the Batman mantle to Joseph Gordon-Levitt, and that was the last time I saw Batman. And I think there's not that they need a transition, but I think some people just do sometimes.
It is interesting because, like I said, there is like almost a 2-year gap in between. So, like, yeah, maybe in some sense there could have been like something in between there where you got Superman doing his thing. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I think they do a good job of recapping like things that he's done, and then the debate of whether we need a Superman or not is very much expressed. And I think even like when it comes to Batfleck and how he does fall from the graces, we kind of understand that as we're going through the whole movie. So I mean, they definitely do a great job of like, I mean, Zach and Terrio and Goyer, who was part of it at least, they did a great job of being like, okay, we're kind of cramming into like, okay, this is what's happened in the last 2 years into that. So I mean, I understand why people are like, yeah, it would have been cool to have something in between, sure, but then at the same time, I'm like,
and to me, it didn't have to be Man of Steel 2, and it didn't even have to be a solo Batman. I wasn't against fully just going from Man of Steel to Batman versus Superman. Again, I'm a fan, so I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm not against that, but like you said, they had to establish a different Batman while also establishing a different Lex, while also building off of Man of Steel and creating Doomsday, while also introducing Wonder Woman to set up future films. So to me, it's like, I don't know, that is where I think for me critically, like the movie lost a lot of people, where it was just like, okay, there's a lot going on here. And not that it was, like Phil said, I think for the theatrical release, that material wasn't handled as well as it could have been in that cut for most people, I think, or for a lot of people. Maybe not most, but I think for a lot of people.
Indeed. All right, we got a couple other people joining right here. We got Andy. There he is.
Yeah.
Hello. We got Jordan right here, who's reading a comic.
Oh, hi! I was just reading, by the way. I was just reading. That's what I do.
Do you guys like Andy Kubert? You guys like Andy Kubert?
Heck yeah, Andy Kubert. Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
Wait, what am I looking at? Hold on, let's see.
That was the hardcover.
Sucks.
$20.
Yeah.
That book, you're right.
But it's drawn amazing. It's drawn amazing. Yeah.
Oh, you said sucks. I thought you said fucks. I love that book. That book is awesome. I love that book. I love Andy Kubert.
I do too.
Anyways, what's going on, Andy? What's going on, Jordan? How you guys doing today?
Besides embarrassing myself trying to just turn around a chair, I'm good.
Yeah, I was expecting a more like evil villain way.
Yeah,
you did it in like a
turtle
flash,
wave.
Yeah, it's from my last comic.
Yeah, and then I didn't realize.
Look at that.
I was like, there you go.
Free.
Yeah. That's what I was. I thought you were doing like the Spock symbol thing. I was like, what?
I mean, it kind of, in a
Kind
way,
of does look like that, right? Yeah, they
Oh,
do.
that's not the
Uh,
shocker. Oh, okay, never mind.
No, that's a whole different. Anyways,
That's the next Sony Spider-Man spin-off movie.
I can't wait.
That's not gonna get made.
that's not going to get made for
Yeah.
sure. Anyways, thank you for joining, gentlemen.
Of
We were
course,
just
of course.
we were starting off with the discussion that was, should there have been a Man of Steel sequel in between
Yes.
first Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
Or a Batman solo film that leads into BVS, so that actually makes more sense because
Mm,
I don't know.
Yeah,
That-
you know what? I was kind of Batman out at that point. Like, I didn't really feel the need to have, again, because
if you don't want to have fun and watch Batfleck destroy people in 2 hours in a warehouse, then that's your problem.
I mean,
Yes.
there's other things I want to do with Batfleck, but we don't need to talk
Of
about it
course you don't.
tonight. But what I will
No,
say
you
is, I
don't.
wish that I think there should have been.
Said you too? I'm just kidding.
Okay, great minds. But I would have preferred if there'd been another, different DC hero movie after Man of Steel, and then maybe go into, if we couldn't get Man of Steel 2, I would have preferred something like
Wonder
maybe
Woman?
Yeah, Wonder Woman. Something. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean that
yeah,
was already
Wonder-
in the works, but yeah.
But that wouldn't have really moved like the story to.
Yeah, because it was a
No.
prequel to the DCU in either way. So but maybe if they had actually, like they could have done Aquaman, they could have done,
They could have done Suicide Squad earlier and kind of written the plot a little differently,
Yeah.
not have emphasized on Superman's
You know
death.
what? Also
Sure.
what they could have done.
Sure.
They could have released the Ayer cut.
Oh yeah, we'll be talking about that. Andy's already like, let's talk about the Ayer.
Yeah,
No. Listen, I can follow. I can follow a structure. I promise.
I'm surprised because we just spent the last 15 minutes on a certain actor who decided to go striking today. So that wasn't planned.
That was funny. That was
Yeah.
actually pretty funny.
Yeah, I saw
where,
your post about it.
as Stephen Amell, or as I like to call him, Stephen O.L. Sorry. But that was pretty funny to see him, picketing in New York.
And in the wrong place. I
Was
love
he in
that.
the wrong
Thank
place?
you. Love that
Ah,
photo,
there it
Andy. Yeah, in the wrong
Yeah.
place. Because for over a week, they had planned in LA where he lives, by the way. They were going to do an Arrow reunion with cast and crew and producers and everything. And that happened in LA today. And Steven was picketing in New York.
Oh,
Because he went to go see Colin Donnell, who played Tommy in season 1, his best friend, and he popped up periodically and all that. Colin Donnell had a play, I guess, that just started or something. So he was there Thursday. He could have easily have flown all the way to LA, which he does all the time. He flies constantly. He could have flown back or not go and see Colin's play because this was already planned out an Arrow cast. And I feel like he did this because he couldn't face his cast, especially one of them who played Richard Dragon, who said, fuck this guy on social media.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
you're probably correct on that.
and he was posting a lot of photos because he was there posting a lot of photos and everything. And you saw cast members that were hardly on the show compared to Steven. You saw Brandon Routh, who was barely on Arrow, was there. You saw Katie Lotz, who played the first Canary,
Right.
and then she moved on to Legends. She was there. The showrunner, exec producer Mark Guggenheim, who said, fuck the Arrowverse, it was a waste of time, was there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Even
So you
the
had-
the Legend of Tomorrow showrunner who starred on Arrow, she was there. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
Dave, can I request that we bring up a comment in the chat that I kind of want to address?
Who?
The last one that just showed up.
Chino?
Mm-hmm. If
This
you
one
didn't
right
have,
here?
yeah, if you didn't have unions, your work sentence would be far worse today, Chino. I promise you that.
Yeah, you don't have to be a sheep and agree with everything your union does.
Well,
Dennis
it's
is fighting one.
it's not about agreeing with the union. It's the fact that when Steven's giving his comment about I don't believe in striking, there's better ways to get this done. Steven's not a struggling actor trying to make money, trying to make ends meet. He led Arrow for 8 years. He's on heels being the lead. He's fine. But
He was in the Turtles movie.
yeah, and actors that were there on the Arrow reunion are actors who got paid way less than him,
Mm-hmm.
and they probably are struggling, or at least they're definitely not making the money he is, and they need that better deal. He doesn't. He's been fine for the last number of years, but some of those actors there are not so lucky. So his comments are damaging to his fellow castmates that he works with for all these years. And as a whole,
disrespect to the writers who had been doing this strike for at that point 90 days. At that point, I think.
So we're not saying he has to agree with it, but when he says comments that he's like, "Well, what's there kept private?" When you said it out loud at a convention,
that was ridiculous. Yeah,
that whole thing. So it's a whole mess. And yeah, that photo, like Andy showed, him wearing the SAG-AFTRA strong, it's a publicity stunt. I don't believe
totally 100%. But I'm glad you brought in like this new information, because I had no idea that there's supposed to be like some kind of Arrow reunion.
Yeah,
and the fact that he was like in New York and they were in LA.
THR was reporting on it. Yeah, THR was there interviewing a bunch of them and taking photos and promoting that they were there reunited, and Steven's nowhere to be seen. And they even asked Mark Guggenheim, who said Arrowverse is a waste of time, what are your thoughts on Steven's comments? And he had to be vague, and he's like, well, I can't really comment on his. I talked to him personally. His comments were taken out of context. I'm like, no, they weren't. But whatever. But it's a mess. It's a mess.
It's totally a mess. I don't know, but it was funny though when that
it was.
Like,
it was
because
quite
even
hilarious.
like his face looked like shit.
Yeah, it's like really
gotta
be here.
Performative activism in it.
Yeah, I mean it pretty much is, where it's like, yeah, like you said, it was definitely a PR stunt, because he's wearing the shirt, he's holding a sign, and after everything that happened, and it was funny too, because I lost more respect for him, because I'm like, okay, so you didn't you said you were not for it, and then you just caved into this whole thing.
Yeah,
you should have just stuck to your guns. I would have respected you more if you just stuck with what you said, your opinion, which you're allowed to have, perfectly fine. And if you would have just stuck with that, sure, I would have been like, all right, that's the way it feels. Whatever.
And he knew the question was going to come eventually. He was doing conventions when the strike hit, so he knew eventually he was going to be asked. So,
and there was even a dog that showed up to that Arrow.
I sent the tweet.
I know, that's what I was like pulling up right here. I mean, look at that. That was the entire cast, and everybody right there.
And there was even more there after that photo was taken. But it's that's insane. Like, and that guy on the right behind Willa Holland in the red, that's who said fuck this guy.
Yeah, that's Kirk, the dude who played Richard Drago. Yeah, Kirk Azevedo.
Yeah. He made it a point to promote on his social media that he was there.
That dog. Funny thing about that dog wrote 2 episodes in the last season of Flash, and they were
That's what it was. Okay, I knew I recognized that dog somewhere. My God,
damn.
Yeah, they were the only 2 good episodes that season.
Yeah.
I just want to see Andy's reaction.
Everyone is entitled to their opinion.
I have a feeling I'm going to get that Nerf turtle hand shoved up somewhere.
You don't want that. That's like
I only do it on special occasions. But
the mood
with consent, of course. But no, I mean, listen. Let's not kid ourselves. I mean, season 9 was definitely a rough final season. I mean, I will say I will take season 9. That's all good. But I will take season 9 over what we got in season 8, because if season 8 had ended the way that it ended, and that had been the end of the show, that would have been like depressing. So it is what it is.
That show's. I know that show's special for Andy, and that's how that and Arrow is kind of how me and Andy eventually met, with that and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So, my heart breaks when I see something that even Andy I see struggles. Where he's like,
wait, how did we meet through Arrow?
I mean, I guess it was Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but then through that,
no, because I found your Hollywood Reporter article about Arrow.
Yeah, about Arrow. Yeah, exactly. Right. So that's what I mean. So I think that those shows, but I know that's some of your introduction to certain fandoms too, some of that stuff. So that's why I know it's special. So I remember I watched some of those shows because of you, because I would just your enthusiasm. I'm like, I don't really like these that much, but I Andy's like a really nice guy, and I really hope there's something that I like, so then I can join in the conversation with Andy, and so it always broke my heart when I see the last season Flash where Andy's kind of like, yeah, there's some good in it, There
were a lot of rants in that final season of the Flash podcast. There was one. The worst episode was when Chainsaw literally had to come in and see, because I texted him, like, dude, this live show is killing me. Can you just fucking get on and just entertain us? And he's like, okay.
I have help.
Yeah,
I had to help.
and
Yeah.
it's like,
Wow.
yeah.
It was the worst episode of the show. It might be the worst episode of the show, maybe. With that,
It's
Really?
yeah,
yeah,
oh,
it was a disaster.
because you had Barry and Iris and the two leads of the show in there for roughly 75 seconds because because they had in their corners that they wanted they got some time off or whatever. So because that's what happens when you're on a long time TV show. That's what happened. I mean, look at Jensen and Jared. They had what has Canograph said, Jordan. But by the time there you
Nice.
go. Oh, there you go. By the time they got to the final 5 seasons of the show, like I think Jared and Jensen were working only like 4 days a week.
Yeah.
So it's like it happens. Oh my god, not you two, Jordan. Good lord, stop! What you look at you and see just trolling.
I was Stephen Amell's #1 fan, so I had to switch it again.
Yeah. But I appreciate
the real
your
film
words,
junkie.
Steve.
Yeah.
That's I didn't know.
Warner Brothers, I would love some residuals for giving you free promotion because I love the Arrowverse. Zeke was watching the Arrowverse shows, so I feel like I should get something. Instead, I will tell you about it off there. I can't spill that type of tea. But Dave, what a great shirt you're wearing today because
Yes.
I'm trying. I mean, like that. My Blue Beetle shirt. I'll probably wear it next week. We'll probably do
You
a
should.
whole Vodka stream about Blue Beetle, as we do when it comes to big movies that come out. But I was like, well, my Cobra Kai shirt. I haven't worn that in a while. So I mean, the star of that, star of this,
Yeah.
Blue Beetle, baby.
I saw the McFarlane Blue Beetle toys at Target the other day, and I was like, "Man, these look." I mean, McFarlane stuff is. I'm a huge fan, so I'm like, "Dang, those look sick! Like they look really awesome."
Really good, yeah.
Creepy.
I ended up. I showed Dave this, but I ended up buying a McFarlane figure. I got Christian Bale Batman Jokerized.
Oh wow.
And
what the hell? Just random?
Yeah. So they're doing an artist series. So if you buy all 4 of them, it's Two-Face, Scarecrow, and Heath Ledger Joker, the other 3, and they're all like repainted and redone like Jokers. And if you build them all, you build a Bane with a Joker smile spray painted on him.
No shit.
So and it's a Tom Hardy Bane. So I'm like, well, all right. You got me back in, McFarlane.
Tom Hardy Bane.
Tom Hardy Bane with a Joker
It doesn't
smile.
matter who we are. You will see me smile. Yes.
I told this
Just
story.
talking like that. The rest of the stream.
Speaking of Blue Beetle,
It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan.
I told Dave this story a couple years ago. I don't know if Dave remembers it, but I can't say too much about it. But I saw recently the Blue Beetle director was talking about Bane, and like his take on Bane, and I don't know. I'm sure people have passionate opinions about what he said and stuff, but I just read his comments and I was like, oh, it's so funny because I think I told you this, Dave, way back before Doom Patrol aired. I had heard a pitch for a Bane TV show, and it was awful. It was like the worst idea ever. And I think at Warner Brothers was semi considering it for like a minute. Yeah, of course.
And then considering a bad idea.
And then thankfully someone with a clear head came in and was like, this is the stupidest idea and take on Bane we've ever heard. So no. So that's a character that I think since Tom Hardy, that company's been interested in doing something with. And that's
it would be. I mean, it's he's got a good story, and you could do like just an Elseworlds kind of thing. That's what I think is like, just do an Elseworlds type of thing.
In the Matt Reeves side, or something separate from that too.
Separate from that too, just its own thing, like a Joker kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah. Because he has this whole story where, like, I mean, you could make it interesting, but I don't know. Yeah, I feel like to really reach, because there was that whole time in the comics where he was running around the planet destroying Lazarus pits. Because
I don't know if I would want that. I would want to see his growth in his upbringing in Santa Prisca. Only because I would love to see where they would film that, like what that setting would look like.
Sure.
Because you can't film that on the WB lot.
In Young Justice, they had him as the head of Santa Prisca,
which is awesome. I love that. Yeah,
I like that.
I
thought that was a pretty solid take on Bane.
Young Justice season 5. Sorry.
Right? Yeah, I'm right there with you. Anyway, when I think about the character Bane, like, obviously, the director of Blue Beetle was pretty passionate about it. If that was the thing he wanted to do, that's cool. But as a solo project, I don't know. Like, I feel like that character, there's the notoriety of obviously breaking Batman's back, which was done in The Dark Knight Rises. would you want to see something more like that again, done differently in either a Battinson sequel or something in akin to the DCU? Like, would you want that to be part of that Batman's history?
I mean, I think, you know, if it's part of, because again, you know, when Joker came out, because again, you know, I think something like Joker, it is special. But if they start just doing too many of these Elseworlds films, eventually not all of them are gonna, you know, perform as well. That's why I think it would be better if we saw something like a Bane part of, you know, especially with, you know, Batman the Brave and the Bold having a Batman that's more established. It would be fun if, you know, we could see like a Bane project like on Max or something. If not that, I think Bane would be great to lead something like a Secret Six show.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah.
Idea. DCU, maybe not the first movie, but maybe Bane is back in terms of like he's been gone for a while, and maybe in flashbacks, because since this is an older Batman with Damian Wayne, maybe you in the flashbacks you show that he got his back broke.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that too.
And that ties
like
into the narrative of him being back, because maybe when he got his back broke, we see a younger, hypothetically, Dick Grayson, who's a Robin at that point. He's Nightwing now,
Right.
And so the things have shifted, and maybe Bane's back with another villain, so he's not by himself. He's teaming up with, say, Black Mask. Who knows? Somebody.
Yeah.
It could. So that would work in terms of doing it again, but as like, oh, it's a part of a flashback narrative that
Bruce has like PTSD, you know, about
because maybe that was the first time he truly was at a breaking point where he literally doesn't know if he can actually physically beat him or outsmart him as he done to other villains. Maybe that's a part of the plot too, is that this is the first time he's ever faced somebody, like, and of course in The Dark Knight Rises they do that thing too, but like maybe this Batman's actually fought a lot more villains than him.
The thing I like the thing I like with Nightfall is that, you know, because at that point, like there's a lot of people in his family and established. I think with someone, if you do it like in the second or third, if you actually do Nightfall, not as a fly, but you do Nightfall in the second or third movie, when you have Dick, Barbara, Jason, Tim, Damian around, you know, that could be. I think that would have more emotional impact then, like especially if that's how the third film ends, and then, you know, again we could set up John Paul as Azrael.
I
had because I was like, what is his name? Like all I see is like
John Paul
Valley. So like, you know, because something like Nightfall, like, I will kind of be like really disappointed, you know, because again, it was I loved it in Dark Knight Rises, but it was a quick moment. But I want to see it properly adapted, not just shown through flashbacks. And also what we could do, like, if there's a Bane solo project, that we could tell from Bane's point of view, like, what did things look like for him while Batman was gone? Kind of like what they're doing with the Penguin, of like what's going on with Penguin after the events of the Batman leading into the Batman Part 2, for example. But
yeah,
you know, I'm just surprised that. I mean, I'm sure it's coming. We're probably going to get a Nightfall animated movie eventually. Right?
I was just thinking that same thing. Like
yeah.
Craig and Art.
Yeah.
Are we still going to get animated movies after Crisis? Because I'm almost wondering, like, is this
it'll be an Elseworld story. It won't be in the continuity. I don't think.
I don't think they could do it in the continuity. And then if you do the entire story of like Night's Fall, Night's End, you know, you
Night
see,
Quest,
Night's Quest. So you have like that. You have a trilogy of like story where you go Batman Broken Back, and then you get John Paul Batman in there, which that would be cool to see. And then of course him just like losing his shit. Man, I had the action figure.
Dude,
of that.
They would if they did a Nightfall trilogy, I would want it in the most extreme X-Men 90s animated style possible.
There you go.
It would have to look in
well,
that
it did
same
come out
kind
in the
of cut.
90s.
Exactly, right.
You know,
right.
It's hard to trust it because like they had plans to do more Injustice stories after that animated movie, and look how that crashed and burned.
Well, that's because that one's
it did, but also at the same time, this is also the same company that put out just recently Justice League Warworld, and that was not received well at all.
Oh yeah, I still haven't watched that yet.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it either.
You don't need to. You don't need to. Just search up.
I am going to watch it because
search for the last scene.
It's
go to the last scene.
I will say the Batman scene, the Batman stuff in that movie is fun, but when you get to the third act of that movie, it completely falls apart.
Yeah. So just search with the last scene, Dave, because it's setting up what they've already announced. So just watch the last scene, you're fine.
Yeah.
That's what they do. Like literally, the movie is just to get the Trinity together, and then by the way, Crisis. So you don't need to watch the movie.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
So it's just like a prelude to a crisis,
No,
apparently.
it's not even that. It's literally 3 Elseworld shorts they combined into a movie, and it's a disaster because you're like thinking, what the hell is going on here? Why am I watching
it is
this?
by far one of the laziest adaptations of the War World and Mongol I have seen in years.
Wow.
And I'm fine with changing adaptation from a comic storyline or something that we recognize
Nope,
as
that's
like
woke.
an arc.
That's too woke.
Is
Nope,
this
we
too
can't
woke?
do that.
Too woke. Too woke.
It wasn't even.
Hell
But the
no.
problem is that it just they went the route of like, let's not explain anything to the audience watching it for the first time, and you're going to be confused like the characters. I'm like, that doesn't work for me.
There are moments in this movie where you're left scratching your head like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
because they do a piss poor job of explaining what the hell's going on. Like, I'm a pretty easy pleaser when it comes to the animated stuff. This was the first time in a long fucking time where I was kind of taken aback by an animated movie. Like, the fuck did I just watch?
It's so confusing because they literally had, I think it was earlier this year, or was it?
And again,
last year?
My entire like the disdain I have for it, again, it falls entirely on the third act of this film, because once they're established in the war world and they don't even bother trying to explain how or why these Elseworld stories happen.
Nope.
Literally everything just fucking falls apart. Mongol, there's no distinction to his voice. It's really lazy. It's Roger Atkin Downs, I think, who did the voice. There's nothing distinct. Not that he's a bad voice actor, but like, this was just another, okay, yeah, that's him doing the voice, and it's just not memorable. It wasn't good. And the really unfortunate part is like, I like all three, the main cast of Stana Katic, Chris, and Jensen Ackles as the Trinity. It was good, but fuck me, that script was terrible. Oh man,
it's also the same continuity that gave us Legion of Superheroes, which is a mixed movie overall, but at least you're understanding what's happening. They're skipping.
100%.
They're skipping over shit like, oh yeah, Kara's here. Okay, fine, moving on. But it's like, even we have that kind of stuff, at least we actually know what's happening. This whole mindset of let's get the audience confused with the characters, it doesn't work, because you could literally open the movie with Mongol and War World and then get into this stuff, and maybe throughout you're cutting back and forth, but yet for the first hour you're confused.
Yep, really.
But
Yeah.
the animation with the Tomorrowverse is it's so clean and fresh, I think.
Yeah, I like it.
So that's why it's disappointing when the stories are struggling. Like, I love Superman of Tomorrow. I was iffy on Long Halloween. I'm
glad they split. I'm glad they split into 2 movies. I'll say that.
That was excellent.
Yeah.
Just Society. I love that.
Oh, they did Just Society, and then we get to this.
That was a really great movie. Just Society
was so good.
Green Lanterns was a mixed bag. Loved Legion of Superheroes.
I actually give Green Lantern a pass.
I thought it was fine. I like the twist.
Yeah,
I like that too.
The only thing I don't like about it is that they bypass the Justice League forming. I don't like that.
Well, that's the thing. In this universe, a lot of things happen between movies, I feel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like in this new universe where they're like, oh, there's a Justice League with Hawkgirl and everybody. I'm like, when was that established? Like,
and Green Arrow.
Yeah, and Green Arrow.
That's another thing. They tried, and it kind of worked, but it wasn't the same as, say, a Hal Jordan Oliver Queen duo, which I'm sure a lot of other people would have really appreciated. And even though they kind of rushed the whole Parallax thing, I don't care. I liked it more in this movie than I did the live action.
I think
series.
the reason why they're kind of rushing to certain things or bypassing certain things is because in the New 52 timeline, they literally explained everything.
This is true. Yep.
Yeah, so they want to make it different, but I feel like it's also hurting it at the same time, because we're not saying explain everything, but you can't just rush. That car has been here for months when you start Legion of Superheroes. You can't just do that.
That's what I was saying earlier. For most people, how they reacted to like BVS, it's like if you're setting up a new universe, you kind of need to establish
a
few things. And again, that's not something. I'm not saying I agree with that opinion, because I'm a fan. I can easily fall into these. I know the DC universe, but there is a disconnect with other people who are just casual viewers or something. So it's like, and I don't like getting like, I know people get like, well, screw them. Like, the movie's not for them. I'm like, yeah, but we need them to like get more movies.
So we need the general audience to actually follow the point enough. They need to understand.
I think it's just getting increasingly difficult to basically tell a lot of these stories that have been around for like 80 years and cram them into a movie runtime, and that's where.
Well, that depends. It depends on what you're doing, because like if you're going like, oh, I just want to tell a story of the essence of the character, you can do that in 2 hours. But if you're like, oh, I want to squeeze in this reference and this storyline from the comics, and do this and establish this and do it in a new world, it's like, okay, well then you're juggling way too much. Like I think that's where the disconnect can be, or where it can fall apart for mass audiences, where it just feels too much like, okay, they're establishing their own world but also referencing these existing worlds, and it gets to be too overpowering, where you can just go, hey man, here's the essence of our, like Man of Steel. I disagree with people who love that movie, but at the same time it tells a Superman story in it. It may not be one I connect with, but it tells a story to where you're like, okay, this is fine for starting a universe. Like this works. And it's an interesting start to a universe. So let's see where they go from here. And I feel like that second one, you could have done BVS. It's just also establishing those other things and referencing Dark Knight Returns and doing this and putting Doomsday in and having a Lex. It's like, yeah, that's a lot.
Wonder Woman.
Woman. It's just a lot for one movie. And not saying you can't do it well, or do it in a satisfying way, but it's just you're just putting more pressure and making it more niche as you do stuff like that.
Well, I mean, from what I gathered too, is like, even though that Zach wanted to bring in Batman, which, brilliant idea, because obviously Dark Knight Returns, he loves that book so much. But I think they right off the bat, they were like wanting to push for Justice League. So that's where it's like, all right, start establishing the whole universe. Like, I think that was, from what I gathered, that was more
trying
of
to catch up to Marvel.
Yeah, it was more of a studio thing to be like, okay, you want the Trinity. He wanted the Trinity, but they were like, okay, the Trinity, but we also want the others too. We want to let's get the group together.
Flash.
Yeah,
Right.
But he just was like, hey, let's have Batman and Superman, and then of course we have Wonder Woman. Obviously, he just wanted to have that. Sorry, Andy, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was interrupted. But if because again, I love BPS with all my heart. But if we could not have had that, do you think they should have done World's Finest? In the sense that
I would have, as a fan, I would have preferred a World's Finest movie. But at the same time, like that was Zach's vision. So it's like, I also, again, even if I don't agree with it, I am all for someone having a vision, like, because a lot of these movies don't get people with visions. A lot of these movies, they hire people and they go, all right, listen to what we say. And it's more of a machine. And you
hear that, Peyton Reed? Sorry.
yeah. And you get something like, Ant-Man 3 or something. So it's like, it's like you get something that just feels manufactured. And my plus that I give to Zach is that his movies, I don't feel manufactured. It feels like someone who had a vision and was trying to tell a story. But unfortunately, when you're caught up in a machine, there are things you have to sacrifice and yield on, unfortunately,
Well, also the tone of Man of Steel, like there's no way from what Zach's established, you could do a World's Finest that would make sense.
And that's my point too, is like, I would love World's Finest, but it couldn't have worked in that. I
think World's Finest is a possibility in the DCU, I think, or an Elseworlds story. Like we've done Superman and Batman animated projects, together. But I wanted to briefly mention too about, because we were talking about the things that were kind of hurting the animated stuff. I feel like what's hurting the animated Warner Brothers movies, DC stuff, is they're too short. I feel like at times they're rushing, because it says an hour and 15, hour and 20, but about 5 or more minutes is credits. So the movies are not that long. And I know that's would cost more money, would take more time to produce them. But I think that's what's really hurting, is that they're rushing stories or adapting stories into a time frame that doesn't work.
Yeah,
and that's kind of.
Oh, go ahead, Phil. Please.
I was just going to say, like that's kind of my worry with the Crisis movie, because that's such a long, big story. I'm just like, you can't do that in one movie.
Well, there's a rumor that it's
free. It should be free.
Well, there was a rumor that they're making it more than one movie.
I would certainly hope that's the case, because again, that book is just far too large for one movie.
Think about it for 1 second. We could have the Bruce Timm verse, the Young Justice universe, the Tomorrowverse, The New 52 verse.
Do not get my hopes up for something that's probably not going to happen.
Don't set expectations. It's a Warner Brothers project.
It's true. But like, what other like? I'm trying to think. Like, they could have the Harley Quinn, the Super Friends.
The problem is all the cool smart people aren't in the animation department anymore, though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I literally think that they're ending the Tomorrowverse, and I think that the new direction for animated movies is mainly going to be through DC Universe, like DC Studios.
Oh, probably.
It's possible.
Which has me excited because that means we will get more DC animated films in theaters again.
Well, that's true. I feel like because James said that
he said
Elseworlds.
That
he did.
Yeah,
there's going to be Elseworlds stuff too. So I mean, it's possible, but I hope that we still get some standalone stuff that isn't connected. Because I mean, if we're only doing DCU connected animated projects, that means we won't get certain storylines or certain things we would want to see them try. Because I mean, I haven't seen it yet. I'm surprised. Yeah, but Batman Gotham by Gaslight, I haven't seen that. But that would not have been made.
That one's good.
Okay, I guess that would not have been made if it's only DCU or an interconnected thing. They wouldn't have made that. So,
and to that point, I think that's kind of where Batman Hush suffered as an animated film because it was kind of shackled to the New 52 animated universe.
And I feel like they tried and dropped the ball.
They really did. Hey, here's a different twist. No.
Yeah, it was just not a good twist. I
remember I was going, they're not doing this, are they? And then they like, oh, Riddler. Okay.
But Riddler was also kind of Hush in the comic too.
It's true. Yeah. But
not in the comic.
But not in that way.
The comic did it better. Once.
Well, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. That's one of those books that I was always talking about where it's a gateway drug comic book where people see a Batman movie and go, oh, I'd love to read Batman comics. And it's like Hush is so easily like, here you go. You get a bunch of villains in it. You get a Jim Gordon moment. You get a great Alfred stuff, Catwoman and Batman relationship. It's like, it's got a little bit of everything.
Yeah. Superman's in there.
It's got Superman. The little Superman Batman fight. Yeah. It's got, it's literally like a all-star book in that regard. But yeah,
it's what All-Star Batman could have been, but wasn't.
Oh, yeah, that book promotes child abuse. That book.
Do we agree that the Death and Return of Superman, that animated is at least way better than Superman Doomsday from?
I agree. I agree with that. 100%.
Also, who would have known that Cameron Monaghan would have been such a like cocky Superboy? Like he goes from Egan on Shameless to Joker on Gotham, and then goes to Superboy in DC. I'm like.
Props to Jerry O'Connell for putting on one hell of a Superman in the movies that he was. He does a great job as Superman. And Rebecca Romaine, I believe, is Lois Lane in that too.
Oh, yeah. That woman is tall. Yeah. Like in 2018, I was coming out of a press room and suddenly this person just walks by me and I'm like,
the Sentinel walks by me.
Yeah, and I was like, Mystique. Like I was like, well, because I it was basically like her throat. I saw for it. I'm like,
yeah, Hush Omnibus in November. Good call, Alakazoo. Oh. I can't wait because they're actually reprinting the Hush Return storyline where Hush comes back to kill Joker and Riddler. And so they're reprinting that and the Paul Dini Streets of Gotham stuff all in one book where Hush changed his face to look like Bruce Wayne.
But speaking of that, did you see when they did that? Fuck you,
always gets me.
Grant Gustin, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you see when they did?
I did not see. What did you see?
With my union, I'm so happy to be here.
Did you see how they did it on Batwoman? Did you, gentlemen? Did you see when they did it on Batwoman in season 1 with Hush?
Yeah, they tried to do it, right?
I have vague recollections. Yeah,
but they did it. Like he actually, he turned into Bruce Wayne, and that's what
kind of looked like. He had toilet paper wrapped around his head, but yeah,
that's what a CW budget usually is.
Fair enough.
Well,
now CW can't afford anything.
He actually, like he does. He actually becomes that Bruce Wayne. He actually gets the face.
That's true. That's right.
Well, I think Matt Reeves. He had a great setup for Hush in the Batman, which I really loved.
She teased,
where they literally they say like someone was killed with Hush money, and it
Yeah.
was a reporter named Elliot, and I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
there you go. You have your motivation right there for why Thomas Elliot would want to kill Bruce Wayne.
Oh yeah, Matt Reeves' universe could totally do a version
That's
of the
a
Hush
good
story.
mystery because I love that they nailed one of the things I love about the Batman is they nailed the detective noir aspect. Like
Yes.
it almost felt like playing the Arkham games and actually having to analyze and investigate. And I'm like, if Hush would be another, because I think what the Batman trilogy needs to do is do what the MCU Spider-Man trilogy did.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Using as many different villains that Mark Webb and Sam Raimi didn't use in their film series. So like Hush, I would love Hush in the second one. Then I think the trilogy should end with Court of Owls.
It's funny.
They could tease the Court of Owls in the second one too.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I've
background.
got the No Man's Land. I've got a good portion of No Man's Land up on my
Oh,
bookshelf that I need to read.
Look at the flags.
Yeah, I mean, well, as soon as I heard that the film was going to end the way that it ended, and it was kind of setting up a No Man's Land-ish kind of sequel, I was like, all right, fine. I have to check this story out because number one, it's one of Batman's biggest stories in his canon. Yeah. Number two, I've been eager to read it, and number three, it's got a bunch of different art, a bunch of different stories, and it's just so far, from what I remember from Road to No Man's Land, it was dope.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, when you finish the comic of No Man's Land, definitely look up the novel by Greg Rucka. He did a novelization of the entire series as like a 600-page novel.
Holy shit.
And there's some things that are tweaked in there because he was one of the many writers on that series.
Right.
But that's where we first get Harley in the comic books. Is during No Man's Land. And so his introduction of her in the novel is like gut-wrenchingly spine-tingling. It's really, really good. And the stuff he does with Bane in the novel is really good too with Lex Luthor. So I don't want to say any more than that.
They did a Court of Owls novelization too, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
That was all. I remember I saw it. I almost bought it too because it was like, Jesus Christ. Also a thick one.
Wouldn't at all shock me to see them pop up in that universe either. The Court of Owls.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I don't know if I think I said this at some point on this multiverse many months ago, but it's something What?
What's that show?
It's Lucy's show. No, but I said something in the promo that if we do see the Court of Owls, because they're building at the Batman universe through Max now as well, I kind of would love like a Court of Owls show that each season focus on let's say that the Court of Owls goes back like 300 years.
Oh yeah, you could easily do like an American Horror Story style, take with the Court of Owls and have it.
Sure, just keep Ryan Murphy away from it.
Sure,
but
I'm just saying.
You know what they'll do though? They'll do the thing that they did with the Alfred TV show. It's like,
oh shit,
they're gonna change it to like the Court of Owls. Before Batman was born, they had to put Batman in there. So Batman's butler.
300 years before the Batman.
Okay.
Oh no, it would be Alan Wayne.
That would be a cool way to do it. And the thing is, I actually watched because Julian, shout out to Julian Bell, who he made me finally watch Pennyworth. We were watching season 1, and I'm like, shit, this was actually good, and I was part of it.
It's not a bad show.
And I think that. And I think with the Court of Owls, like, we can see like the early days of Gotham City. But again, I love Jordan and I. We love TV show Gotham. But like we would not. They should not do it where like it suddenly becomes about a bunch of Batman villains. But see, like, how does the Court of Owls run society? You read so many fucking books. You're making me look bad.
I'm just saying Gotham has books.
Not here, so
that's how I would do like a Gotham Knight, a Court of Owls show where each season takes place like between every 50 years, leading up to the events of when we see them in the
the House of the Dragon there.
What?
House of the Dragon?
Is that what they do?
No, House of the Dragon is like
did a time jump in the middle of the season.
Okay, you're right.
I literally I don't watch Game of Thrones anything.
Of course you don't. You don't watch.
Well, actually, there were quite a few time jumps throughout season 1 of
there was.
Dragon. There was quite a few.
Yeah.
Andy likes good stuff.
What?
Go easy on him.
No, I know. I haven't watched Game of Thrones either. I'm just not into it.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones is just traumatized.
This is actually an intervention, Dave. This is intervention.
It is. No. Hey, we're
wouldn't be my first one.
But I could also see, like, I'm a big fan of the Grant Morrison Batman stuff too.
Same.
And so
The one they're basing the new movie on.
Yes.
yeah, well, kind of, I guess, with Damien, but Black Glove is like another creepy cult group that would be neat to see in a movie.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Black Glove, even like all of his crazy ass, like the Flamingo, the Big Top Circus folk, all that shit. Professor Pig, that'd be another fun one. Yeah, all the shit Grant Morrison did in Batman, I would absolutely just be chomping at the bit to watch.
Writes up like something in the DC live action universe. It would be just incredible.
Well, he tried with Ezra Miller, and we saw how that turned out.
Yeah, he tried. I think he was one of the writers on Flash. I think
he was.
Yeah.
You got to realize that script went through the ringer. Like how many different versions?
How many different hands?
Yeah. I mean, even just going through like obviously when it came to Rick and what he was going to do, that was going to be something different. It wasn't going to be Flashpoint, but it was going to lead to Flashpoint eventually. Obviously, that we already figured, and then of course Jay Leavitt just kind of went, "Yep, that's what we're doing." But yeah,
I didn't know that how far along that film was. They had the cast in London. They were building sets.
Yeah.
And, if you look at the storyboard, it's easy to tell who the villain was going to be. Captain Cold.
Yeah. He was going to have the rogues in there.
All I wanted was for Barry to just fight a bunch of rogues. I couldn't even get that. I couldn't even fight. Like, I keep saying this to Rebecca and when we're talking about it, like, I'm jealous that Supergirl is going to get, a movie based on like an actual comic for Supergirl. And it's like, all I wanted was just for Barry to fight against, sassy villains, with, like colorful costumes. Because, as much as I love the Flash TV show, we never got a proper rogues team up because
been great.
I think season 1 had like the closest you could have gotten to.
Yeah, but they were. But the thing is, I think that they were worried that the Flash wasn't going to succeed. So I think the writers, they just burned through as much as they could. It was like, oh shit, we actually have to now stretch this out. And then Wentworth Miller. I
love Wentworth Miller as Captain Cold. By the way,
that was him and Dominic Purcell. They were great.
They were so good.
That was fantastic.
Legends ruined them,
and they looked like brothers. So
that's true. They did. Yeah.
They should play brothers on a TV show somewhere.
Yeah.
Wait, did they?
Oh wait, yeah. Duh.
So good.
Yeah.
That was fun.
What was it called? Prison Break, right?
Prison Break, yeah.
Yeah, I watched it way too young. I had to wait till my parents fell asleep, and I had to so back in the day, when we had like these like fat ass TVs, we would have like inputs where you could put in like connect headphones too. Yep. So while they were sleeping, I put in the headphones and I turned on the TV to watch Prison Break while they were sleeping.
No, back in the day, we didn't have headphones.
like they were with cords, like I had to do that. These were like really old,
That's how I used to stay up and play video games. I'd plug in headphones to a port.
Same here. Same.
I'd have
like
I used to love that.
It'd be connected to your controller so that it comes through your headset instead of actually through your TV. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Those were the days.
Real fast, Dave. When are you seeing Metallica? When are you seeing?
2 weeks. 2 weeks from Sunday.
Okay, so they played a show tonight. They played Leper Messiah.
Of course.
Until it sleeps. They're still playing the instrumentals, so you'll get one of them at your show.
Hope it gets.
Do you like this? Do you like the song "Shadows Follow" from the new album?
Yes, I do. I watched it today.
Yeah,
that's actually one of my favorite songs on the new album. To be honest.
What about "Too Far Gone"?
"Too Far Gone's good.
Yeah, that was on the other show, so that you might get that.
Okay, but yeah, "Shadows Follow" is one of my favorite songs on the new album. So when I saw that they released the live performance of that, I put it on, and I'm like, yeah, it's just a good riff.
Oh, it's
really
good
riff. Love that riff.
Good.
But yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I'm 2 weeks from Sunday. Ugh.
Oh, so you're seeing them Sunday? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing both nights.
Hold on, let me see here.
So I'm gonna miss.
Some fan you are.
Hey,
exactly.
Hey, they're expensive. It was.
I know. It's okay.
Yeah, it was.
I want tickets, so
So it's depending if this is the right order, because they like to switch it at times.
Yeah.
You might get Whiplash as your opener.
I hope so.
You'll probably get Lux Eterna. They played Welcome Home last Sunday.
Okay, don't tell me anymore. Don't tell them anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, spoilers. Jeez.
It's not spoilers because they switched the set, so who knows?
I know that's the thing, but I want to be surprised because
you want to get swept up in the moment.
Okay.
Man.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil it, but you're gonna see Metallica.
Oh, what?
Yeah, there's gonna be some singing.
Come on,
man.
Drumming.
Really? There's gonna be a
bass,
solo
riffs, solos.
Ridiculous.
You're gonna see opening bands.
You should change your name to Chainsaw Spoils.
Yeah,
I'm doing
right.
now.
Jeez.
Spoiler react.
I saw Paraman 5000 for the second time a month ago. Man, that was great.
Nice.
I really looked them up today because I wanted to see how they're performing when Worlds Collide live.
Oh,
So-
dude, I've seen it twice live, and it's amazing. It's phenomenal. It's so great.
Spoiler, that's a song.
No. What?
Yeah.
It's also a
why are you
sequence in The
ruining
Flash.
music for me.
Oh my god, it is. Oh, Metallic was on the Flash. Spoilers.
Were they?
Mm.
The song. Remember we talked about this on the live stream. He rode the lightning. Well,
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
shows.
Now you spoiled that conversation for me. I was going to go back and watch
Spoiler.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very wide out that you could easily find that conversation. It's like not buried somewhere.
Well, it's still spoiled.
That was one of the coolest
Alright.
sequences ever. Where like,
It was cool. I remember
Yeah.
seeing that. And I was like, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
good job.
Yeah.
I
He
mean,
can ride the
they-
lightning, but Donna Troy from Titans can't.
Did you really have to bring that back up?
Spoiler.
Oh, God,
That's not a
jeez,
spoiler.
that was
I'm here.
that was
I'm
a
here.
bad.
I'm gonna be here spoiling everything. So
I know. Apparently,
Oh, good.
Let's
no,
see what
but
happens.
no, but I mean, you're bringing back,
I thought you watched good
The
shows.
best episodes of
Professor-
that show were written by Brian Edward Hill. But other than that, that show needed a fucking different writer's room and a different EP.
Oh,
because,
I am
God,
watching a
that-
good show, Star Trek: Strange New Worlds.
That,
Oh,
that
last
is a
week.
very good one from what I've been told.
That was really
Yeah.
good.
I haven't.
When I watched the finale Wednesday, I was like, "Holy crap!" Okay, that's what we're doing. All
Yeah,
right.
actually,
I thought it was
reviewed-
penultimate finale.
Oh no, the finale's already out. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
the musical last week. Spoiler alert: the musical last week was that.
Okay,
was
that's
the
what I
penultimate.
saw. I saw
Yeah, that-
a musical rendition where I was like,
Mhm.
"What the fuck is this
Yeah.
show?
I don't recommend watching that.
Why do they tend to do these like musical renditions of shows? That's
I didn't understand it because there is like they do continue story plots within the show in the episode,
Mhm.
but it didn't need to be a musical. It didn't.
It
It
was
gave them an
very
opportunity to do something different, but you can tell half of those actors they were singing, they were doing what they were being told, but I don't think this was what they would want to do,
No.
especially in this show. Like
No.
it's a very serious Star Trek show. It would be
And
different
they
if it
did
was
a
more
musical.
comedic.
Wow, that is just
Yeah,
very odd
like-
to me.
Yeah, a bunch of songs. Yeah, and there's even I won't say that, but yeah, there's something in there that I'm like, and I think that the fan base is split on it because they're like, I can't believe you did this. We're like, oh, this is the funniest thing ever. People are like, this is a disgrace to the franchise. So I don't know.
Jesus.
So
Yeah, I
anyways.
saw the clips online and I was like, wow, that's weird.
But
Odd.
besides that, the show is really good.
Okay.
It's actually better in season 2. So
Is it?
Minus the musical.
besides that, but
Yeah.
yeah, season 1's a good foundation starter. Season 2 just amps everything up, and you're like, okay, I'm all in.
I started Discovery not too long ago. So
I actually watched first 2 episodes as well. Like last weekend I watched first 2 episodes, and the way it ends, I'm like, I jokingly said as I ended, I'm like, oh well, that's a weird way to end the show. Like it's not the ending, it's just the ending of the 2-parter. But I'm like, the way it ends, it feels like it's the ending of a show. Like, oh okay,
almost, yeah, but it really
Yeah.
sets the stage for what comes true. And that's
Yeah.
just, man.
I
wild.
want to at least get through season 2 because that's where they introduced the Discovery, or not Discovery, the Stranger Worlds cast.
Yep.
So I kind of want to see a little bit of that, like their foundation, because apparently I saw images. I'm like, this is the same people. Like, yeah, because it's like different outfits and stuff. It looks very different than what the show ends up being. But yeah,
Wonder if my
Yeah.
dad's watched that show. He's a big Trek guy. I was never really a big Trek guy. I've watched some things, but
Yeah.
I'll have
he
to
should.
ask.
Hopefully he would, because I mean there are some nice little Easter eggs and things they throw in. Like, ooh,
I'll ask him. I
Hmm.
know he got into
Yeah.
Picard, of course, but
oh yeah, season 3 of Picard is phenomenal.
Yeah,
I had Aaron on Endless Multiverse last week, Aaron Bailey, and we talked about Picard for like 10 minutes. We were like gushing over it, how good it was. The
Yeah,
final
he's a
season.
big Star Trek guy.
Oh yeah, we were freaked out over that.
So how are we feeling about the Ayer cut? Obviously, okay. So yesterday it was kind of funny because there was a whole thing that happened yesterday when it came to Ayer quote tweeting somebody and saying
Mhm.
something, and that just basically pissed off a lot of people.
What
Which was-
happened? I don't even
You
know.
didn't- okay, you didn't even know what happened.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so basically,
I know
what
about
happened-
earlier this week about him saying,
Oh, yeah.
you know, other stuff. I didn't know about this.
Yeah, he's been, of course, pushing it, Pretty good. And then, of course, even said that, discussions with James Gunn went well, and that there will be a time for it to be shared. I mean, you could take that with what obviously you hate James Gunn. You go, oh, he's lying. He's just playing. Yeah. Obviously, if it just depends on where your mindset's at. If you don't have a problem with James Gunn, you go like, oh, that sounds good. I'll cool.
It just makes me think it's going to go to Max, which is fine.
Yeah. And then it's like, but then it kind of makes you wonder, it's like 3 years from now, 10-year anniversary. Yeah, that could be something too, where they go like, hey, 10 years, let's do a special edition and put up that cut or whatever the hell. But yesterday
we aired on the CW because they're going to need content, dude. Dave just turned right. He's like, I'm never bringing this bitch on the show ever again. The CW.
How dare you say those 2 letters?
Change your name to the CW, Andy.
Next Star.
Next Star. Yeah.
No, but then of course, So then Ayer like tweeted out something where he talked about, because somebody was like, "Hey, be careful," because obviously David Ayer has been a champion of the studio, and regardless, I mean, obviously, you could say that is it fluff? Sure, maybe some of it is, because he is a studio guy, he's a filmmaker, and he wants to just essentially keep his relationship good with the studio. Totally understand that. And even though he got screwed over by an old regime, he probably, he recognizes it was an old regime, saw what happened with Snyder, probably has talked to Snyder since. And it's like, hey, this movie was a movie that I'm not proud of, because the movie that I saw, or the movie that got released, that wasn't what I wanted to do. All of my other movies have essentially been my shit. That's it. So he's been holding on to this, and especially being in the CBM realm. Obviously, that's going to just be. I want to show the people this. So, very much that he's obviously been a supporter of what's happening with Warner Brothers Discovery and DC Studios and everything. So he's been dogpiled on by people who do not like that. They hate James Gunn with a passion. They, so much. There's like, what did he fucking kick your dog, or what the hell? Like when I see some of these people, they throw like the hate. I'm like, I get it. You don't have to like the guy. You don't like his movies. And of course, bringing up what happened, tweeting out, yes, that was weird. Sure. But there's some people that just, goddamn, they just have this. They see his name. They see his face. They see his hair. They see his glasses. They're like,
They see his wife.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I know. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Wow. Jeez.
But okay, it's that. So he's been dogpiled on. He's had shit thrown at him. I've seen the tweets, and everything. So then when he retweeted this whole thing where somebody was basically saying like, a fan base for a certain director is going to come after you, and he basically said, "Oh, I know the vultures are already circling," and then that just kind of blew up, and I went, "All right, guys." So like when I saw it and I saw people turning on him, I was like, oh, they turned on Ayer because they were comparing him to Snyder. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? You're now comparing them and like pitting them against each other. Like Snyder was a stand-up dude when it came to him talking about the fan base, and look what Ayer did. And I was like, oh man, they turned. So then naturally I was like, as soon as I sent that tweet, I'm like, well, that one's going to go around. Let's give it a couple hours. And yeah, I'm sure that lovely side's going to start showing up. And sure enough, they did. And I was trying to explain, I'm like, do you really think Ayer knew who this person was? I didn't even know who this person was. But apparently this person has talked shit before and has said some horrible shit before. I didn't know. Do you think Ayer was going to know? No. So he was not. And then, of course, people were like, I felt disrespected. I was, And I'm like, really? You felt disrespected? I mean, like, if you did not understand what he was talking about, then maybe you're part of the problem. I don't know. It's just like one of those things where it's like, if you thought that was about you, then maybe you should internalize a little bit, because I think most people are like, oh, I know what he's talking about, because he's been supporting the DCU and James Gunn and all this stuff. And if you even scroll down any of those tweets, you could see people just like totally just casting him out and dropping, like, fuck, yeah, good luck on your cut, dude, and all this stuff like that. It's like, so it was just like one of those things. And then apparently when I was at the show last night, of course I wasn't looking at my phone, so on the way home I'm looking, and apparently Ayer was like trying to figure out what went wrong, and then he eventually found out. And I'm like, see, there you go. He had No fucking clue. He did not mean to like go after. Anyways, I've been talking too much. What are you guys thinking about
No,
this?
it's a fair thing because let's just be honest. There are some really toxic people in the Snyder fan base. And that's not to
100%.
say everybody who's a Snyder fan is toxic, because Dave here, he's not toxic. But there's a lot of people that are, and they've proven that time and time. They've proven it time and time again before the Snyder Cut was announced and afterwards. So with him saying that, I mean, he's not wrong, because there are people that are already dismissing him. Because if David Ayer went out there and said, "Fuck James Gunn, fuck the DCU," or he just clearly was just being dismissive. Yeah, he's not going to get his cut seen, and he's been trying for the longest time to try to at least get something moving on that. And the fact that he's talked with James Gunn, that's a pretty big step forward, because I don't think he's had meetings before this.
No.
As far as we know. So with James Gunn, this is changing the narrative, not saying like, oh, we're going to go back to all previous filmmakers and give them, cuts, but it's like
Patty Jenkins' cut of Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah, because when James Gunn and Peter Safran were announcing their part of Part 1 of Gods and Monsters, their DCU, James Gunn made it very apparent, and he clearly wasn't following his PR side. He was like, yeah, a lot of fucked up things have happened at the studio over the last number of years with filmmakers and the previous regimes. So he knows that other filmmakers have been screwed with, and he wants to try to amend and fix that. So don't be surprised if we get that Ayer cut, and don't be surprised if David Ayer directs a DCU movie. If that's the route we're going,
Could happen.
So,
It very well could happen. But I mean, yeah, it was just kind of like, when people were just getting so offended about that, and it's like, oh, he totally just like threw shade or shit on his supporters. I'm like, no, he didn't. He was throwing shit at the people who have dogpiled on him already for supporting this whole new thing. And then, I mean, he basically clarified it. It was quite hilarious because, yeah, of course, people dogpiled me, and it's like, you guys are just like proving the point right here. It really is. Like, I mean, I get it. You're passionate about this stuff, but sometimes you got to be like, hey, before I start pounding my keyboard, maybe I should, take a step back and then just kind of go, wait a minute.
Dude, there were people piling on him for promoting Blue Beetle, and it's
seriously, they were saying the same shit about Zack Snyder when he supported. Oh, he got hacked or he got paid. Again, I love it when these guys do that, when they say like, it's the same guys that said like, oh, TPZ manipulated Zack into titling it something, or like, and I'm like, okay, you guys are belittling a smart man into a weak man. What the fuck? Like, you guys love Zack Snyder so much, but you're like going, oh wow, he had to have gotten paid or hacked or something like that. Or it's like, okay, so you're just basically saying like there's incompetence now in your most favorite director. Good job. Yeah. That you just because like it doesn't fit your narrative, you're gonna belittle Zack, even though you don't know that you're doing that. It's so fucking weird. Like that mindset, I can't even understand it.
That's
like,
Twitter for you. That's X for you. Whatever you want to call it. That's what it is. If someone says something you don't agree with, you have to hate them now. You have to attack them. It's if I unfollowed everybody that I follow on Twitter that said something I don't agree with, I would have nobody I'm following anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so this whole mindset, oh, he got hacked. Oh, I can't believe he's supporting Blue Beetle. Okay, so you want this movie to fail? Yeah. I get okay, so you're openly admitting that you want a movie you've not seen.
Which is so weird to me too. Like people that want movies to fail, I'm like, okay, just don't watch it. That's entirely up to you. You don't have to. No one's making you.
No one's forcing you to support it.
Just fail. I mean, I commented about this like many times on Film Junkie Live. We were just like, I see somebody like in the chat just go like, oh, it's gonna fail so hard. I'm like, is that getting you hard? that you want it to flop? I mean, like, it's so weird that you want a movie. I've never wished a movie to flop or anything like that. I'm just like, hey, that, if I see it looks like shit, if it flops, I'm like, oh well, and then move on. I'm not wishing a movie to fail unless it was like from somebody that is so god awful that, yeah, sure, like if Roman Polanski was gonna come back and make a movie, or so, I don't know, or like Bryan Singer, I don't know, but it's such a weird thing to want a movie to fail, especially when I'm like, I've been kind of championing the whole Blue Beetle movie for a while. Like, hey, This is an underdog. I love this shit. Let's get it on. Beetle Battalion. Let's do this.
Well, it went from 15 to 18 million domestic opening weekend to now being projected at 30. So something's happening. Something's happening.
And to that point, I will also say that projections were under for Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Yep.
And Spider-Verse.
And Spider-Verse.
Guardians. Yeah.
And now we're living in a Barbie world.
Yeah, exactly. So
I mean, we are over $1 billion. Yeah.
It would be nice. But no, I mean, back to the Ayer cut stuff. I mean, the fact that I even had somebody in my mention say like, because I was commenting, obviously, which we'll talk about in a little bit, the whole Wonder Woman thing. I've always been saying like Wonder Woman 3 is not happening. Who knows what's going on with that? But we'll talk about it. And then this person was like, "Yeah, you trust James Gunn's word over Ayer's word?" And I went, "What?" I was trusting Ayer's word that he talked to James Gunn and everything went well. It was kind of like a weird thing, and I was like, it's just one of those where like I don't know who you're talking to right now. Because I was like, no, I'm not trusting James Gunn's word on Ayer cut. I'm trusting Ayer on the Ayer cut that he had a good discussion with James Gunn. And I'm just going to go by that. Now, is it guaranteed? No, it's not confirmed. There's still, let's face it, we just don't know. But it just sounded all positive. He's still continuing. Obviously, the day after or a couple days after, he was just basically adding to, because there was a campaign last Saturday because it was like the 7-year anniversary. So he was just kind of talking more and more about things. But it's sounding, and to be honest, hopefully, yeah, I know I said like the 10-year anniversary thing, but it would be kind of nice if it just kind of came out earlier, especially with everything that's happening in Hollywood. It's like,
we're shit to watch, okay, y'all? We don't have anything to watch. We need something right now.
Why not
right now?
Jurassic Park is heading back into the theaters.
Yeah, my channel's dying. Let me tell you.
He needs something to react to.
Exactly. So that's what
you know how we can fix this. If this guy goes out and bitch about, I don't believe in keeping director's cuts involved. Maybe something will happen.
I stand with my union.
I think when it comes
looks
to
like
the
it's
Ayer
like
cut,
hurting his shoulder, that whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's a great Steven impression. I thought you were the Green Arrow for a second.
Yeah. Were you say, Phil?
We'll make him sound like a bitch. That's what he sounds like.
I think when it comes to the Ayer cut situation, I don't think Warner Brothers has a good enough reason to not release it. Again, this is the studio that is director driven, right? As we've been told. But again, now that we've got James Gunn as the head of DC Studios, it's very much like, I feel like it's just more of a matter of when, not if, it releases. Personally, but
I think, yeah,
it's like Ayer said to him, like Ayer put it in one of his tweets, like he's chained to a fucking tiger when it comes to this stuff, and he has to navigate it as best and professionally as he can if he wants it to release and see the light of day. And again, it would be in Warner Brothers' best interest to do it and get it out of the way, because this is literally the last thing that they can, as far as being harassed by Snyder's fandom goes, that would be the last thing they would have to worry about. Obviously you're going to have the people who are going to champion restore the Snyderverse all the live long day, and that's fine. But still, if you want to lessen the amount of toxicity you're going to get, just give them the fucking Ayer cut. For God's sakes, be good on your word as the studio you claim to be. Do what you did for the other guy and just fucking be done with it. It doesn't make sense to me that they're just literally leaving money on the fucking table with this movie, because again, the Suicide Squad also made money when it was in theaters. It made money without China. And I'm just like, how you want people obviously like watching this fucking movie. Give them a different version of it. See what they say. Make more money off of it. I just don't get why they haven't done it. It could be a number of different things that I'm just not privy to. So I don't know. Hopefully James Gunn will give the okay to do it in the years to come. We'll see what happens.
I think the difference, like you were saying, is that James Gunn is not a typical studio head. He's a director, right, and he's a writer, and he also knows that studios are reactionary. He got fired immediately.
Indeed.
And so I feel like he's sitting there going, hey, I know how it is. And he's also probably seen on the other side of Marvel what happened to David Ayer and how they basically forced his movie into, a re-edit and all that. So, and he knows, he probably has seen the Ayer cut. Probably he has
He
access
did.
to
Oh,
it.
I'm sure he has. I'm
Yeah,
sure he
so-
has.
Wouldn't
and the
shock
whole-
me if he
Oh,
had.
the whole thing
he's
is-
seen that. He's read Batfleck's script. And
Oh,
he's-
yeah.
he's read all
And
that shit.
the thing is too, like, that James Gunn, like with Ayer saying, "Hey, I met with James Gunn," people are like, "I don't believe that." Or you believe that? It's like James Gunn has met with a lot of people. He met with Henry Cavill face to face when they had to make that hard decision. He met with The Rock and made that decision. He's met with a variety of other people, and there's probably been meetings we've never heard of that he's had with people. So yeah, it would make a lot of sense to him to talk to a director that he could potentially work with in the future under DCU, and someone who's worked with the past regime and he knows the history.
Well, they also have a common connection in the fact they both worked on Suicide Squad films that feature
Exactly.
some of the same cast.
Exactly.
So it's like there's always been a camaraderie there that people constantly try and pick drama out of. Now, look,
Oh, yeah.
he might have
I've-
reached out to him when he was making the movie. Right?
I'm
'Cause
sure.
he's worked with the same cast.
Yeah, I even got a screenshot sent to me that James Gunn liked a tweet that was shitting on the first movie, which I think was like a correlation that happened with all the
Yeah.
stuff yesterday. But again, I'm just kind of going like, I mean, we can't just assume that these directors who are very busy, who show up on Twitter and talk, that are just like they do that, and they like it's almost like part of their gig is like, all right, got to do this, and then they completely put it away. They're not doing anything. They're not researching, and so obviously, depending on what side of the aisle you feel about Gunn, you're going to be like, oh, that was obviously he hates Ayer. He's full of shit and blah, blah, blah. People will say that. But then I'm just kind of going like, well, do you think he even knew what the hell he was actually kind of liking? And I think he saw the praise for his movie and his cast and didn't really realize that it was also kind of like, because at the end of the tweet, it said god awful first movie or something like that, or shitty for whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and then I because shit, even I've made mistakes on like liking things or retweeted stuff where it's just like, oh shit,
And they're done
that actually shit on something at the very end. I didn't catch that. I was just too busy, going, hey, they were praising me or something, It's like one of those things where we get lost in our own little, hey, we got a fan right here, I'm gonna send a like to him, and then you go, oh wait, I
love Dave's show, but I hate when Seek's on. I like it. Oh shit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to like that one, Seek, but
You can like it.
I love
like
Vodka
it.
Dream. Oh, the woke.
oh wait, I retweeted it too.
Yeah,
Oh,
I quote tweeted it actually. I said,
yeah,
this is a person with taste.
like, yeah, that fucking guy. God damn it.
Hashtag spoilers. Spoilers.
Yeah, I love Vodka Stream. Oh shit, the woke guy is back.
I want to respond to a comment here saying that they probably don't want to release it because the Ayer cut because it will ruffle up the Sonic crowd. They don't care. They're a studio. They don't give a crap about what these people on Twitter or X are going to say. They don't care. So if they get riled up, because look, they were being harassed for years on social media. Did they respond to it? No, they did not. Now, so them putting out the Ayer cut, they don't care how people are going to respond negatively. It doesn't matter to them.
Even if it does, that's people are going to watch the shit out of it. That's the thing.
Yeah,
it'll be one of those
they're going to
things where
release
it's like,
that if it makes. They're going to release it once they know there is a marketing angle to that. Like that's how. Again, as much good as and I want to just remind, the viewers, everyone, just so that people don't think that we're just glossing over this.
I'm sorry, Jordan. Do you and your mic want to be alone?
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say. I was just gonna say that the people that are be shitting on the Ayer Cut's release would secretly watch it when no one's paying attention. They're actually gonna, because they'll still fucking.
That was funny. You brought up your mic like that.
Yeah, I'm like, because that's the truth. These people that are gonna be shitting on.
And then Andy was like, "This is so loud."
Yeah, they'll be shitting on the Ayer Cut, but then they're actually gonna go. They'll actually still watch the movie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking hunt you. Wow.
You can't find me.
I know where you live.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
We've literally swapped addresses.
Not true.
I could find out.
Yeah, it's
good time. Oh yeah. We don't need
I'm
to
an
talk
investigative
right
journalist.
now,
I can find it out if I have to. But
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
My wife will kill me.
Yeah, she hears what you did to me.
Can I be the guy who needs a little education on the Ayer Cut?
Sure.
So like, because I have no idea. Like I'm just now back on Twitter and I saw and I've heard from Dave's show and you guys before to bring it up, but I recently saw his tweets about like how he's riding the tiger, and I can kind of empathize a little bit. I'm like, yeah, I can imagine that you have this fan base that was like, hey, we want to see what your vision, what you did, since it's such a departure from what we saw. And he's kind of swept up in that and is like, yeah, you know what, I would like you to see it all as well, you know, because every filmmaker would like that. But how I have no idea. Is it like Zach needed like I think what, like a couple, like 50, 60 million to finish his movie? Do we know how much Ayer needs to finish, or is his done?
It's done. He had said it for a year that it's like it's completely done. You know, like, I mean,
Pretty much.
that's
Effects and everything.
No.
Oh,
it's like-
okay.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you want some details, it wouldn't. Yeah, it's obviously it would be a fraction of what was given to Snyder, because I think he got 60, something like that,
Something
60,
like that.
$70 million. The Ayer would need less than 10. That's the thing. It's like it would.
I
It's
see.
mainly the final act that got really fucked with. There, I mean, and then
That
a lot of
they
the
talked with more. That's why, you know, like
yeah.
why there's such a significant difference. But you were asking about the differences.
Well, no. I was just wondering like how much he would need to complete it, because I'll be honest with you, I don't care about an Ayer cut. Like I like as a regular fan of Suicide Squad and everything. Like I don't care. Like I don't.
Check it out though, right?
You know, I don't think so. Probably not.
Really?
Yeah,
you're
because
bullshitting yourself. You would totally see it.
no, I wouldn't, because I don't think David Ayer, for me, I don't think he's a good filmmaker. And that's just my personal
End
opinion.
of Watch? End of Watch?
Yeah, I've seen End of Watch.
Really?
So like, the guy has like a lane that he rides in, and he delivers on that front. But I haven't, besides like Training Day, which I think he wrote, but he didn't direct. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not like, and Fury and stuff, like I'm like, yeah, these are okay, but like they don't, I don't get like immersed in his stuff. So like for me, I'm just like, I don't really care, but there's an audience that does, obviously.
Yeah.
So, and I like when filmmakers get to tell their vision, but for me, like, I'm like, well, Zach had a lot. It's more than just company interference, obviously, that kind of stripped the Snyder cut from people and everything, and caused them to not finish it. But Ayer is just like, he's like every other director that gets their movie screwed with, and that's the machine of Hollywood. And yeah, you could sit there and say like, oh, Warner Bros., you need to stand up and listen to your words and follow your words about being a director, but they're not. Like, no studio gives a shit, like especially in the last like decade, where just corporate people have been buying these studios, and it's not like in the old days, like even the early 2000s, where you had like people who worked their way up the system to be running a studio. And now you just get people who are rich that, just want extra money and side, make more, have something to generate more money for them. So to me, I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't see the value of spending $10 million on an Ayer cut, but I do see a fan base that wants it. That's why I wanted to be educated, because I'm like, how much? Because you're right, 10 million is not really that a lot of money to finish something.
It'd probably be more about
It'd be
7.
less at this point. It could be.
Yeah, it'd probably be about 6 to 7, to be honest.
Yeah, that's.
He
I
said
mean,
he
that's
doesn't need
not a
more
ton.
filming. He just needs to finish VFX.
And I agree with your point of like, now is without actors and a strike and everything, now would be a good time to work on that and release it. But I don't know, like me as like a casual, like I didn't see a good movie in Suicide Squad when I watched it.
Not even from like the first trailer, you didn't really dig the tone or anything?
Nah, not really. I mean, it was enough to get me to go see it, but I wasn't like, oh my God, this, that's amazing. It was a well cut trailer to the music, I guess, but I think that was the problem, right? Was that everybody loved that trailer, and they were like, we need that energy in this movie, and it sounds like it didn't match.
From what David Ayer said, is that very first teaser or whatever for at Comic-Con, that was the actual tone of his movie. And then all the other trailers, that's where they started going to the, hey, let's do a needle drop, let's do. So if you watch that first trailer, that was specifically the tone that he was going
for. Okay.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm not,
yeah,
I don't know this stuff. So it's
that's why I was letting you know that.
So, no, I appreciate that. But yeah, for me as like an outsider who's not in this circle that has this conversation, like, every so often, I personally, I'm just like, I don't, an Ayer cut doesn't, buy me anything. It's just like I told you before with the Snyder cut, like the reason I like that movement and what you guys did was because you brought something that should have happened to back to life, and helped with like make enough noise to bring something that should have happened. And my Snyder cut was the Tim Pope cut of the Crow City of Angels. Like that was like a movie
you were telling me about that.
Yeah, where there's like a whole different cut of that movie that's like 2 hours, and then like I think Weinstein came in and chopped it down and then fired the director and did reshoots without his knowledge and just butchered that second movie. And yeah, maybe the Tim Pope cut wouldn't have been better, but I always wanted to see that vision. And so maybe you're right, Andy, for calling me out on that. Maybe there's a part of me that would maybe out of curiosity watch, because I want to see what he's fighting for to release. But Zach, I just had a ton of respect for Zach. So like, even though I didn't like, Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman as much, I still was like, I got to see what this is, because this changed like the fan creator relationship like that. It was unprecedented, and it was cool to watch it through Dave's show and you guys see it come to life. But me personally, I don't feel that way about Ayer. And so
no, I mean, and to be honest, the campaigning and the hype for Ayer cut it's nowhere near, of course, Snyder cut stuff.
Sure, but there still is a following, and
there's still yeah,
and he's cool to interact with people. I got to give him credit there, like to him and go on there and say like, hey, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not handling this, or I didn't say that right, or I didn't do this. Like he's trying to be diplomatic, and that's very big of him, and not easy to do. Like I certainly don't have the patience to be that diplomatic with people. So
I'm sure he quote tweeted that thing and said that, and then put his phone away, and then a few hours later he was like, "What the hell did I say?" And that's when he started going, "All right, what did I say?" But we got somebody else that's going to be joining right now.
Ben.
Yes.
Hey. What's going on?
We got Lex Luthor showing up right here.
Yes. I'll be nice this week.
Oh no, we like it.
You got a lot of hangout, dude.
Be mean to me, Daddy.
Wow.
Somebody clipped that one at 147.
He pulled an Andy before Andy could even say anything.
Oh man, I don't know. I'm gonna have to mark down that time thing. I'm gonna have to stick that in the clip.
148.
That's a nice short there.
I might have to do that. Anyways, what's going on, Ben? How you doing?
Much.
Yeah.
Just wanted to jump in for the DCU talk.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking Ayer stuff right now and all the madness that happened yesterday, which was just stupid, of course. And obviously, I remember you tweeted also after the tweet that with the 2 screenshots from whatever account that was, which we were both like, wow, look at them turning on Ayer kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I mean, obviously it was already happening because he was supporting the new DCU, supporting James Gunn and being like a team player kind of thing. And it was already happening, but it was just funny how like just that certain tweet with the certain screenshots where they were basically pinning Zach and Ayer, together, like against each other, almost like, look at how Zach handled when he got asked about his fans. Look at how Ayer is. It's like it's 2 different fucking scenarios. Zach was being interviewed by a publication and gave like a good answer, and then Ayer is just on Twitter, not really knowing what the fuck he was even talking about. He was just talking about the people that have constantly dogpiled on him since he's been supporting WBD and DC Studios.
Right.
Ridiculous.
It's I think I'm not gonna say his name, but somebody said in a group, there's no way it doesn't matter what way this whole thing would have turned out, we cannot be disingenuous towards ourselves and think that that everybody would agree on something.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what we would have done, we will still be on the same fucking on this situation. Because like even if they would if Zack Snyder would have returned and finished and like do something for James Gunn, oh look what he's doing, he's siding with James Gunn, or being a friend to a pedo. That's you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter what would have transpired, nothing would have satisfied this fandom. So like to me, like that's why I'm like fuck all of this. I moved on.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it.
Yeah, because even page that like they were a little bit positive. Like I saw something because I don't follow too many toxic pages, And I saw one that was like being a little bit obnoxious lately, but then today I saw this post and I was like, whoa, that's a little bit too fucking much. And unfollowed right away.
Yeesh. No, it is pretty interesting to see. Like, I mean, obviously, like when it comes to the group here, we're all pretty neutral when it comes to a lot of things, and even if we have like disagreements about something, it's never going to be like or anything. But yeah, there's sometimes where I'm like, whoa, like you said that. I was like somebody that might be like on that I follow. I'm like, but it's just kind of like, yeesh. And I respect the ones that I get it. It's like, hey, we don't like where things are going. We don't. I mean, understandable. It's totally fine. But they just kind of go, all right, well, I'm just not going to really talk about it, but I'll talk about it every now and again. Obviously, like a lot of us here who have channels and shows and stuff like that, we're in the thick of it. We're constantly talking about it. So it's like a different kind of thing for us because it's always just out there, and we're essentially we're personalities, we're voices in this whole thing, so naturally we're going to be more involved into it. But it is pretty funny when all that was happening, and I think a lot of us just understood what Ayer was saying. But when you saw the slew of people that just like they were clutching the pearls, like, you called me a vulture? I'm like, really? You think he was talking about you? That's not a good thing. If you thought he was talking about you, maybe internalize then, because he was not talking about his supporters and people who have defended him. It was like he was talking about the people who have been dogpiling on him ever since. And and then it was just funny going through his tweets after I was off Twitter for a few hours, and then just seeing like him finally get to it. And he was like, oh, and he was even saying, it's like, I don't know this shit, guys. What do I know? And it's like, yeah, we can't expect Zach, James Gunn, David Ayer, any of these people to be like totally in it like we are. Yeah. I mean, some people are just on Twitter 24/7 and they know everything, and they got screenshots. They're looking at everybody's whole tweets and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to be on as much, as much as like, there's times where I'm like, hey, I got to work on shit and I got to just close out the window, where I'm like, or else it's just going to be calling me like, hey, check your feed. You got 62 more tweets to read. Thing's fucking deadly.
Quitter.
Yeah.
Get to reading tweets. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Rex.
Right. Yeah. No, never gonna call it X or X.
Call it X. Call it X. Why not?
No, I'm not.
I'm never gonna call it X.
Yeah.
Call it Y.
It's funny because Jeff Dunham made a joke about that last night too. Yeah, with one of his puppets, with Walter. Yeah.
Oh,
Walter. Or I think it was Walter.
I love Walter.
Was it Walter? Yeah. Or it was one of his. I think it was Walter. Yeah, he was just saying.
It would make sense if it's Walter. Yeah.
I paid $8 for X, and my wife saw it, and blah, blah, something about that.
Well, that's funny because that's actually been a thing that's happened. People are like, I guess somebody's wife sent a screenshot of like the bill through their bank app and said, we need to talk or something.
Yeah.
And
I guarantee you that is, and Elon Musk probably saw that and was like, I don't know how, he laughs weird.
He just did that just to mess with
that
people.
dude is a fucking memester through and through.
He is a troll. He's a shit poster. And the fact that he owns the whole site, I just kind of just laugh at it. Do I agree with everything that he does? No, but he just fucking laughs.
Is that fight really happening though?
What?
Is that fight between him and
Zuck?
Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
If you believe him, yes.
Yeah, right.
It's supposed to be streamed on Meta, just Facebook, and X, and it's supposed to. I don't know.
That thing is gonna generate like $20 billion.
Yeah.
Right.
Jesus Christ. And if they do it, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be weird. Because there's a significant size
height and weight difference.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna do with that, but they're building it up, and it's almost gonna be like they're gonna build it up to like April 1st, and then they're gonna be like, we were kidding.
I'll just say this much: if they actually fought, I would laugh my ass off. Mark Zuckerberg beat the shit out of Elon Musk.
He will. Mark Zuckerberg, he fights for sure.
I know. That's why. That's why I'd laugh.
Yeah. He does, but it's going to take a lot to take a bigger guy down. I mean, he'd probably choke him out. Maybe
this is like
just grab onto him.
This is like almost modern day David Goliath, or like Rocky versus Drago.
Drago.
Like, it's almost like that.
God, that's,
wild
gonna be,
shit.
All we need is the Snowy Mountain montage from one of them.
that's gonna be Zuckerberg because
Yep.
he's more because he's the smaller one. He's the
There you
underdog.
go. Makes
You know,
sense.
Elon Musk, he's going to be the one that's going to be doing all the fucking,
Machinery.
machinery and stuff
Yep.
like that.
Oh.
Dude, how awesome would that be if they actually showed that? If they
That would
actually
be
did,
fucking-
like stupid montages. If they
That
did
would be-
that, then we'd all just be like, okay, this is not that serious.
Right.
It's for charity because apparently that's what it's supposed to be for. It's going to be going to charity. And I'm like, all right, let it happen. Let it happen.
Right.
Let these two go at it. I mean, we're living almost in the idiocracy world now. We
Yeah.
really are. Just have,
What do you mean,
have
oh
Terry
my
Crews,
God?
have Terry Crews sitting in a throne and in the fucking get-up and just like watching the whole thing and doing commentary. I don't know. Just have Terry Crews be involved somehow.
No, it's
You
going to
know
be Joe
that I was
Biden
watching
wearing
that
his
movie the
pilot
other
shades.
day. I was watching that movie the other day, and I noticed that they were wearing Crocs. I'm like, yo,
Everybody wears Crocs now. People
Everybody
wear
wear
Crocs
fucking
like crazy now.
Oh, I know.
Wow.
There's a story about that. Like the costume designer picked up these unknown shoes at the time called Crocs, and like, okay, we're gonna have all the people wear them because it's cheap at the time. It's like, oh wait, this is like a startup thing. No one's gonna care because like it's not gonna mean anything. And now, all this time later,
Are you serious?
yeah, because at
Yeah.
the time Crocs wasn't really well known, and they were trying to
No.
find something because their budget was cut, so they had to like
Good.
find workarounds. So they found this cheap, like this company that wanted to manufacture, and they're trying to get their stuff out. So like, okay, yeah, wear Crocs, and like, now that's not going to happen. It doesn't matter, It's like
See-
some company never heard of.
See,
Yeah.
those are the little shits that will show up in the future, and people start making conspiracy theories. Hey, look, this
Yep.
is
Yeah,
Oh,
this
yeah,
is what was
like-
gonna happen. They already knew.
Yeah, Simpsons called a lot of shit. That's creepy. It gets
Wow.
creepy to a point. No, but yeah, we'll see what happens with that. But going back to the Ayer cut, you know what? We just got to be patient. Like I said, it could be a 10-year anniversary thing, which, yeah, but then it could be sooner because of what's happening in Hollywood. And if they just want to throw, like, I mean, if David Ayer went in there and calculated everything down to the penny of what he needed, maybe he had brought some guys in and said, like, this is how much I would need, and maybe even given like a little window of money, because obviously you put in you ask for a certain amount, they're going to counter. So maybe he worked all that out, and the counter was like, all right, well, eventually maybe. Well, but then again, who knows if they talked about even that? It sounds like to me it was just like, hey, eventually, yeah, we could do this thing as a special edition, whatever the fuck. I mean, that's the thing is like back in the day, I mean, like how many Blade Runner fucking cuts were there? I mean,
Right.
we've seen like these actual director's cuts.
After how long though?
Huh? After I know,
After
and
how
then
long?
it could
Yeah.
take long. The Donner cut came out how many years
25.
after?
25 years.
years. I mean, that's the thing. It was like I remember even having doubts about when the Snyder cut. I was going,
Yeah,
shit,
we were
this might
like-
be I'm like, it got to the point where I was even thinking this might be a Donner cut situation. We might
Yeah.
not get it for a couple of decades, but then all of a sudden, shit just went crazy in the world, and then it was like, well, everybody's talking about this one thing, and let's go ahead and greenlight it. And then, sure enough, it was that. So it would have been cool if they just like, hey, let's greenlight both of these, and they could have worked together,
Yeah.
and it could have one could have supported. I mean, obviously, the Snyder cut could have easily supported the Ayer cut. That would have been pretty awesome too if like they just did it as a package and just because
That
then it
would have
could
been
have
the
helped.
plan if they weren't to continue the universe, but I don't think that
True.
was the plan. I think that a lot of stuff aligned for the Snyder Cut to come out. There was no content. There was we were in the middle of a pandemic. Then there was a new streaming service that needed content also.
Mhm.
So they say, hey, listen, all we need is 35 million, which turned to be $75 million. So probably they didn't. It could be a situation that they had some extra cash to do the Ayer
Yeah.
cut, but it was all absorbed by the Snyder cut. We don't know because that so the things that kind of go behind the scenes. But I think the whole Ayer cut is a whole different situation because we go back to the why. The why we got a Snyder cut, it was because all those things that I mentioned before. Now, why we will get this movie now when they try to establish a brand new universe? This feel like it will be a disruptor of that if they try to put it out now. Because what if it's amazing? What if it's like the best thing since the I don't know Man of Steel or BBS, and all of a sudden
the Dark Knight.
yeah, or the best thing since the yeah, right. Good timing. So
Yeah.
like you know, so then that will be another thorn in their while they're trying to establish this universe. So why even try to contemplate that? So I don't think I'm fine with waiting. I feel like Seek. I'm indifferent to the movie. I really wanted the movie to be good the first time around. I didn't feel like it was, but I know it got fucked with.
Yeah.
So like now it feels like, yeah, I'll watch if it comes out, but I'm not gonna galvanize people behind me. Hey, yes, let's go and hashtag the fuck out of this so we could get this movie out.
Sure.
And again,
I wanna
if it
add
comes
something to
out,
that,
I will go
though.
watch it and support it, share it, but it's not something that I'm like
Whatever,
you know what?
fake fan. Just kidding.
But Ben, I want to add on to your point.
I'm
though.
sorry. I promised that I was gonna be nice, but
I mean, you said that okay. So like releasing the Ayer cut would be, essentially wouldn't lead too much because they're starting a new universe. And would you say in that case, would you say that also about because we know that Mr. Kevin Smith, for some reason he has a Schumacher cut of Batman Forever. In that case, is that kind of a sign that okay, that movement should kind of also just realize, hey, there's no point releasing this film because there's a new universe coming.
Yeah, I also don't
no,
wanna see
no,
the
that's a whole
Schumacher
different
cut.
situation because that's predated everything that has to do with the Snyderverse.
But
And
let's
this
just think
movie,
about it. This
this
costs
movie is
money to
intrinsically
release, though.
designed as being part of the Snyderverse. So it will give credence to people. Like if it's amazing, which I hope it is, but it will give credence to people to say, hey, you see, we had an amazing thing. You could still continue it, or it will raise more awareness that this universe was on the right track, but it was destroyed because for whatever reason the Warner Brothers didn't want to continue it. But the thing is that like that will be disruptive. Like the Schumacher movie would not be disrupted at all.
Well, okay,
I
maybe not
wish that
in
movie
so-
would come out today and
Me
nobody
too.
would.
maybe in the social atmosphere, but like would it not be disrupted to one of his financial mess? Like why should they spend money on releasing this? Because that's the thing. They can't. It's not that they can just like, hey, I'm just gonna up this on YouTube for free and then just walk away. They're gonna have to market it. They're gonna have to get it on all Max and HBO Max streaming services that are around the world. That still costs money. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm like, why? Because again, I will say this. I have never been supportive of the Schumacher cut. I could give two fucks about it. I'm like, you know what? That was over 30 years ago.
Sure.
It doesn't mean anything. And again, if one of is if they're stressing for money,
28 years ago. Sorry.
Yeah, just saying. Yeah, your math's wrong.
Yeah.
He's close though. He's not.
Yeah. You know.
Case closed.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Andy. Yeah.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. I
Don't
mean,
have a hissy fit. Come on.
all I'm not having a hesitation. All I'm saying is that
Hold me, Andy. Hold me, Andy.
I
yeah, no, I was
will
about to say, look at Seek's.
Seek, I will hold you any day. But if I have to see the studio who are bitching about, oh my god, we needed money, we're like so broke. Can you imagine? Then I'm like, why the hell would it release the Schumacher cut? That's why I'm like, when they release the Kevin Smith, I'm like, oh fuck no, please don't do this. So for me, the only reason I would release the Ayer cut over the Schumacher cut, for example, yes, you're right, Ben. It would not lead. It's not going to lead to anything, but it could lead to more financial revenue than a Schumacher cut would do because most people could be like, but like, what the fuck is Batman Forever? And like, so yeah, I just feel like if one
That's a fair
cut is
point. That's a fair point.
if one cut isn't going to lead to another universe, then I feel the other cut that also won't lead to another universe. Just I don't feel we can
But
pick and
why
choose
every movie
here.
has to lead up to something? Why can't it just stand on its own?
well, you know,
But that's what I'm trying to ask from you, Ben. Like, what purpose does the Schumacher cut have? What business does the Schumacher cut have in 2023? That's what I want to
interesting
know.
about that. You know what's interesting about that is like
That's how I feel
obviously
about the Ayer cut.
back in 1995. Obviously, there was like no internet, no anything. We didn't know. And what's funny is I can put on Batman Forever and enjoy it, and be like, this is I've said this, and I'll say it again.
love
I've
that
said it so many
movie.
times. I like it better than Batman Returns. I do.
Me
I'm
too.
sorry
Oh,
to
okay.
say. I like it. I'm a Batman Forever fan. Like
Yes.
it's just like when it comes to those first four Batman movies, it's Batman 89 and it's Batman Forever right behind it. And so it's just kind of funny because back then, obviously, it's just you didn't know shit. Now that we know shit, and now that we know that there was a lot of fuckery that happened with these cuts,
Batman Forever,
yeah. And so now it's like, so yeah, I can understand. It's like, yeah, do we need a Schumacher cut? Maybe not, because I could still just enjoy the regular cut. But when it comes to the Ayer cut, I'm like, yeah, I mean, now when I know all the fuckery that happened with it, and just like how it was like his vision got fucked up by a certain guy with a ball cap as well, and other things too when it comes to studio execs, it's like I'm like, really, if I had to pick between the two cuts, obviously I'd pick the Ayer cut way more over a Schumacher cut, as much as I want to see the Schumacher cut. But I could be okay with not, because I still enjoy Batman Forever. I don't put on Suicide Squad, and I can't just sit there and enjoy it, because I know that there was more Joker, there was a different ending, there was, it had a different tone. It was the same tone as that first teaser that we got, and that's not the tone that this is. All the needle drops and fucking, I could tell where the reshoots are. I mean, for fuck's sake, Joel McKinnon's hair, just look at his hair. His hair is either short or fucking slicked back long. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, it's so obvious, like the reshoots, it's crazy. Yeah.
Have you seen the Red Book edition of Batman Forever by chance?
Yes, I have.
Oh man,
So,
I like that. I like that.
I mean,
cut.
that's the thing. Schumacher was really going for it's funny because they were like, Tim Burton, you did something way too dark. We can't sell toys with our Happy Meals.
Mm-hmm.
Which, yeah, I get that. When you watch Batman Returns, that fucking thing is dark. That is 100%.
Oh yeah.
I fucking love that movie though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Don't get me wrong. It's just funny because you could see, like, when Tim Burton was brought on for Batman '89, it was like, all right, collaboration. Let's try to make something unique with Batman. And you can see that it's dark and it was different, but it wasn't full Tim Burton. And then when that was a huge success, they were like, have at it. So he's like, okay, and he did.
Yep.
Yeah, because I remember watching that movie with my buddy, and that was because we saw 89, and the ending had that big climax with the Joker, and then we were like, oh boy, now we're gonna get the Penguin, you know what I mean? And when everything, the third act transpired the way that it did, we looked at each other like, damn, this movie sucked.
It was a little odd. It was a little odd. I mean, like, especially watching it now when you have all the penguins that, like, he falls down, and then they just kind of like
with rockets.
The rockets. But
it's
then
a genius, the ultimate villain plan, though. It really is.
Yeah, let's trap some rockets.
I mean, the whole sad moment of all these big, huge penguins that are obviously just dudes in fucking suits that are just kind of like doing like a burial, but not a
burial ceremony. Yeah,
they're doing a whole ceremony of penguin
like,
dying, and then just pushing them into the water, or like pulling them into the water. And while Batman just watching, he's just watching the whole thing happen.
This is normal. This happens.
Yeah.
I cried.
I remember being sad about it as a kid, but now I
cackle.
You know what? I can forgive all of that, but I cannot forgive the.
Oh
yeah.
How do you fuck that up? How do you fuck that up?
How do you fuck that up?
A simple edit.
2-second edit.
Simple edit of him just like, okay, when he
like
has the black makeup, he could have just did this motion and then cut. All right, get rid of the makeup and then of course just like cut back to her face and then he just rips it off.
Yep.
Simple as that. But how do they fuck that? They literally have like 3 seconds of him without the eye makeup before he rips off the mask. But like, how do you fuck that up?
Tim Burton has fucked up before. I remember that I watched Monkey Bone, and you can see the boom mic in a couple of scenes.
Oh no shit!
Yes.
Hey, it happens. You know.
Who screwed up that Monkey Bone scene?
Monkey Bone. There's a scene where
I thought it was animated.
No.
It's live action.
That's what he just won the
Brendan
award.
Fraser.
Brendan Fraser.
Yeah. Oh, it's a scene.
It's a scene where he says, "I'm gonna go spank my monkey," and you can see the boom mic just going across the top of the screen. It's like, what the fuck?
It was also animation as well, right? And
Yeah, it was
there was-
claymation
those are both.
combination. Yeah,
yeah, that's right.
stop
Yeah, that's
motion
right.
and
I don't think I ever saw it, to be
Because
honest.
it's from
awesome.
it's from the person who I think who directed Nightmare Before Christmas. Because
yeah.
yeah,
That
Oh,
poor
wasn't it
son
Tim
of a
Burton?
bitch.
Oh, it was produced by Tim Burton. My
yeah,
bad,
Tim
Tim
Burton
Burton.
produced it and created it.
Oh
but yeah.
fuck, man! I'm here
That poor
thinking about
guy.
Tim.
That poor guy does
Tim
not
Burton's
get
over there like having his
recognition.
Chardonnay, looking at me. Like, what the fuck is
Exactly.
dude, I didn't direct that.
Yeah.
If you watch on Netflix how the movies that made us or whatever the hell, there's
Oh, yeah, I watched
that
those.
series. They did a Nightmare Before Christmas one, and they talk about how everybody thinks that this is a Tim Burton directed movie,
Ah,
and it
he
sucks
designed
that
the world. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
designed it,
that's the
yeah.
thing. That's
Yeah.
the thing. It's like he created such a name for himself, and he did design the world. So
Wait,
if you
wait.
slap
No,
what?
I'm having a Mandela effect moment. Are you telling me that The Nightmare Before Christmas was not directed by Tim Burton?
It's not.
No,
And neither is
No.
Monkey Bone. That's the same guy
Oh,
who
boy.
directed
I know
those
Tim
two.
Dude.
Monkey
Yeah.
Bone. You're right. You're
Yeah.
right. I
Yes.
remember that.
was
But
not.
The Nightmare Before
But they
Christmas.
called it Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
Because the thing is,
Dude.
to animate
Hey,
that movie,
sugar.
that movie took like a week to animate 10 seconds of footage.
Yeah.
And Tim was just on too many projects at that time. So he was like, I can't be the guy on set who actually directs this. So he got someone that he
Ben
to bring his
brain
vision to life.
blew up right now.
Yeah, I'm like, I gotta research this. I gotta
Dude,
Google
you
the
gotta
shit
wa-
out of
yeah,
it.
His
wa-
hair is
watch
gonna
that
grow
episode.
back
Go
now
on
and
Netflix and
explode
watch
because
that
of it.
episode about the movies that made us, whatever the hell that series is
I
called.
watched that.
I
And then
wonder-
that
you watch
episode, yes,
you
they said
watched
that he directed that movie.
No, he did. No, it did. You must have been.
No.
Man, you were in
Uh-huh,
another. You were in
and-
another multiverse, my
Then
friend.
do you need a moment?
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
wonder if my wife knows this.
Do you want
because
some
she's-
spaghetti?
she loves that movie.
Oh, she loves it to death.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I wonder
Christmas.
if she knows.
I'll
Like,
have
go
to
ask
find,
her.
She-
I'll have to
she
find
might-
a picture.
She might be
Because
asleep right now.
I'll have
I
to
watch
find
it
the
every
picture
Christmas.
because my mom has a pic. There's a picture somewhere of me as a kid on the set of that movie. So of Nightmare Before Christmas. So I have to try to track that down. Yeah, because I'm a huge fan of it. Even post aneurysm, even though I have no memories of it, when I rewatched it, I was like, "This thing's awesome." But yeah, at the end it says directed by, and it has not Tim Burton.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that poor guy just like doesn't get the recognition for that movie that everybody loves so much. Everybody's like Tim Burton, Tim Burton, Tim Burton. But it's just like it's just one of those things, though. It's like, again, he did.
Well, he was a
design the
technical
world.
director. He
Yes.
was just there to make sure everything moved and animated
Yeah.
properly. So he was a technical director, right? Yeah.
So I mean,
Did
he
he even
designed
direct
the world.
Wednesday?
He like the concept was his, but somebody else had to do that. I mean, it's the same thing when it comes to the first 3 Star Wars movies. George
Yeah.
Lucas only directed the first one,
one,
yep.
and
Right.
then he had 2 other directors direct the second 2, and arguably the best one was not directed by George Lucas. Let's how about that?
See,
So-
but that's
for
that's
sure, yeah.
insulting
Yeah.
because the thing, Henry Selick, that's what he says
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
I still do
Yeah.
not believe it.
It's true. I'm telling you, it's true.
But the-
He's a real
but the-
person.
But the
It's like
damn
they
thing
told us that
says
doesn't exist.
Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. How the
Yes,
fuck
yeah.
you gonna put
Because
his
he-
name
It's a
on a
mar- it's
movie
a
that
mar-
he didn't
it's-
direct?
it's a
Marketing, dude.
Marketing.
Marketing.
That's
Is at that time
that's-
Tim
that's
Burton's
fucked
name
up,
was
right?
really well known.
That's
That's
fucked up,
like
right?
That's like
Yeah, it's
nowadays.
messed up.
They're promoting Oppenheimer. What were they doing? A Christopher Nolan film, making sure
Yeah.
everyone knows it's Christopher Nolan.
That's what he did.
directed
Right.
Oppenheimer.
That's
But here's the thing,
Speaking of
Ben.
which-
Christopher Nolan didn't direct it.
Ben's gonna hate this, by the way, but I think Warner Brothers should re-release Tenet in theaters now because I want to see how better it would do.
They don't have any money.
that movie's trash.
You know what movie they should
Never
release in
convince
theaters?
me
You know what
otherwise.
movie they should release in theaters? You know what? There's only one movie that needs to be released. You know what?
Pee-wee's Big Adventure. You're right. Nailed it.
I know.
Yes.
Another Tim Burton. Yeah.
The background movie is the one we deserve to get. You know, I'm sorry. The Suicide, if we don't get Suicide Squad, I can live without it. If we, I can live definitely without the Schumacher Cut. I want my fucking background movie.
Legally, they
Oh,
cannot.
girl. Oh,
I know.
Yeah, they can't legally now. Yeah.
I
Legally,
couldn't
they
give a
can't.
fuck about that movie, man. Honestly.
I'm curious.
Yeah, I would. The only thing that hurts me about that movie in the Flash not doing better is because we're never gonna get to see the Well, not for now. The Batman Beyond
Yeah.
That probably would have gone with Michael Keaton coming back.
I love
as Batman.
Warner Brothers and their connection to the media, like Variety and stuff, and the way they get headlines out there. It's so funny. They're like, "You guys should have saw Flash. You would have got that Batman Beyond movie you wanted." I'm like, "Fuck you. Make better movies." Like,
Yeah.
First of all, that's a lie because we would
Fuck
not
you,
have
make
gotten that
better
Batman.
movies.
Beyond.
yeah, I agree.
No,
We
we
would-
wouldn't. But the
we would've
potential
got
was
it.
there.
No,
The
no.
potential was there.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
and the thing is too, people
would've
forgot that the news of the Batman Beyond movie being scrapped was late last year when all the shit was going down with Warner Brothers and the whole changes of who's staying and who's
staying,
going
who's
with James
going,
Gunn
yep.
and Peter Safran. And it's like, no, you would not have gotten that Batman Beyond movie because they were done with Keaton. They they changed the ending of the Flash movie. They were done.
Yeah, Clooney.
See,
If
that's
you want
what
to
I'm
make Batman
saying.
Beyond, just make Batman Beyond. There's nothing
Yeah.
holding anyone back from doing that. You know, it's
What
I
was
still
interesting
think Batman
about
Beyond
that-
should be a live action TV show. I don't think it should be a movie. I think it should be a
live action TV show. What kind of budget do you think that would have?
I know, right?
HBO, man.
All that cyberpunk stuff, man.
We don't need any more. We don't need any more of this
Flying
shitty Game of Thrones shit. Like let's do Batman Beyond on HBO.
What?
Sunday
Shit,
night.
wait! I will
He's-
not
he's
accept any
he's
Game of
never
Thrones
seen
slander
it.
up in here.
He's never seen it. He doesn't know how popular House of the Dragon was.
I fell
Okay.
asleep watching the pilot.
This is a
and
guy who
Have you
has
seen
an
Batman
entire
Beyond?
channel talking
Well, to be
about
fair,
Arrowverse.
isn't-
Stop it, bro.
I don't have a channel. Gordon
This
has a
might
channel.
not be the best comparison, but I'm
Hey.
pretty sure Amazon's dumping a ton of money into a Blade Runner TV show for Amazon.
Yes,
which
yes.
True.
They're doing Spider-Man
but,
TV show
but,
too.
but
on
also
Amazon.
at that same time, it's also important to remember this is Amazon. They can dump as much money as they want.
Sure,
Anything
right.
they
Right.
dump
It's not
$1
worth
billion
it.
dollars.
When it comes to the whole
Pretty
Batman
proud.
Beyond thing, I think, like from my information, this is just from what I was hearing, was the fact that if you know, because there was always that thing that was like, oh, Keaton's gonna be like, he's gonna be the DCU Batman. This is when Hamada and all those assholes were still like, they're like, yeah, what if we have Keaton as like the, you know, this older Batman that's just kind of like running the team like a Nick Fury and blah blah blah. It's like, well, I think like what was going on was like, if
Give me a beer, baby.
when it came to certain things, when it came to Keaton, I think he was actually going like, well, hey, can we do this, you know, third movie or third Batman movie with my version of Batman and, you know, do it. I think he was like trying, as far as I know, he was like kind of like going for that at one point. And maybe that's why this whole information like came out, but who knows? I mean, again, it was like one of those things. Was that actually going to happen? I know, like, I would have liked to see it, and a lot of people would have. There's fan art out there where you could see it, but
I'll take
it's
another.
like they turned
another
that story into Batgirl almost, I think.
The only
Yeah.
thing I would have wanted different is I don't know if I could have taken one more Christina Hudson movie though.
Facts. Oh my
Because
god.
I love Birds of Prey. I do love Birds of Prey,
like
but with
No,
the
that movie's
Flash,
trash. Stop it.
it's better than the Flash.
What's that?
Better
It's
than the
better.
Flash? Ooh.
Yeah.
I still
Better
haven't
than
seen
Flash?
Flash. I still haven't seen Flash.
I don't know about
Subjective. Can you please say subjective? subjectively?
Yeah, where's
Yeah,
Ray?
what's up?
Yeah, I still haven't
Ray
seen
just
Flash,
posted on his
actually.
Patreon, so he's
Yeah.
No, but what was your question, man?
Oh, he's working.
No, I say you should say that it's subjectively better.
Or I can
I
just
mean-
say it's better. Like it's
Well,
my opinion. Isn't
I
it subjective
think
in itself?
when you say that something's better than something else, you're saying the implication is that it's your opinion. You're not saying it as fact.
Think about it.
You know?
All right,
I've got-
it's my opinion, but
Yeah,
anyway,
but you don't need to say it's your
opinion.
opinion.
When I saw Christina's take on the Flash, I'm like, you know, I think we could take a little break from her. Like, I think there's
you know
maybe other
I'm-
writers that could.
I'm kind of with Andy because when I saw the article that came out that said she passed on Brave and the Bold to do Fast 11, I was like, good.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah,
I had a okay,
Same,
we're good.
same.
and my first thinking was like, what are you thinking of doing Fast? Like, what's the plan for Fast 11? After
Why
you see
not?
Fast 10?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
babies
from there?
running cars.
Go ahead.
That.
They
Maybe her and-
probably threw more money at her, and then and it's like,
Yeah,
hey, what
try to
can we
make
do?
try to make sense of all this crap we ended our movie with. Try to make sense of it and make it into Fast 11.
You don't
No-
have to.
no one
you
told
don't
her
have
to
to
make
make
sense.
sense.
I'm not
of
gonna
it.
No one
do
told her to
Really
make
don't.
sense.
No, I'm not saying it's
in
good.
an
They're going to
oven
make
this
sense.
time.
I'm just saying that can you attempt to try to make it make sense because
No,
it doesn't
no
make
one said
sense.
No,
She's gonna be like,
There's
I'll
no
write
reason.
you a part 2 that acts as episode 11. How about
Oh wait,
that?
she wrote the you're saying Birds of Prey. I thought you were talking about the TV show. Sure, the Birds of Prey movie. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
I forget about that movie. I never
the
even
TV was
finished it.
shitty. Like,
I
there's
never
good-
even
there's some fun
finished
parts.
that movie. I couldn't finish it. I got halfway
Yeah.
through. I'm like, I'm done.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I like
that
Birds of
movie
Prey
kind of
too.
got dicked
I'm-
with too. Apparently, sorry.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
From what I understand, I got.
Although I was
dicked
the
with
only
it,
good
too.
I
thing that
mean,
came out.
how bad do you have to fuck up Roman Sionis' backstory? Like,
Yeah.
like Black Mask. You know,
I mean, the old fucked up Cassandra Cain. You know, the one character that doesn't talk and she
God.
takes it a
Exactly.
lot. But you know what? The one good thing that came out of Birds of Prey was that Kathy Yan dragged disgraced Rudolph like a crazy person. I love that.
Yeah.
That was fun.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, also let's not discount Journey Smallville as Black
It's not
Canary.
hard
That
to
was
do, though.
fantastic.
It's not that's not difficult. Yeah, and Journey Smallville.
Journey Smallville was great as Black Canary.
Those Black Canary effects is better than most of the VFX in the Flash.
Yeah, she was good. And of course, Margot
That's
Robbie.
not a high bar to.
But the fact,
Hey, you know what? I'm a
say
fan
this.
of Black Canary, so I'm a little.
I'm just fucking with you, Andy. Relax.
Yeah.
I'm just
That's
fucking
what
with
they said. The fact that they can make a canary, you know, Birds of Prey had like what 90 million in budget or something. It was like
It was
small
low.
budget.
Yeah.
Relatively
Yeah.
small
The
budget.
fact that the Flash got 300 and that's what we got. I'm like, pandemic or no pandemic, or you know, all the Flash drama behind the scenes. No, that Flash movie should have looked better.
How do you explain Superman and Lois looking so amazing though?
Because CW takes money from all the other shows and gives the
don't
other shows
put in that?
small
Oh.
budgets.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Well, they make the right call there.
Yeah, they did.
And
didn't
that's
need
why
more.
Gotham Knights only had one season.
And we didn't need more. We didn't need that much of it tomorrow. I will say.
No, we
that.
didn't. That show should have been
I don't think
canceled years before it got canceled.
Fact.
Super Bowl should- yeah.
It should have been
Superman should not have-
canceled
should have ended
after
the
the second
series, yeah.
season. Yeah.
Boy, Jesus.
So
So now going into the Wonder Woman 3 talk.
Woo, woo.
Oh,
Whoa, buddy.
I was waiting for this because I was
I
like,
know. I was
after I
like,
get
okay.
my thoughts, I'm heading off.
Chainsaw.
I'm gonna go get another
Let him
drink.
go
I'll be
first,
right
yeah.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get my thoughts in out.
I mean,
I-
it's funny, dude, because like last week we talked about it because it was like, oh, this whole interview came out with Gal Gadot talking about it, but it was 2
you guys
months old.
did?
Yeah, we talked about it last week. And when it came to the now,
Yeah,
but then
yeah.
this week, now it's all freaking changed.
Yeah.
Did you
Where
guys-
now
did
it's like
someone say
Friday's
on the
going like,
show?
it's not happening.
Did someone on the show say this?
Okay.
Should we wait for James to say something, or was everyone was just like, no,
I
Wonder Woman
think
3
that-
is happening?
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't think anybody said that, but I think it's like almost assumed at this point. But at the same time, James obviously he moved over to Threads, doesn't really talk much there, doesn't really talk much anymore. It almost seemed again. I made this statement at the in the stream, and I even said it when I was fighting with people in my mentions. I was just like, or somebody, I don't know who's. Somebody sent me something, and I was like, and I find it kind of funny that, James Gunn's toughest critics were like, can he just shut the fuck up? And then when it came to this, they're like, where's James Gunn? Where's James Gunn? I'm like, what the
Where's
fuck
Daddy
do you
Gunn?
want,
Where's
guys?
Daddy?
What do you
Where's
want?
Daddy?
Fucking mind.
They're like, which one do you want?
Well,
You know?
before we go any further, I mean, the whole point about James responding, as you've noticed, he addresses rumors. He doesn't actually talk about projects
No.
specifically. He only talked about them when they made the announcement. And since then, he's mentioned stuff. But like, if it wasn't announced, he doesn't address it.
And
Yep.
he can't talk about anything that has to do with actors right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He could promote. I mean, I remember somebody actually tagged me something like, he's promoting Blue Beetle, but he can't talk about the Gal Gadot situation. I'm like, yeah, he could promote Blue Beetle all he wants
Because it's coming out. It's actually a
coming
thing.
out. He has no credits on it, and he could do whatever. But he can't talk about this Gal Gadot situation, and like obviously he's talked about it before that he's met with her, and that was all confirmed. Both of them have said they've met with each other. Now, what was discussed, that is all very much up in the air. And what I've always been saying since the beginning of the year is like she's not coming back. Patty Jenkins was out, and everything seems to just be going to the full-ish reboot route. I'm like, I don't think she's coming back, to be honest, unless it's going to be like a DC Elseworlds thing, which is what we talked about last week, which I would be down for. Just like go balls out, give her somebody even said, give her like a Logan style, like swan song, and just have her go out with a bang.
Kill Darkseid.
Yes. No.
Have her
Stab Superman right in the heart, though.
Have her kill someone, and then even someone said, like, can you imagine if it was like a future type world where she's still young and we got an old grizzled Bruce Wayne, maybe Superman is, I don't know, dead or something.
Batman Beyond.
Yeah, there you go, Michael Keaton. No, but she could just be around. It could just be like it could be a Logan situation, or they could just go all the way back and do what Zach wanted to do at one point when it came to his Criterion story. It's like, just do that. Just do a version of that or something. That won't happen, obviously. But just the only way that I could see it ever happening of her doing something is it's not going to be attached to the DCU. I just don't. It's just
no.
To me, it's just not going to happen. And that's why I kept on saying that. And I keep on hearing that. I think it's just like as much as we want to think that these actors and directors and whatever the hell are just like, hey, we're trying to be, we're being cool, we're being good. It's still a business. And it almost seems like, hey, maybe Gal is trying to press them to be like, hey, pay me out, motherfuckers, because, I didn't promote anything that you guys did this year when it came to Wonder Woman, even though I love the character so much. I'm like, I almost think like she's just doing it just to be like, hey, pay me, done. I still have, contract stuff, and I don't know. I could be wrong, and of course, a lot of people would be like, "How dare you say that? She would never do that." Are you kidding me? Come on, she could. She would.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I have an idea. Instead of Wonder Woman free, I say that Gal Gadot plays a young Hippolyta in Paradise Lost.
That could be cool.
Oh man, did all y'all like online really blow up the moment she was like, I've talked to James and Peter and
well, I mean, like I always had the idea too of like if James Gunn is doing a Superman legacy, pepper in as many Superman people throughout your movie, then make it work. Don't make it where it's just like constantly like, oh yeah, there's that, but make it work. Put Tim Daly. Make Tim Daly a character because he voiced
Tom
Superman.
Welling.
Yeah. To make Tom Welling somebody. Put Dean Cain in there. But people get pissed.
No, I was about to joke and say put Dean Cain.
But they do that. Like Warner Brothers, I think in even Superman Returns, the guy who played the original Jimmy Olsen was like in a scene as a bartender or something. It's like
that happened with Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Exactly.
What's his name? They brought him back.
Mark McClure.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
It was on Smallville too.
Yeah, so if it's going to be like a legacy, then represent the legacy and try to work in. I mean, I think that would be kind of cool. I mean, I don't know, like the general audience probably wouldn't even give a shit or whatever the hell, but us nerd boys and girls, would be like just. Yeah, who cares? Fuck them kids. No, but no, but like
I didn't say anything about kids.
I know. Well, that's just like
oh my god, can you imagine film?
That's that meme. That's that meme, that Michael Jordan meme that everybody puts out there.
Oh yeah.
But no, I'm just saying, like, represent the legacy by just putting as many people who are involved in Superman into it, but make it where it's not just like a bunch of shit. But I mean, they've done that many times before. I mean, Helen Slater was in Supergirl, right? At one point.
She was the mom.
This whole thing with Wonder Woman 3, like as someone who's, and you guys know too, like the other sides of the business where I just wonder, I'm like, do publicists exist anymore? Like, do people say, hey, don't say that, or hey, can you cut that from the interview, and then you have people at the studio when something that does come out like this, her comment, then you have someone panic over at Warner Bros. And go, hey, reach out to someone and say, hey, we got sources on the inside that say this is not happening because we can't publicly come out and say it ourselves, and you just have this like pissing match in the media almost, and have fans confused, and I'm like. It just feels like typical Warner Brothers. I'm like, that's ridiculous. I'm like, you guys were supposed. I mean, I was on this show like 6 months ago, whenever it was when James Gunn got hired, and I remember people going like, dude, he's navigating the waters. He's getting the audience back together. He's doing all this stuff. I'm like, it ain't that deep. He ain't gonna be able to do that, And here we are 6 months later, and it's just a shipwreck.
Do you want to answer, Dave? You want?
Literally, he's on the ship, like, and there's like waves hitting him, and he's like, we gotta go.
And it's not easy. I empathize. It's like David Ayer. Like I empathize. He's on a tiger, and I get it. It's like it's not easy, but it's just like this is such a standard thing with them that I'm like I get fed up as a DC fan. I just get fed up with it.
Yeah.
You were asking about if they even is publicist anymore. So as someone who's had to work with Warner Brothers over the last couple of years, both on television and film side, I will say I will begin by saying there are some good folks that work over there.
Okay.
Of course.
I mean, of course there are,
but not many. And I will say that because there are times when they should be responding and they don't give two shit, and then they respond to shit that is not important.
But then
I
it's
had to
also
go through-
interesting too because hey, everybody watch Heart of Stone. It's on Netflix right now.
That movie's trash. I used to watch it.
know.
Oh, did you watch it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
But
trash.
the thing is, though, it's like it is kind of
Horrible.
it is kind of interesting that it's like okay, can't promote it. then all of a sudden,
Subjectively, I'm sorry.
all this,
Forgot.
it's all subjective. No, it's just the fact that it's
Wonder
like
Woman
all of a sudden
4.
all this
Jesus
like Gal
Christ.
Gadot, Wonder Woman stuff comes out, and then it's like, hey, Heart of Stone, she's got a new movie on Netflix. Hey, I'm not saying that that's actually why all this came about, but it is an interesting.
Very
timing.
possible because
It's an interesting time.
Listen, I don't think that Gal Gadot is the type of individual to make up shit.
Same.
I will
I
say
agree.
that.
Yeah, agree.
But she's a human being, and she also, I give her the benefit of the doubt. But I also believe that she is capable of lying too, just like anybody else.
Yeah.
It's very likely. It's more likely that that James Gunn, for her some bullshit. But at the same time, we cannot ignore that her publicist. Let's go back to the publicist.
Yeah.
The publicist say, "Hey, say this because this is gonna put the burden back on James Gunn.
Well, sure.
If we still try to work out a fucking deal or try to get you paid for this going away contract. We don't know all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes. So probably this is all part of Hollywood, bullshit. Nonsense that goes behind the scenes, and that's what we're getting. And we are only, as content creator, we only gravitating towards the so and so lie, either Gal is lying or James Gunn lied.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
glad
more
that
nuanced than that, probably.
that's more nuanced to all of this, and we will never know.
Right.
What
we shouldn't know, really.
Yes, you're right.
If
But
everyone's doing their job well.
Yes,
also a possibility
and it's
that
good that we
Variety
don't
put out
know
some
because then we
bullshit.
can, create all these stupid videos talking all this nonsense like we're doing that right now. But but what I wanted to get into, I fucking lost my fucking train of thought. Fuck.
I'm so sorry.
It
man. I'm
happens.
so sorry.
It
No,
happens.
it's all right.
Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened?
He lost.
No, I
his
lost
thought.
my train of thought.
Yeah.
What? No. I think I got I
You got
fucking
it.
lost.
No, you got it. It's the puppet.
Yeah. Oh, it was there, and then he lost it again.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is I do have to go, but
Yeah.
I think here's the thing. So a scooper came out after the news earlier this week, or was it last week, saying that Wonder Woman 3 would reference certain things, but not, and it would be in the DCU. The thing is, if they are making Wonder Woman 3 or whatever, it's the DCU, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt the new DCU. Simple as that. Because people don't look at Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman the same way anymore. Because understandable that 1984 came out during the height of the pandemic, came out in Max. Obviously, it was in some theaters, very small, obviously, with the pandemic. Even regardless of that situation, the movie was received horribly by people. Not like hardly anybody liked it. And now she's seen as just a cameo. She just pops up in Shazam 2, The Flash. That's all she's done. And the theme not loved as much anymore because the theme is overly it's blasting your face. And so
thank you. Yes.
So if she's in the DCU as Wonder Woman, it's not good because the people see the DCU as it is. It's a failure. It's basically falling apart at the seams over the last couple of years. Not just box office, just reception by people. I mean, people are just not supporting it anymore. And that's why we were talking earlier about Blue Beetle. That's why I think Blue Beetle might have a shot because it has no connection to the DCEU.
Yep.
But if it came out that Gal Gadot is going to be in it and then Ben Affleck, then it's going to, some people will be excited. Some people will be excited. But other people are going to go, I have no interest. I don't want to go watch
Amell is going to be in Blue Beetle as Wonder Woman.
Let's not go down this road again. So if they make the movie, it should be Elseworlds.
with my union.
We got it, Steven. If it's Elseworlds, that's fine. But I don't think they're going to do that because we already have certain Elseworlds that, yeah.
I think they should, to be honest.
But if they make it and it's DCU and she's continuing as Wonder Woman, it's not fair to everyone else that got debooted.
I agree.
It's not fair.
I'm just saying, like, if they went like just R-rated and like just Wonder Woman, just like you've never seen
that'd
her
be
before.
awesome. That'd be really cool because that Logan movie is also technically Elseworlds in a sense. So that's fine.
Wait, what?
It's
part
of like having continuing to
it's outside of this. Yeah. Like
since when?
Well, I mean, it technically is. It's just on a skewed timeline.
Yeah, they made a point that that's why there's hardly anybody else in the movie
because they
Because
die.
Yeah.
Well,
take place
that's
several
why,
years in the
because
future.
they wanted to stay away
Oh,
from what happened in Days
yeah,
of
with
Future
Wonder
Past and
Woman.
everything.
They could do it with Wonder Woman. They could.
Yeah, so Wonder
I'm
Woman
loving
3
this
could be
idea.
Elseworlds.
Wonder Woman 2039.
There you
Oh,
go.
wow.
So
Yeah.
it could happen, but
no more fucking years. In
she
the
doesn't need to
title.
continue. And not because I don't like her, because I think she's
Wonder
fine
Woman
as Wonder
Beyond. Sorry.
Woman. Yeah, but she doesn't. But she doesn't need to continue, because I don't think anybody should continue. Sorry, I know people love me Peacemaker. I didn't watch the show. I know people love.
You straight up refused, and I was
I
like,
refuse. I don't care. But people love Viola Davis and Amanda Waller, and that's fine. She's great, but I'm sorry, no one needs to continue. It needs to be a reboot, because if you have
CCH Pounder, baby.
if you have Viola
It's
Davis, if you have Viola Davis standing next to the new Superman, people are gonna go, wait a minute. So wait, what is she in the same universe as Henry
But we
Cavill?
never seen them together though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You didn't, but you know they're in the same. You know they're in the same.
Oh, we did. We
DCU.
saw that hero shot. And
You know they're they're in the
no,
DCU.
Viola Davis wasn't there.
Oh, Viola Davis. I thought you were talking
Yeah.
about Gal.
Yeah, but you know that they're in the DCU, so you know there's a connection. It's just gonna. You just need a hard reboot. That's the whole thing. Just,
No,
I
I
mean-
wholeheartedly agree with you. Everybody should fucking go.
everyone should go.
Everybody
And
should go.
James should not be picking favorites. And the fact is, you cast, even though he
Nathan Fillion as
died,
Guy Gardner.
you replace Nathan Fillion. He's playing a new character. That should tell you, that should tell us that it should be a hard reboot. But
A
he's going to
reboot,
keep John
yeah.
Cena as Peacemaker, which he shouldn't. I'm sorry. I
I
like John
think-
Cena. He's great, but sorry,
Like-
no.
I got a feeling like he has another season of Peacemaker, but it will not adhere to the universe that he's creating.
Hopefully not.
Yeah,
But isn't
mean,
his
they
dad
did-
in Creature Commandos? Like, isn't Peacemaker's
don't-
father?
No,
Remember
that's
that's Rick Flag's father.
Rick Flag's
Flag.
father.
Oh, Rick Flag's father.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But this is what's interesting. It takes place in present time, so that means that
Oh, I
whatever
see. Yeah,
Rick
yeah.
Flag Jr., which is who I think Joel
He'll be a
Kinnaman
kid
played,
or something.
he will be
yeah.
a kid at this point. So
Yeah.
I think the thing that could take down Peacemaker is potentially the strikes going on, but also maybe Warner Brothers and HBO and Mercs just financially saying it's not worth it anymore because it's been too long now. Because Peacemaker came out last year. By the time that season 2 comes out, it will likely be 2026.
I honestly, I don't think we're gonna get a Peacemaker too, if you ask me. Because look, he's working right now on Superman Legacy. That's gonna take him the next 2 years. After that, he's gonna be working on Waller. Then that's gonna be another year, probably in a year and a half. So when are we gonna get Peacemaker 2?
Wait, he
4
did say
years
on
from
social
now?
media that he wants to do it, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he's like 4
Also,
years
Waller
into
Waller has
the
two
unit.
different Waller has
he's
two
gonna-
different showrunners.
He's
so-
gonna start Peacemaker 2 4 years into the new universe, which
I mean, I don't know.
Like,
yeah,
to
I'm
me-
actually agreeing with
Oh,
you.
Mr. Nobody has a point to that. Waller technically, they weren't in the same scene in the end of Black Adam. Waller sent Superman, so
well, that's true.
But he could be from another Earth.
But
I
not
know, but
everybody-
You saw how-
it's
you saw how
not,
Super Low
but
was
not
so-
everybody saw that shit though.
no, because the movie didn't make.
I'm
400
joking. I
million.
saw that shit. I loved it.
So,
Okay.
but anyways,
Yeah,
Head
Super Lois fucked us over. So I'm sure Viola Davis could have been coming from another universe. Bye, Jordan.
I'm out of
All
here.
right,
well,
Thanks
thanks
for
for
the
hanging
show,
out,
guys.
I gotta
Thanks
go.
for having
Thank
me,
you so
Dave.
much.
Thanks for having me, man.
Always, man.
Bye.
Bye.
No, but I'm like, just have a Elseworlds Wonder Woman movie. She's training Donna Troy. It's in the future. There's an old grizzly. You can even get Ben Affleck in there. He would do it. You make him very
Oh, yeah.
old and just be like, "Ah, rah, 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 rah." Yeah, I don't know.
That's the
Just
one.
do
If
something.
they had Donna Troy, the
Yeah.
only acceptable answer I will take is Connor Lizard from Titans because
she's a good Donna Troy. She's a very
Yeah.
very pretty, but that don't get her.
Cast wasn't the problem with Titans. We all know that.
Yeah,
That's true.
Don't get her killed by fucking
Electricity.
electricity at a carnival.
Yeah,
You know that was so.
Well, she
fucking
got the
horrible.
Superman treatment. She came back to life in season 3. So fuck
True.
it, why not? Bring her
Yeah,
back.
True,
it's like
and,
fucking
you know,
Thor
and I
getting knocked
did-
out
I
by a
kind of
teaser.
dug. I kind of dug the whole afterlife thing. Where, like his name did that. I was like, all right, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting
you know,
storyline.
yeah, there's trains in the afterlife.
Yeah, trains, whatever.
and
Yeah.
you know, Hawk put back together after he was blown up. You know,
Yeah. exactly.
No, but for
So-
me, when it comes to Wonder Woman 3, I feel like there's no point of doing it at this point. Like again, the DCU is dead. Aquaman will be the last DCU movie. Then Jason Momoa will probably be putting on white makeup and be like, "Lambo!" But then I feel with Wonder Woman 3, it's like again, it goes back to what Ben was talking about. You know, again, like with the haircut, like again, because I feel like Elseworlds, we can't just I feel like everyone's starting to throw it around a little too loosey goosey. Just like, again, because the Batman, yes, it's elsewhere, but it is a new universe. They're doing spin-off shows. They are doing the Batman 2. They are obviously eyeing the Batman 3. Joker is now also becoming a factor, but elsewhere it feels like, again, like just doing these one-offs. I don't think we live in a time right now where the Warner Bros. Wants to invest in that. They're gonna invest in elsewhere if it leads to something within that world itself. If that makes sense.
It does. It does.
I was because I just rewatched the Dark Knight trilogy recently, the Nolan stuff, and what I realize now, and as it's in a vortex of itself, like watching it, I'm like, you know what I think I like most about this that we don't see a lot of nowadays, which is it's a complete story.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, it has a beginning, middle, and end. Whether you like every beat of it or not, it still has a beginning and middle and end and an arc for Bruce Wayne.
He should have died though.
Yeah, what's that? Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I've always been a fan.
That was too easy, though. I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's hard. It would be harder for Bruce Wayne to live and really. But again, it's a different universe, Bruce, and this is a Bruce who.
I'm waiting for the Dark Knight 4 when like he's like him and Selena are miserable in Paris.
Yeah,
and he's like, you know what? I give up. We gotta go back to
Joseph Gordon-Levitt is like, I'm here to talk to you about the Outsiders Initiative.
I'm like, yeah, we got married. We're living here. Jesus Christ, the sex is dried up. Jesus fuck.
They go to PTAs, like it's your fucking turn.
Yeah. I've always been a fan on Bruce fuck, but we couldn't see.
I mean,
Selena and Bruce fuck in that movie.
And it would not at all shock me at some point if Christopher Nolan, at some point somewhere down the line, just went to Warner Bros. Went, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I want to make another Batman movie. And Christian Bale will be like,
ever.
Yep. I don't think he will, but if he did, that'd be. I think
that would be cool. That would be interesting.
It'd be funny more than anything.
I've always been a fan of because it never happens like where Bruce Wayne actually gets kind of a happy ending. Like Bruce Wayne as someone who myself, like,
he wants to see Bruce Wayne go to a massage parlor.
No,
sorry.
but what I'm saying is, like, as someone who grew up with trauma as a kid, like it's one of those things where it's refreshing to see. Like there was that Mystery of the Batwoman animated movie. And what I liked about it is that it ends with him kind of just going off in the sunset with the girl. And I'm like, hey, that's great. We don't get that a lot. Normally there's this brooding, like, we can't be together because of society or whatever. And they do that all the time. And it's just refreshing sometimes to see Bruce happy.
Okay.
And,
the thing about that, the Nolan
ending.
trilogy is because he was setting up like, I'm willing to give my life for this city. And then all of a sudden, when there was the chance for him to do it,
right,
he kind of,
but
I don't agree with
that.
Batman. He's Batman. He had a contingency.
Right, but his role wasn't to give up his life for Gotham. It was to
Batman.
It was to give up Batman. And even then he still doesn't, because someone will still now go and protect Gotham. But I think at this point, after learning the truth about Rachel, that she chose Harvey Dent, I think that stirred something in him to where he listened to Alfred. Alfred was like, you know what I want? I just want you to be happy. And I don't think you're ever going to be. And I think that shows a change in Bruce, that he didn't just die for the city, because that's what Bruce would do in his old mindset. He found a way to change and go, you know what? I'm going to fix this ejector seat and I'm going to get out and I'm going to survive. I don't think Bruce Wayne could just disappear in the world, without people recognizing him. But still,
he becomes Hush.
Or just walk away from a fucking.
But it was still nice. Like when I rewatched that movie, I was like, this is nice. Like it's cool that in one universe, this Bruce Wayne made it out. It's just, for me, I found that refreshing.
You know why that ending makes so much sense? It's because in that universe, Batman is a symbol that he sees as universal, not as something that is just his own. I think that's why he's more was comfortable finally walking away from it, but want to make sure that, hey, I will leave it in the hands of Joseph Robert Gordon-Levitt, Blake, whatever his name was.
His name was Robin, by the way.
Robin. He was a fusion of Robins, apparently, because there was a little bit of Jason Todd, a little bit of Tim Drake, a little bit of
his actual name was Robin, which is so lazy.
Right. His name was Robin John Blake.
I hated that so much.
Me too.
I was the only one that did not cheer. Everybody was like, "Oh my god, they said Robin." I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
This is how I went.
Hey, Dick. I want to see Dick. Dick.
We need that. Can we clip that also? Clip my thing and clip that, please.
Yes,
please. More Dick.
Yeah,
More dick,
44
please.
Hours, 44 minutes.
I want
and
more
12
cowbell. I
Yeah,
mean,
so
more
I'm
dick.
marking something.
He had
don't worry.
he had
love
he
you,
had
Dave.
Dick Grayson's profession. He had the origin of Jason Todd, and he had the
Yeah.
detective smarts as Tim Drake. That was
Exactly.
essentially what.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
he
It
he
was
was
got.
like
he
a
was an amalgam.
combination of the Robins. Yeah.
Yeah.
his super name would be Drake.
Yeah.
That was
Remember when-
stupid 2 years ago. It's
Yeah.
stupid now.
Yeah, when he
So-
says I fight crime, it's all in fucking like auto tune.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
I fight crime in Gotham City, but no,
Zoe
I
Deschanel
Gonna
broke
fight some
my
crime.
heart.
So there's no shows in a Batman movie. I will literally move from this planet. I can't stand Zoe Deschanel.
So I would like the Robert Pattinson. Hopefully they're successful enough to where that story can complete. And like even going back to Zach, like there is a part of me, even as someone who rails against and criticizes those films, I would have liked to seen him finish his story, and obviously other circumstances change that, but I like when stories complete, and I feel like we live in this age where things just, we got to keep going, we got to keep building, and it's like, yeah, but sometimes things are fine, like here, to appreciate,
I mean, the good thing about Zack Snyder's Justice League is like it does kind of wrap up a lot of things. Like it can live on its own. Sure, we know that there's sequels and we know that there's more to the story, but I thought for the most part, like in maybe it was different when back in 2015, 2016, obviously. But the fact that he just kind of was like, well, okay, so they defeated the bad guy. Superman is back. Everything is all good. And then, and then they just kind of like showed everybody like, hey, Arthur's going to go see his dad. And then we saw Aquaman 2, and and then of course Barry's like comfortable in his own skin, and then we saw a Flash movie. Diana's still searching for Themyscira. We didn't see that. Maybe that could be something that's there. And then of course Batman is just Batman still, and he's obviously his arc changed the most from Batman versus Superman to. So I mean, even though we haven't seen what Zach was doing, I still think like that trilogy is still a freaking good trilogy. To me, it's like the first Star Wars trilogy. I mean, I look at Man of Steel like A New Hope. I look at BVS's Empire, and I look at Return of the Jedi or Justice League as Return of the Jedi, because it's just like, wow, look at everything. Everything's just they here. We're all it's just. So that's the way I look at that trilogy. But but I mean, I still would like to see what would have been the full now, because obviously it is left open with the Nightmare timeline.
Right, exactly. They tag that on, but
and of course the post-credit scene with John going to Bruce. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess Jon Stewart and Mark Randall what it is that it was supposed to be.
Sure.
If I could touch on Wonder Woman, because I've been kind of thinking about this too.
If you can touch Wonder Woman,
you would touch on
Wonder Woman.
Easy.
Oh, the topic. I guess.
Since the man just screamed, "I want dick."
This is true. This is true. No,
Good way to follow that up.
I mean, like the whole situation with Gal Gadot, the back and forth from the Variety article, like the pissing match, as Seek put it, it was just entertaining, more or less, to see play out. But now we're in a situation where people are calling Gal Gadot a liar, James Gunn a liar. No one's even trying to attempt to toy with the idea that maybe Variety might have put out some bogus shit, as
that
these trades tend to do from time to time. It's not always common, but with some of the big ones, they've done it before. It has happened.
Tatiana Siegel.
Yep, there's a good example.
Didn't Variety put a report out saying that Gal Gadot was not coming back as Wonder Woman, and James Gunn was the one who said, "I debunked this fake rumor"?
I believe so.
Yeah, there is one.
And then Shazam and the Flash happened at the box office.
But then it was like one of those things where people were saying like, yeah, she's done, she's fired, and whatever. And he was like, no.
Now I think
I think she's done.
It's possible. I think if she is done, it's going to be probably a lot less public than we're making it out to be. But who knows? It could just come out in the trades one day, 6 months from now, 2 weeks from now, 3 months from now. Honestly, I don't know. I think of the characters that could carry over, at least from a parallel narrative, so to speak, as the Flash opened up, in terms of explaining the multiverse and having characters that look the same and some characters look different.
Right.
Narratively, Wonder Woman is one character that could probably still fit because she is 5,000 years old.
True.
So, And I look at like the casting and the character of all the characters that people have been receptive towards, if as far as the DC films go, Wonder Woman's been the one. That's why she's the one that cameos the most. It's not quite the same thing as Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, but I kind of liken it to that situation in that
Good point.
It's the
popular
closest
one.
they got, yeah.
It is because he survived 2 different sets of casts of Professor
point.
X and Magneto. So
Yeah.
if there is a Wonder Woman that you could easily kind of transition from one universe into the newer, different universe, then yeah, I could see Gal Gadot being like, yeah, sure, I'll probably do it.
When people bring up the Henry Cavill thing and they always go to the whole age thing, I'm like, it wasn't about age. It was about his story. It was about his story.
Yeah.
Zach had a specific story for Henry Cavill Superman, and it was like this kind of story. And this is why I totally understand like Gunn's like, I don't know how to work this because you died. And then Clark is back. I don't know how to explain that. And he's probably just like doing that. He's like, I had this idea of a Clark like this, and it doesn't really work with your Clark. It's like kind of that thing. I mean,
it's partially related to age though, because he's talking about this Clark will be in his 20s. Who, again, it sounds like if I'm taking an educated guess, this sounds like Superman Year 2, where like he has, it's basically like the Batman. He's not fully established, but he has gotten started at least, and I can understand why Cavill wouldn't fit that. Now, at the same time, gentlemen, the fact is that if we're playing with the multiverse idea, I'm sorry, do you not like to be called gentleman? Okay,
no, I'm good.
I'm good with that.
You can call me a lady. It's fine.
I identify as a gentleman.
I
identify as Batman sometimes.
Yeah,
I'm a robot.
Yeah.
Identify as James Gunn's butler.
You all keep talking. I'm going to identify you as that.
I'm eating Oreos, so I guess I'm a Martian. So.
Yeah.
But it's like, but like Phil said, with the multiverse opening from the Flash movie, they could easily just say that, this is because Henry Cavill doesn't even look that old to begin with. But like they could just say that in Superman Legacy.
I don't think age play a part.
In Superman Legacy, they could just say, okay, yeah, Henry Cavill, he is, in the midst of his journey, again on this Earth. So I like the Earth numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Like I like when they have numbers. That's what it made the error so like understandable. But yeah, both times and again, rebooted the whole thing at this point. Like, but again, I think the best thing for Gal would be if she played Hippolyta.
Hippolyta.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman's mommy, and then what? Well, she is her mother.
I don't know. You got it right.
Yeah.
That's a good way to fucking put it right there.
Yeah. And then I don't know. You know what? Connor Leslie can play Wonder Woman. Like she can play, like Gal Gadot's daughter.
Yeah.
Tell me they don't look alike. Tell me they don't. Connor Leslie from Titans, who played Donna Troy.
Connor Leslie, who played Donna Troy.
Tell me they don't look.
They look similar, yes.
Yeah.
My dearest Benjamin, tell me they don't look identical.
Sorry, almost.
There are some similarities. They're both white. Yeah.
Damn.
No, I was just saying, like in the actual Donna Troy, like costume that she had, when she was like. I'm just saying, she has a nice little,
I agree with Dave about
about her butt. Yeah, I know. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was gonna go with something else, but okay. One of the things that we overlooking is the financial aspect. Like keeping somebody like Gal Gadot, it will be very expensive. And and I think so whatever contract
especially after the strike,
yeah. So especially after Heart of Stone.
Was it that bad?
It was really bad.
Do you know the budget off the top of your head?
But the thing is, she can her role as Wonder Woman can be an expensive one if she's to stay on, and of course she can do the whole thing like Old Man Logan, or she can just like outlive everybody else and continue to be in this universe. Fine, let's make this argument. But the thing is that financially, I don't think it will make sense to keep her because for whatever you're gonna give her for one movie, you can pay a brand new actress who you can shape for the next 3, 4, 5 years and pay them a fraction of that. So and one thing is that James Gunn is known for is that he always delivers on time and is always under budget. So I think that relationship that he already established with the studio he's gonna continue to continue that mindset. Like, no, you know what? We cannot give $10 million to Gal Gadot, but we can give $2 million to so and so, and she's gonna be playing the same character for the next 5-6 years.
Yeah, there's also
I agree,
the
Ben.
financial part. Yeah, there's
I
also that
agree.
financial part, because let's face it. I mean, the next thing that we're gonna see when everything, the strikes end and everything, you better believe that these budgets are gonna be cut in fucking
down a
half.
lot.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean,
I think one of these films
there's
are
so
getting
much that they could
canceled.
do. I mean, but if you have a truly talented filmmaker, and you have an idea, and you have, you know, producers that are with the idea, there's collaboration.
Yeah,
you could pull it off. You could pull it off. I mean, again, we got to remember that. I mean, again, this was back in 2004 and 5, but Zach made 300 with what was his budget? 40 million.
40 million.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's a $40 million
That-
movie.
Dude,
Yeah.
that movie
really
looks like
good
a
for 40
$200 million movie.
Well,
Yeah.
they did the whole fucking thing that sounds to
Exactly.
Also, let's pull it to 2023. Christopher Nolan just showed everyone what the fuck's up with $100 million.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, that movie
looked like-
Oppenheimer had the same budget as Venom, and Oppenheimer
Yeah.
looks
So much
amazing.
amazing.
It's
Yeah.
like, I'm like, Jesus.
I think-
But to
I
be
know.
fair, the
One of
best
the-
thing
one of
about Venom is Venom. So
One of
Yeah,
the benefit of Christopher
Tom Hardy,
Nolan
Tom
is that everybody's willing to get a pay cut just to work with Nolan.
that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Everyone
Yeah.
took a pay cut to work with Christopher Nolan, but that
Sure.
also speaks volumes to him
Matt
as a
Damon
director.
came out of retirement, almost not the kind of retirement, wife retirement, because he said,
Yeah.
"Look, I'm not going to do a movie unless Christopher Nolan calls," and it's like,
Yeah.
Wes Anderson does that too, because I saw someone
Yeah.
recently, and they were
Yeah.
like, I made like
true.
$4,000 on a Wes Anderson movie.
Yeah, Asteroid City was a
Asteroid City.
super small
Yeah.
budget too, and
Yeah.
it had a killer fucking ensemble.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, yes, the price tags need to get cut down for some of these, you know, actors for sure. Dwayne Johnson, we're looking at you. But it's just
Hey,
like, I know.
Hey,
I
was
know.
good.
You
Wait,
smell
wait,
what I'm
wait.
cooking?
I
The
can't
truth
actually. I don't
hurts.
have a sense of smell, so I actually can't smell
damn,
anything.
you really don't?
No, I can't. I
Oh,
don't
it
know
sucks.
anything smells.
He donated to SAG-AFTRA. So
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, exactly.
He
That was
did.
a good. That was a good move.
What did he,
That was-
wait,
it was a
which,
good move.
which paycheck are you talking? Like, do you like that? Do you like? Do you think he got paid too much for Black Adam? Like, which film I'm talking about?
Oh.
I think like his price tag was
his price
pretty
tag
damn
was
high.
gone up.
But also, as much as I love Tom Cruise, also his price tag way too high too.
Very
Yeah.
true. Yep.
Yeah, but even though like he's obviously doing way more, because he's like risking his life doing some crazy shit when it comes to Mission Impossible. But
How much
but
longer
let's
can
just
you do that though?
But it's like, how much do you need? You know, again, this is the same thing that you say to the CEOs. How much do you fucking need? How much does Zaslav need? How much does Iger need? I mean, it's just like it's such a crazy thing when you see the last 5 years of these CEOs and how much they've pulled in. It's like,
Right.
all right, so you need all that for, I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, and I get it. I mean, we you know, obviously when it comes to running a company, there's also higher ups, which is kind of interesting. Like, who are these other people that they have to report to? It's always like a weird thing. I always just imagine like Avengers, like when Nick Fury is talking to like screens, and it's like
the
yeah,
shield of board of directors.
yeah. It's like, who are these people that have that these CEOs for these companies are like reporting
to
to?
Hydra.
Yeah, I guess so.
One
But you know what I'm
fucking
guessing?
weird
I'm
meeting
gonna
on
make a
giant
wild
TV.
guess. I want to make a wild guess. I think that after this, I think David's right. After these strikes, I think products like Swamp Thing, The Authority, Peacemaker, and potentially Waller could be on the chopping block because it's
That's too
those
many
are-
to be on the chopping block.
No.
But look how much
No,
money.
here's
they
what's going to
lost.
happen. The budgets for those projects won't
It's
exceed.
going to reduce.
It's
Yeah.
going to be reduced. Like
Very
I
I don't I don't see Superman Legacy being made more than $150 million.
Yeah. And
Nah,
thing is,
You can do that. You can do that.
I mean, he
no, the
produced
authority-
Brightburn for $6 million.
No, wait.
That was
hold
only
on.
$6 million.
Price, if I'm not mistaken, Brightburn had a price tag of
Yeah.
$6 million production budget.
But the authority being under that,
I can see it being under 200.
like if you read anything with authority, they're fucking crazy. There's no way that they.
It's like the boys for movies.
I think the new roof at best would be $200 million, and that's without reshoots.
I think $200 million is a reasonable amount.
That's
for,
the new-
for an authority movie.
Yeah,
bigger
It depends who the
bigger
actors are.
movies,
the
too.
bigger movies.
200 for The Authority. Come
but
on.
also it's important to keep in mind that there are only 5 movies on the slate and 5 TV shows. and one
No.
animated TV
Wait,
show.
no, that's what he announced. He said that there's more that he has.
Of course,
announced.
there's
Very
more
true.
coming. But I'm saying that some of these parts that might be, at this point, they might be seen as risks now at Warner Brothers. They might be like, pick and choose, James, which one you want to keep, because we can't make all of this right until we see the DCU really profit.
What I think is going to happen is that they are going to get done, but they just not on the schedule. They're not going to be on the schedule that they probably had before the.
I think things are going to shift. Yeah.
Things are going to shift as far as schedule. I don't think like Superman, like if
Superman will
this,
be fine.
if
Superman will be
this
fine.
strike keeps going on for another month,
know
Superman
about
Legacy
that.
is going to get delayed because they haven't cast everybody else, and that's going to just snowball to anything else that he has in store. Because Creature Commandos, it's fine. It's an animated. Is not getting impacted.
It's been in the works for much longer. Like
and animation is not getting impacted by this by the strike.
Right. The Animation Guild doesn't operate on the same rules as
Correct.
WGA does.
Correct.
So they're fine. That'll be fine.
Yeah.
Anything animated is fine.
No.
Yeah, but anything live action, like if he's planning to do, like we didn't get San Diego Comic-Con, and that's where we would have gotten some announcement for anything other than what he already announced back in February. So there's stuff.
Didn't he say not even a couple months ago, even before the strikes happened, that he wasn't going to Comic-Con this year?
Yeah,
Right.
It was like right
That's
before
true, but
it was right before the strike went into.
Yeah, that's because
okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was.
It was like the writing was in the walls. Like, why are we going to spend money on this?
Yeah.
So I think stuff is still going to happen. It's just not going to happen on the sequence or the time that he intended initially to do it on.
Oh, there's no way that Superman Legacy is coming out of the date that they already have it.
If the strike goes on for another month, that's what I said earlier. If it goes for another month,
I think it's going on for.
It's gonna get delayed. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing too. It's like with everything that's happening, it's like Jesus Christ, and that's why it's like, hey, bump some things up, going back to the Ayer cut or anything like that to fill some void.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, we only got Joker that's coming out. We got a Joker that's coming out that's next year. That's only DC project.
Right.
Assuming it doesn't get delayed, because again,
that's
the thing. That's in the can. It's already finished.
It's already been
in the can.
But but like
it comes out in October.
Yeah, but what if worst case scenario? This
still got over a year.
The strike goes into next year. What in the worst case scenario this goes on? Because the studios are like these studios are really thinking that AI is going to save them. So it's like, again, we're over. This strike is not longer than the one from 2008. So that's why I'm like, never say never with any of these films that are coming out next year, because I could see them being pushed back, even just a month or two or later or something like that, and just.
I wouldn't mind if Superman Legacy gets delayed another year. And it's not because I don't want to see it. It's because I want like a
separation,
a breathing room. Exactly. Yep. Because right now there's like a connotation of every CBM that's coming out is trash. So like having this
healthy for DC fans to have a great year.
Having this breathing room, it will allow creators to create better content, and also it would keep it away from the from people's consciousness. Like, hey, there's another superhero movie coming out. So I think,
dude, Miss Marvels is going to be, or the Marvels is going to be the best movie of
that movie. Like,
it's going to be wacky and laughter all around. Did you hear that?
Colorful.
Yeah, it's going to be the funniest movie.
Jesus Christ!
Isn't it fucking funny?
He actually said that. Like the director actually said, "Oh, it's going to be different from other."
And this is the same director who did the recent Candyman, and it's like, okay, you're really showing some range here. All right.
Okay, I didn't see the new Candyman. I heard it was great.
The recent Candyman was all right.
Yeah,
I like the new one.
Okay.
I'm a fan of the original, but I did like the new one. I thought the new one was
Did I miss something about the Marvels?
Yeah, because like she was Nia Costa.
Nia DaCosta.
There you go. She was during an interview, she just basically said like this is gonna be different from other MC. It's gonna because it's wacky and insane and blah 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 and like hilarious.
The best thing is Dark Knight.
Can I get the actual quote?
I did actually, and I even double checked because it was like one of the accounts that just kind of posted the quote, but I was like, all right, let me look and make sure. And sure enough, it did. It was IGN, or no, it was Games Radar. that it was in there.
Yeah, they get live action stuff here
like
and there.
like the quote is actually in there, so I'm like, okay, where she actually says, the difference and saying that she's basically, and I get what she was saying, because she goes, because we go to these wacky places and blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, I get that, but at the same time, it's like, have you not watched Guardians of the Galaxy movies? Have you not watched any of the recent Thor movies?
No, funny.
Let's just say, like, when she. So that's why I was like making the joke, like, she knows what different means, right? It's like, and I'm only gonna watch that because I was a fan of Miss Marvel. I thought that was a great show. So I'm watching it for Kamala. The other ones, okay, Brie Larson. Yeah, I'm very much attracted to you. You are a beautiful woman, but Jesus Christ, sometimes I'm like, ugh, yeah.
I like Teyonah Parris as
yeah, she's great too.
I like her. I think
she's also very
woman.
She's great.
I have not watched. She's in Tyrone Got Cloned, right?
Yeah, Got Cloned. Yeah,
I still have to watch that.
I only watch it because of her.
Oh yeah, she's gorgeous. She's gorgeous.
Yeah,
I'll watch it for the whole cast. I thought the whole cast was great.
I just read the quote. I'm almost wondering if she was trying to say that it's wacky and silly because it's from the female perspective, from the female perspective. Because again, because how many female Marvel movies have we actually had? We've had 2, and only one of them was good.
Which one are you talking about?
Which one? Which?
Use your common senses, gentlemen. Which one do you think I would mean?
You're talking about Black Widow. No.
He's talking about.
You're talking about Captain Marvel.
I love Captain Marvel.
I like Black Widow actually.
Black Widow was better than Captain Marvel.
Leaps and bounds.
I didn't like Cheap Master. Not because she was a woman, but because like it was just.
I see what it is.
There it is.
There it is. It's because she was a woman.
Get him.
Yeah. Yes. Of course. Yeah. So this would like to be a white woman. But what I'm saying,
a woman cannot be a soldier. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't like that it was the Black Widow's enemy's daughter.
Do it, Andy. You made me.
There was no connection to Taskmaster. Like, I think it should have been something.
Oh, there's no denying that they royally screwed.
But also because here's the thing. I'm gonna say this. And get ready
We
because
don't
it's
watch
not getting canceled.
Marvel movies because of the cohesiveness, but
I will say this.
We used to.
Scarlett Johansson is overrated.
Yeah, that's called Phase 1.
Phase 1 and 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Scarlett Johansson is overrated as Black Widow.
Are you fucking kidding? I'm out this fucking live stream.
Be nice, Ben. Be nice.
Are you serious?
No, she's great as Black Widow.
I love her in Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier.
That's her best. That's her best Black Widow role.
That's her best and only good MCU
film. She was great in Endgame when she
was also great.
She was great. She was great.
She's been great all around. She's been great all around. But the Black Widow movie was like,
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Ben.
I like Florence Pugh too.
Where do I have Black Widow ranked on my letterbox? Let me pull mine up.
Someone said
and you off my Christmas list.
Jason said,
I'm on your what list?
Yeah, Florence Pugh. Yeah, I actually agree with what Jason McKenzie just said. Thank you, Jason.
I agree, Jason.
Good to see you, buddy. Yeah,
but you know what?
Florence Pugh really added
my
to
opinion.
it.
Yeah,
I agree. Okay, you know what?
You know what's funny? I think Florence Pugh is like so fucking overrated.
That's hilarious.
I don't get it. I don't get the hype over her.
That's hilarious. We've got one person who thinks Scarlett Johansson's overrated, and then we've got another person who thinks Florence Pugh's overrated. That's fucking hilarious.
Everybody on the top row here is just like, they both are great.
Yeah, right.
You know what? I will give.
Have you seen her naked? Oh my god.
Sorry. You know what I like Black Widow? I liked Red Guardian.
No, I've seen Florence Pugh's pics. I haven't seen.
Yeah, Yelena and Red Guardian were the only 2 good things about that film.
Okay, so I've got Black Widow. Okay, here's my
I love you. Don't be mad.
I love you too, buddy. Don't worry about it.
It's all subjective, right? Subjective.
You're talking to the wrong guy.
The wrong black guy.
Talking to the wrong brown man.
Wait, who was it who said subjective? Was it you? You talked about the
Ray.
Ray.
He did it. He got you confused with Ray.
No, because we were talking about Birds of Prey versus the Flash, and I said
we all look alike to you, don't we?
Actually, no. At the beginning of the stream, you actually did tell him to preface by saying, "This is my subjective opinion."
The white guy had to save us.
Okay,
out of our friend's page.
The white man had to save us.
Okay. Don't be a white savior there.
I know, right?
Go back in your corner, Iron Fist.
Wow.
5, 10,
It's Irish Fist,
They
by
called
the
you
way.
Iron Fist. That's great.
25.
No, it is. I'm being Jones. I don't want to learn how to do stunts.
35.
Wow.
Oh,
All
that's
right, I'm changing my name back, Andy. I'm sorry.
You should. You need.
cancel.
Cancel Andy.
I like it.
I mean, you know.
Okay,
it
so
probably should
now,
happen, you know.
so now that we're on the topic of Marvel, how we, it's great that one of the things I wanted to talk about too is it's great that the Marvel VFX artists are going, hey,
Unionizing.
motherfucker,
Yeah.
I'm gonna unionize.
Yes,
I know
amen.
I know, and it's kind of funny because it's such a weird thing when it comes to unions. There's people. I mean, it almost can get political because people are like, fuck unions, and people say they're all for unions. Like it is interesting.
What does Stephen Amell say about you?
No, but I mean, it's good because obviously it is kind of funny because obviously we've been hearing from VFX people who, have gone on Reddit posts and just being like, Jesus Christ, we're working like 18-hour days. We're sleeping at the office. They change things at the last minute. We have to do all this. And it's kind of funny because guess what? It's shown. And it's funny too, because still hearing Bob Iger just, obviously he has to like talk about the earnings and whatever. And then of course, in the recent ones, he talked about how like, yeah, the quality is gone down. It's like, yeah, well, motherfuckers, let these people do their thing and then stop pumping like, hey, we got to have this show and this movie and this show and this movie. I mean, it almost seems like after the whole Infinity Saga, they're like, what do we got to do? Well, let's go multiverse. And then they're just like, go, go, go. And then, of course, the pandemic didn't help, of course. So it just went to a point where it was just like, go, 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 go. And, in lieu of the whole thing of like, the strikes that are happening, I'm just glad that, these VFX artists are kind of going like, hey, we got to protect our shit too, because we are working on godly hours and it's all in unruly conditions. And, the work is suffering and we're not getting paid enough. So I'm glad that it's like, vote. I think this is where a union could help, to be honest, because it seems like when it comes to the Marvel machine, it's absolutely ridiculous. You don't really hear too much about the other,
Soon
company.
enough you will. Soon enough you will.
I'm sure there is.
This is going to be a domino effect now because this has happened on a lot of Warner Brothers projects as well. So, the Flash TV show has had a significant problem with that though.
Has it? Okay.
But then they've had a couple moments where like King Shark looked freaking amazing.
Yeah,
I'm
it
but
did.
that
first time around.
That was like season 5. That was like season 5. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they had a couple moments where I'm like, damn, this is too good for this show. Someone worked their ass off on that.
Even Gorilla Grodd, I was like,
Grodd,
crap.
he was the first one. Yeah.
The one thing I can add is that in the middle of season 9, they got their budget trimmed in the middle of season 9. That's why
they should have cut their episode then count.
I will tell you guys more of her.
No, I
it's fine. I don't care.
But I'm so proud of Marvel unionizing. I'm so the VFX workers. I'm so proud of them.
Yeah.
This needs to happen.
Well, I mean, it's all about, protecting like, first off, these are artists, and I've talked to VFX artists and they take very much pride in their work. I mean, as much as like, as much as like some people just go like, that sucks. That looks like shit and blah, blah, blah. And it sucks because maybe when they see it, they go like, when they look at the final battle in Black Panther, they go, what the fuck, and it's because, and I feel bad for that VFX supervisor and that artist kind of going like, they have to like see that and be like, the whole rest of the movie was pretty fucking good. And then we get this and it looks like rubbery goddamn PS2 graphics going on right here.
Opening Justice League with the fake face,
Ooh,
it's like there's so many things like
it's like a river.
I almost want to say that, DJ, because we all know who DJ is, Mr. Mike Drop DJ. I almost think he was just like, he went, yeah, that's good. Fuck it. Do it. That's it. That's all we're doing with that face. And he was, you better believe that he goes, that looks like shit. And I want it to look like shit. I just almost think that just because the way, that he, obviously when that mic drop happened, we go like, yep, that's right. He had to deal with Jeff Johns and he had a bad time. And it almost seems like, he's just said, fuck it. I'm not fuck with whatever the hell you guys are doing. And we're going to pass it off with that. But then at the same time, he had to sit there in the editing bay and just see the fucking movie get ripped apart.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Like, he had to sit there because he was the VFX supervisor of Justice League, and he had to sit there and with Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon in the fucking editing bay, and they had to just go through the whole thing and go pull that. They basically, it was Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon just, no, we don't need that. Rip it apart. Boom, 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 boom. He had to sit there, and you realize that he's buddies with Zack Snyder after everything that happened. So he had to witness that. So I almost think like he said, "Fuck it, that's good enough."
Yep.
The only thing
I hope that's working.
I wholeheartedly agree. I think he saw that. This shit looks horrible. Yeah. Let's go with that one.
Oh my God, I stand this. Amazing. I'm vibing with this. No, but I feel what it sucks with not him talking like a Gen Z person, but what's the only thing the only negative fault is that I didn't, you saw months and months of when after the 2017 cut came out, like people say like they're still blaming Zach, like oh my God, I look at like nobody really realized how much Jaws and Jeff had really messed up that film. That's the only bad side that I feel.
It's insane to me that Jeff Johns pulled a legitimate Eobard-thon on Justice League and fucking fucked everything up for everybody.
That's what
that
Jay
shit.
Oliva was talking about when he said,
Yep.
like, back in the background, we had Zoom back there. So maybe I wonder if they like when they were doing all this stuff, they called Jeff Johns. Oh God, Professor Zoom's fucking here.
Probably.
We talk about
We actually call him Reverse Flash now, Dave. Reverse Zoom. It's like
Sorry,
really old school.
sorry, but hey, Jay Oliva called him Zoom. So
Well, he needs to also be corrected because Zoom is now.
I know there's a different
Venom-looking
Zoom. There is a different Zoom.
Yeah.
I get it.
There's the Venom looking Zoom now from the TV
Yes.
show.
I know.
And that's not to make fun of Zeke. That's just because that's literally what we were calling him, and the fact that it's the it's the symbiote speedster that we never got.
Well, that was funny
because,
too, because when Jay Oliva even said that, I was like, wait, he's talking about which Zoom? I even said, like, when I read the quotes, I was like, he's talking about, okay, yeah, he's talking about Thawne. Like,
Well, it's awkward because like there's Eobard-Thawne who's gone by Reverse Flash and Zoom, and then there's also Hunter Zolomon who has gone by Reverse Flash and Zoom.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
fucking
it's
No,
kind of
Eobard was
confusing.
like Professor Zoom because apparently Zoom needed a
Yeah.
doctorate.
Yeah.
Right. He went by Professor Zoom. You're
He
right.
is doctorate.
That's one of the stupidest. Like as a Flash, I'm just like, why the fuck are we calling him Professor Zoom? Like Reverse Flash is the obvious answer here.
He's a teacher, duh. He teaches ass whoopings and time travel.
They even gave him a sidekick, Inertia. Oh man, that shit was weird. Oh man,
We don't
Comics
talk
were
about. We were talking earlier. Phil brought up like Andy Kubert, and as someone who's worked in comics, and then also, like you said, we all know visual effects people too. Like the heartbreaking thing about the visual careers, like comic book artists and digital artists in movies, is that like the average comic book reader spends about less than 10 seconds on a page. Which is the most heartbreaking thing for someone who spends a week to draw like a 2-page spread.
10 seconds and 10 days.
Right, exactly. And
Are we supposed to read that fast?
Yeah, you read. Yeah.
No, but the average person they flip through a comic, go from word bubble to word bubble, and just move right through.
Yeah.
And same with digital artists. You see like blips of things on screen, and the average viewer is only processing a couple seconds of each thing, and it's heartbreaking because it's like that's why I like owning stuff like Spider-Verse, and I look forward to owning Ninja Turtles too. Is like I went frame by frame the other day on Spider-Man, Spider-Verse, and I was like, there's so much
across.
Across the Spider-Verse. Nice. Like there's so much in this, like that I didn't even notice before. Like the Uncle Aaron wearing a 3-Pac shirt, instead of 2-Pac. I'm like, there's so many things in this and I love it because it's artists being free, and even though they would sound like they were overworked and pushed, but it's like it's frustrating because I'm glad that you like they're wanting to unionize. I'm like, this is smart because you guys are oftentimes just used as utilitarian ways to finish a movie. And so it's just like, hey, get this done by this date. And you're a Jeep. You're not a creative aspect of this movie. You're a Jeep. And it's like, no, they're not. They're an essential part, and you need to let them cook. So I hate when they go like I kind of agree with Red Letter Media where you get this like, here's all those, here's James Gunn announcing 20, TV shows and movies coming out. And it's all these, soulless, he didn't even do logos in his, but like you just have like here 8 years or whatever. And you're just like, you're announcing all these things and you don't even know if you have enough people who are working on them are going to have enough time to finish them. And you're announcing dates, and I get so frustrated at that when I see, Venom 3, here's the date. I'm like, why don't you just work on the movie? And then as you're in
deadline,
and then as you're in post, go, all right, like now we have an idea, like we'll be done with this in like 8 months. That's like a reasonable time. Like, why not do that? Like, what are you, I know they want to get that hype train going, but I don't know. I just feel like every week,
that's why like the dates always never stick. Every time they pick the date, I'm like, don't even count that's gonna fucking come out that day, because it hardly ever does. I don't even know. Like, it's probably like 98% of the time it doesn't land on that date. But they do that because they want to like build up that fucking hype, and I get that it's marketing, sure. But I mean, but even going back to what you said, Seek, about like little details. I mean, just even going back to DJ and VFX on like Zack Snyder's Justice League. Yeah, I remember like if Steven was here, he'd probably point out just little things that he sees because he has that eye for like the little details. But I remember specifically, there's like a part where I think it's when Steppenwolf is questioning the Atlanteans that the parademons pull out of the water. There's like a part where there's like literally just like a puddle right there, and Steppenwolf just steps through the puddle. The water is fucking CGI. He's CGI, but it looks so fucking good, and it's something so small. But I'm sure whoever worked on it for a fucking month or something like that. It worked on like the details to make it look so fucking perfect.
Gotta call on your water guy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, like Steppenwolf steps through this puddle and his foot goes through it, and it's just the splash and everything. It's so freaking like it. You don't even see it, but when you actually look at it, you go, "Wow, that is all CGI right there," and they made it look flawless. It's crazy. Yeah.
It's good. I mean, because like Phil, he clearly appreciates great visuals. I know you do. I know Andy does. I know Ben does. Like, Steven, everyone you've had on the show, Scott. Like, that's what I like about the people you've pulled in on this channel too, is that you guys are very visually driven, and that's one of the things that I've always kind of liked about your channel was that you guys appreciate. I think Ben's like right on the mic, breathing into it. I'm
sorry.
I know that's all right. I thought it's very intimidating. He's like, "Finish your sentence, weakling."
Or he was gonna pull a Jordan and
I promise it wasn't
scream in my ear.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. I could fall asleep to that sound, but
ASMR right there.
ASMR. Yeah,
I have never heard of CB.
What are you trying to tell me, Skeet?
What I like is that you guys focus on that. And you've cultivated a viewer base that focuses on that, who appreciate good visuals. And as someone who, like I said, who worked in these mediums, I thought it was like, I'm like, man, I've worked with artists who just work so hard on a page, and then someone online will review their comic and then just skip over like all the visual stuff, and they'll go, "Oh, I didn't understand this or this in the plot or whatever," and it's like, well, look at the art, because it's actually explained in the visuals of the panel, and there's a lot of visual storytelling in those mediums that people just overlook because it's like,
because they're just too far focused on the fucking plot and the story.
Yeah, and they think the plot and the story is only the dialogue, and it's like, yeah, but it's not. The story is the whole package, And
this could go right into to Blue Beetle, because obviously like people were giving their social media reactions about it, which of course are positive.
See an article about it on Screen Rant.
Yeah, right, there you go. But I'm just saying, like, I saw somebody talk, like, and I saw a tweet, and I was like, and I saw like when they were talking about visuals were like lazy, and I went, this goes right into what we're talking about right now. It's like, okay, if you didn't like the movie, sure. I'm like going lazy. I'm like, from what I've seen, it seems like they've, the VFX artists really did I haven't seen anything that looks lazy, at least.
Yeah, right. Same.
When it comes to this, movie, when it comes to certain things, it's like, yeah, I get it. Like maybe it does follow a similar structure of like what we've seen before. Sure. But at the same time, there's going to be an added spin on it because it's got the Latino culture in it, and that's going to help, obviously, and people are going to resonate with that, and that's great. That's absolutely fantastic. But at the same time, when I see people just go like, yeah, there's just lazy stuff, lazy visuals, I'm like, what? Like, even the costume was like a thing of art. Like, there's some costumes that look like absolute shit, and everybody is pretty much agreed that costume is a fucking work of art. How they pulled that off,
Yeah.
I don't know, but they did, and it looks fantastic.
It makes me want to see a Guyver remake. I've like
Right?
when I saw that, I was like, yeah, because when I saw, I mean, the trailer looks interesting. Like I like, but what I like about it, and what I like about the kid who plays the main character, like a Jaime, what I like is that there's a passion there, and it's people trying. And honestly, like I think sometimes even me, like I when I get critical of people, even earlier with David Ayer and stuff, like I get critical of people, but I still hope that I retain the fact that even though I didn't like it, I recognize that he tried and he put in an effort and people like his stuff, you know, and same in this case, like as a fan of Blue Beetle or DC and stuff, like I mean, what more could we ask for than people trying their best? You know,
Right.
like, and I feel like even though I haven't seen Flash yet, but I'm sure everyone who worked on some capacity tried their best. It may not be something I like, but I hope I still recognize that. And when I see Blue Beetle, though, I feel like, wow, they really tried to make Blue Beetle something cool, you know, like, and that's I commend them for that. You know, they kind of have an anime vibe. They kind of tap into what younger audiences like nowadays, but they have some other things in there that, you know, people like older fans like us might like. And it looks like a nice blend. And I appreciate the attempt. And as a fan of these characters, that's really all I can ask for, you know, going into the movie, is that they tried.
Yeah,
fucking kiss you right
Did
now. But
did you guys see the video that Soto posted about when he gave Sholo the fucking dude? That will get you in the fucking, that pulls on the heartstrings. You're like, go watch this movie, everybody. Come on, look at this. Look at this.
You know how, like, you know, I'm so excited for, you know, I mean, I'm excited for, you know, the Latino community that they finally get to see their culture represented in this massive genre that we've come to love so much. But, you know, I'm thinking about just in general, like, for, you know, brown boys and girls and non-binaries out there that are going to be like, holy shit. Like, you know, I'm not Latino, but like Jaime has been one of my favorite characters for the last 12 years. And, you know, like that's why, you know, as much as I, you know, come out very goofy when I'm on here, whatever, so on about Blue Beetle, it's like this movie is extremely important for so many reasons. Because if Blue Beetle can succeed, there's so many other cultures that can be explored in superhero stories. Where again, so that, because you know, no one complains when white superhero movies are doing the same thing over and over again. So
no, we do.
We do.
We do.
We go like this.
Actually, yeah, we just want good stories. Like either
everybody.
If Black Panther, if the first Black Panther would have been trash, we would have said that wasn't it.
Right.
Exactly. But they,
you know what I mean? Like, because we love Blade in the second one, kind of, and the third one was like, "Whoa, this is trash." You see what I'm saying?
My sister has like,
good.
I hear that, David Goyer.
Yeah. What's funny is that David Goyer is doing Foundation, which I fucking love. And I know nobody here is watching that.
Yeah.
But
is that what he was doing in that movie? Oh, he's
doing a series on
you know, there's nothing against David Goyer. Oh wow, you know what's so funny? I just like opened up my
David Goyer is sitting in the waiting room.
Yeah, I know, no, but like somebody just tweeted, "I'm obsessed with Foundation on Apple
Foundation
TV."
is amazing.
Wow, that's the one with what's that dude's name?
That dude that was in the first Guardians of the Galaxy, the first the villain.
Yeah, dude.
Lee Pace.
David Goyer.
I forget his name.
Lee Pace.
Lee Pace. Yes.
I think he would actually be a good Batman.
No.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna be Midnighter and the Authority.
Okay,
because he's LGBT and they're supposed to be.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I have two pair-ups. One is very obvious. One is only gonna be understandable to Shameless fans. The one option is I want Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill to kiss. I have been shipping them.
That's not gonna happen, man.
I know.
There's drawings of that. You can.
Yeah, I know. No. I'm still.
You can jerk off to some drawings, but
I don't. I actually don't do that. No, I'm still with Dave.
You should though. You really should.
Fuck, we're just becoming biology lessons. No, I'm with Dave still that Henry needs to play Vandal Savage, but the other pair I would do.
Yes, I
would do Cameron Monaghan and Noel Fisher from Shameless. To any of my fellow Galavish fans out there, they should be Apollo Midnighter. When those two men, Cameron Monaghan, who played Joker on Gotham, but he played Ian on Shameless, and Noel Fisher, who voiced one of the turtles in Michael Bay's Turtles. What the fuck are you laughing?
No.
One of my favorite shows.
I have a dog wearing a cone over there, so like don't mind me.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that poor dog.
I've been taking it on and off. Like he's going through stuff, man.
Oh, I hope he feels better. Yeah, but those are the two pair ups that I would want.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, I
Yeah.
thought, like, when it came to like a new Batman, I thought, what's his name? Lee
Pace.
Lee Pace. I thought he was like, okay, good. And then of course, like, they released a clip of like he just like fights a bunch of dudes bare to his ass. I'm like, well, the dude's ripped as shit, and he fights.
Yeah,
Like,
his.
Well, getting ripped is not that difficult for these Hollywood.
That was
Yeah.
a foundation, by the way.
yeah.
Like my wife is watching this, and like, are they gonna show his dick anytime soon? Like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing?
Spartacus, man. There's
Your
a lot of
wife said that?
Yeah, she was like,
Spartacus
because
is
we
so
love
good.
that show, and she's
Yeah.
like, are they gonna show his dick? Because I'm like waiting
You know,
for it to
Stephen the
swing.
Knight doing the Authority could be something.
See, that's
what-
the thing,
what?
and I hope
Stephen the
that
Knight.
someone
Stephen the
does
Knight from
that.
Spartacus could do the Authority.
You know what?
He did. What's the name of he did what's the name?
I know who I want for Batman.
Who?
He did
Jay
Legacy,
Ryan?
something like
Ben
is it
thinks.
something supreme, something Legacy.
What was it, Phil?
Jay Ryan from It Chapter 2. He plays older Ben Hanscom.
Okay.
Isn't it the guy
Okay,
from Beauty and the Beast on the CW?
Maybe.
There's good synergy there. Isn't that a
Jupiter's
Wonder Woman movie?
Legacy.
It too?
Steve the Knight did Jupiter's
Yeah.
Legacy.
Okay.
Beauty and the Beast,
Jupiter's Legacy.
2012,
But he did
2016.
Spartacus. He did the first season of Daredevil.
Yeah, but he did Jupiter's Legacy, which is like an amalgamation sort of the
Yeah.
of the Authority, and he did a shitty job at it.
Well,
Oh,
that
yeah.
show's just trash in general. So
Yeah.
thanks,
It was
Mark
the-
Millar.
Yeah. Well, Mark Millar is like, I don't think he even write comic books. He write pitches for shows.
Yeah, that's it.
He
That's
used
exactly it.
ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And he has two ideas. That's it. Mark Millar has two ideas.
Mark
Vi-
Millar's a
villains
fucking
villains
hack.
take
Me
over
and
the world.
Zeke are over
and-
here,
yeah.
like we know this shit. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Every story is Old Man Logan or Wanted. It's like, okay.
Mark
dude.
Millar is a fucking hack through and through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Him and
But he makes
what's the
money,
name?
so he's
Yeah.
doing his thing.
And,
Fair
and
enough.
that guy from Image, what's his name? He's
Oh,
very active on social media.
Todd McFarlane?
Deadpool. Yeah. No.
Rob Liefeld.
Oh, Rob
Rob
Liefeld.
Liefeld. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
okay.
he's
Yeah.
trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, did I miss
Even-
something?
Even though
He blocked me a long
I was
time
gonna say,
ago.
do you have a drawing of his back there?
even though I have his Supreme here,
Dude, the back and forth him and Fabian
which I
Nicieza
loved, by the way, but he's
Yeah.
trash.
the back and forth him and Fabian Nicieza have over who actually created Deadpool was nothing short of fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's great to
Mm.
watch. Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
he
he blocked
blocked me. He
Deadpool's
blocked me
mother
years
who
ago.
created.
He
It was
blocked
Deadpool's
me.
mother who created. Wait, Wilson.
I told this is how I got blocked by Rob Liefeld. I told him I would rather watch Venom over Deadpool 2.
Wow. He blocked
Ooh.
he blocked me because this was during those years where we were defending BVS,
Yep.
and he was going to town on it, and I was
Yep.
like, dude, you're a comic book writer and you're completely shitting on all this. I'm like, let people, all I said was like, the last thing I said was like, let people like what they like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
No,
then,
no,
but then
he's-
he came around. He came around. Now he's all about like Snyder and shit like that.
Yep.
When like the Snyder was
Yeah.
like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah.
He's a folk boy. I
Yeah,
remember.
he's a weirdo.
Yeah. So he posted an image of Superman or Batman with what one of those like back in the 60s. I'm sorry, in the 70s, 80s. If you go to space, you get that one of those glass orb around your head, and that's all you fucking needed to go to space, right?
Mm.
So there was a I don't remember which one whose cover was. It was somebody's cover, and I just made a joke about that. Like, how come Batman gotta be at the forefront in space with a fucking orb on his head? And he just lost his he just lost it. He just blocked me. I was like, what the fuck, bitch?
Wow.
Dude,
I'm
he's
fine.
very sensitive.
Wow.
He's very sensitive. He's
dude.
very sensitive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we've all been blocked by him except for
Yeah, he's very
about
sensitive.
Andy or Zeke. But yeah,
Mark
He don't like
Rob Liefeld.
he's not a fan of critical thinking.
he definitely is not. I mean,
Yeah.
hey, you know what? If he helped create Deadpool, kudos, man. Love
Yeah.
the character. Really love the character.
Yeah.
But fuck, dude, it's like just relax. Like when it
Well,
comes.
it's one of those things where I mean, as an X-Men fan, it's one of those things where okay, he created Deadpool, but like Deadpool was the Deadpool we know that's in those movies came after Rob
Yeah.
Liefeld, you know,
yeah.
like in the
Just
comics, like,
very true.
yeah. So it's like kind of like, all right, yeah. I mean, yeah, you created him, but did you make this guy that everyone loves? No, not really.
No.
Oh, just got my teeth. No, never mind.
Yeah, that personality was not written by him.
Yeah, but I mean that's whatever. It's fine. But
Obviously it was made to be a parody of like Deathstroke. Obviously,
he was
the Terminator, correct.
Yeah.
What happened? He follows you.
He follows Multiverse of Color for some reason. I don't.
Oh, well, you better say something nice about him right now.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
I'm gonna send him a clip of you saying shit about him.
Hey, Mark Millar, your pitch for that Superman trilogy you had in mind was dog shit.
There we go.
Okay, wow.
334. 334. Send that right to him.
I agree.
That was the most depressing shit I'd ever heard.
Oh yeah, his pitch for Superman was not good.
No, it wasn't. It was bad.
Which is funny because some of his early writing work was on the Superman Adventures comic book, which was really good. That ties into the animated series, and that was really good stuff. And I remember thinking, wow, this guy's going to be great. And then he went off and he just came up with the Miller World and did pitches for movies and TV shows. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's a thing, I guess. But anyway, but Goyer, I mentioned this in the chat. Like, I like Goyer because he, going back to The Crow too, he wrote that original screenplay that Tim Pope directed. And that was their whole thing. He goes, Tim Pope kind of helped me become a writer in a way because he helped me flesh a story out that wasn't a copy of the Brandon Lee story. And then, of course, Lionsgate or whoever, New Line or whatever, they were like, no, we got to chop it down and make it more like the Brandon Lee movie. And they're like, no, we want to do something different, we don't want to step on what Brandon did. It was amazing. And so then, but he also did Krypton, which I thought is a fantastic show. So he's got
I'll say Krypton is later on more so Cameron Welsh than David Goyer. David Goyer was more so there in the beginning, but
right, which the beginning was awesome.
Yeah, but season 2 was also awesome.
Yeah, season 2 is good too. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just saying, like,
their Lobo was so fucking fun. Like,
yeah.
I kind of want more of that than Jason Momoa's Lobo. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I always wanted Rob Zombie to play Lobo.
Rob Zombie would have been a good Lobo.
Looks like he would have been.
He does look like but if you watch Fast X, you go, holy shit, Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
Lobo,
oh yeah, really? Okay, I haven't seen it.
Oh yeah, okay. If you watch Fast X, Dante, that's Lobo.
That's Lobo. Okay,
that's totally Lobo.
Dante's Lobo.
Like, especially after revisiting it on DC Fanimated.
I love your episodes with Scott, by the way. I love that Main Man part 2-parter. I love that.
So the Main Man. I mean, like, it was just funny, like revisiting that, and Brad Garrett, knocked it out of the park when he came to voicing that. But the whole time I'm watching, I'm like, yeah, Jason Momoa could pull this off big time, and I'm like, he kind of auditioned for this already when it came to being the bad guy in Fast X, just like how Ryan Reynolds auditioned for Deadpool in Blade Trinity. As awful as that movie is, he was the best part, I thought, because
he wasn't Hannibal King at all. He was Wade Wilson.
He was totally.
Remember, he auditioned for that movie twice, on Blade 3 and also on Wolverine Origins.
Yeah,
exactly.
The scene in that movie is great.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that post-credit scene from I think it's Blade 1 or 2 where he was supposed to fight Morbius?
You see Morbius on top of a building.
That scene is better than the entire Morbius movie.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah, no argument there.
Yeah, because you see Morbius on like another building and he's like kind of covered.
Yeah, well, do we know it's Morbius or is that a fan theory? Because
no. They actually, I think they confirmed.
Warrior said it was not.
Oh, that's cool.
Now I will say this.
I never knew that.
That was the first Blade movie. That was the first.
It was the original ending. Yeah, I remember that. But I didn't know they confirmed it. That's great.
Yeah.
That would have been cool. But that said, I am excited for Kraven.
Man.
You just like what's his name's abs.
It's funny. I was talking to someone. We
don't mind it.
We talked about Batman Returns earlier, and like in a Tim Burton world, a woman can fall off a building, hit the pavement, and get licked by cats and become Catwoman, and that makes sense in a Tim Burton world, But like in a world with like where whatever Kraven world's in, where it's like a lion bit him and he's now a radioactive human lion.
Like,
it's kind of like I was like, okay, I mean, yeah, sure, that's a choice.
I think there was a level of innocence back then.
There
where-
was, yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
totally
like-
was. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, the way that Tim Burton shot that scene, I mean,
Yeah,
I will give him credit for that.
Yeah, her
Because
twitching and
like
stuff,
it's a
just
very tense scene,
Yeah.
and then like even like Christopher Walken goes, "Eh?"
Yeah.
And then they're like, and then it's like, and then he just pushes her out, and then you have the angle of her going through those like whatchamacallit
The-
things.
the
She goes,
tarps, yeah.
The TARS, yes,
Yeah.
because every time she went
then
to a
she
TARS,
hit.
like her level was,
Yeah,
like, she
she
was
was
going
like,
to a
shoot,
different
shoot,
level.
shoot.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
the way that
should
he
make
shot
more
that was
sense.
absolutely brilliant
Yeah,
because like
yeah.
it's like the same angle of her falling, the camera's like falling with her, and then she's like going through that, and then you see her just go boom.
Boom.
But yeah, when the cats start like fucking biting her and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I'm like, good God, what the
Because
hell
then,
are you
then
doing?
they did that again in the Halle Berry movie where they're like, oh, she's going to
Yeah,
be
with
with
the-
the cats. I'm
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
but that doesn't make any sense in this world. It
No,
doesn't
but
make
what's
sense at all.
worse is that they made this whole like Catwoman mythology, like since the ancient time, there's always been a
Yeah.
Catwoman.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
really tried. They
Yeah.
And I
tried.
was just like, the fuck am I smoking?
What the fuck
Funny,
were they
funny
smoking?
story. I was really high watching that movie, and when they started playing
I wish I was.
basketball,
I wish I
I
had
turned
a
off the
show.
fucking TV. I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
What is up with that? What is up with like when every time like somebody gets superhuman powers, they have to play some kind of sport?
So yeah,
You know what? I mean, I didn't really dig that when it came to Amazing Spider-Man when Peter Parker did that too. I'm like,
oh yeah.
all right, you're revealing that you have superpowers. Is anybody seeing this? Like, you're jumping ridiculously up
No,
in the air.
but on this at the same time though, but Dave, it was
Ah.
hot that he jumped so fucking high. Okay.
Okay, I get that,
I-
but it was
know,
also
it's-
hot when Halle Berry.
Like, this
kinda did it
motherfucker
too.
did a triple, what is it? Somersault on
Axel?
the air, and then they dunked the ball, and nobody cared to question
See,
this
that's the
guy.
thing, like when they do that whole thing where they have to show the powers in a ridiculous way, that's where I kind of
Yeah.
go like, do we really need that? I mean, there's even a part too where like a soccer ball almost hits him and he grabs it and then throws it and hits like the fucking
No one asked
upright.
anything.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, so now you're just having fun. I mean, I get it, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, that is, I mean, but at the same time, it's also shown in comic books like that. So
Yeah.
True,
I guess
true.
we can't.
I mean, I will take that shit over. I mean, that shit makes sense, way more sense than a certain Disney remake that is coming up with the dumbest takes that I keep hearing.
which one?
It's
Which
not
one?
1947 anymore.
Oh God. Thank you, Andy.
Which
Are you
movie?
talking about my bestie? Are you talking about my bestie, Miss Rachel?
I got
Snow
you, boo.
White.
I got you.
Snow White?
Snow White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More like
Have you
Snow
heard?
Crab,
Have you
but-
seen all the stuff? Like people have like montages of her just shitting on the original story.
No
so
shit.
much. Oh yeah, you could see her like she's got numerous interviews and stuff like that. You can find a montage of her just like shitting on the original. She goes, I watched the original one like one time and it scared me. I haven't even like revisited that and stuff like that. Rachel, Zegler? I mean, let's face it, they were trying to make her an it girl. Ain't gonna happen. I'm sorry.
No.
Her Hunger Games movie is gonna flop. The Snow White movie is gonna flop, and then I'm sorry. She is. I don't know even why. I mean, I know like. I'm not trying to be bitter because she did call me out that one time on Twitter. Sure.
What?
But but
Wait,
I
no,
was
you're
like,
kidding.
You
She
missed
did
that?
not.
oh, you
I
didn't
don't
hear
think
about this, Andy?
We didn't know each other back then.
I don't know
Oh,
about
yeah.
this
There was a
either,
time-
actually.
there was a
Oh
time
yeah.
when
So
you knew-
basically, like
Yeah.
it was revealed on like it was Shazam updates or whatever.
Yeah.
They said they had a quote from Rachel that said that when she was on the set, when it came to Adam Brody, right? She like told him, "Oh my God, I had a big crush on you when I was a kid." And when I was like, I read that, I was like,
Weird.
and then I quote tweeted, I'm like, "Wow, way to make the fucking set awkward," you know? And then like not even 10 minutes later, she fucking quote tweeted me and goes, "Oh wow, the fun police found me."
Oh,
And I was like,
no.
"Whoa!" And I was like,
And her
damn.
stand
And then all of a
came
sudden,
in.
I was getting all kinds of shit from people, of course, that are like, you know, praise her, and I'm like, wow. I was like, that's the first time that's ever happened. And I'm like, I almost want to just quote tweet her and just like say something else because I do not see the appeal in her at all.
That's
I
what
am
you
one
get
of
for
those,
hating
like,
women, Dave.
I know I'm such a woman
Yeah,
hater, you
Latino
know,
women.
Jesus Christ. No, just a freaking
How the
secular
fuck-
hater because I don't see the fucking I don't see it. It's almost like they just cherry picked her to like Steven Spielberg picked her and put her in the
West Side Story.
Yeah, put her in that. Okay, she could sing
like an IG singer or something like that.
Something like that. And then all of a sudden they're trying to make her the it girl. And so far she's had one flop, Shazam. She's about to have another one, and then probably another one. It's like, and then she just keeps on talking about Snow White and how it's like it's not gonna be like the normal. And it's like, ugh.
There's a video
sorry
that if you all want to share, it's up to you guys. But like, so Juliana Harkaway, she played one of the many Black Canaries. See, see, I have ADHD. I get super distracted.
And by Spielberg.
Yeah. There's Juliana Harkaway. She played Dinah Drake, aka the 3rd or 4th or 500th Black Canary on Arrow, and she made a really good response, breaking down why this response from Rachel doesn't work. Yeah, and again, it's no attack, but it's talking about how essentially Rachel is saying that there's only one type of feminism, and it's that being saved by a man and wanted to like, again, if you guys want to play it, it's like 2 or 3 minutes long. I think it's
a little long.
Okay, but yeah, either way, it's the best response I've seen to it so far, because again,
I'll watch it. Yeah, he put it in the private chat, but yeah, it's a little long for this.
That's fine. But like summing it up, like basically, she's not going like, oh my god, it's like look at the woke girl, but it's talking about like, no, you're basic, because in a lot of ways, Snow White is about the story of a girl getting away from her abuser on her own rights. Oh, the queen being a boss ass bitch. Okay, let's just say how it is. Like, she makes magic potions. She dresses up as like an oldie witch woman. Like it's like there's feministic messages with. I know this is so ironic that 5 dudes are talking about feminism, but like it's like there is
no comment from me.
No comment from me either.
Yeah, it's fine.
But again, it's just like
I was waiting when we were going to talk about the little people not being in the movie.
Well, yeah, we can get to that.
We can talk about that.
We'll get to that because that's a good conversation.
What I was going to say is that there are feministic messages with Snow White, and what Rachel is doing is, I'm like, if you hated that movie, if you didn't like the movie, why the fuck did you take this job?
That's the thing, is like she's going out of her way to shit on the whole like concept of Snow White while starring as Snow White.
Yeah,
doesn't make any sense. And like, I'm like, who is this? Like, yeah, I've seen your like when she goes in, she poses on her freaking Instagram. I'm like, you're first off, you're this big, you're like tiny as all hell, and you're like trying to be this. Oh, I'm a champion of women. I'm like, no, you're like when she's like. When she's talking with Gal Gadot, because Gal Gadot's like in Snow White, right?
Yeah, she plays the witch.
Yeah.
She's
the
witch.
She plays
the ugly witch.
And Rachel is like way down here. I'm like, wow, you're really trying to be this, and you were like, you're as tiny as the Oompa Loompa that you can. I mean, my God, you are that. You are so. I mean, it's just like.
Wait, can we pick up what Zeke just said?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Napoleon ugly witch.
No, I said
how
ugly
you try
witch.
to talk to a young person, like the whole the knowledge base comes from people from social media. They have no fucking knowledge of self or history or anything that of value.
Well, did you see like when she was talking about the strike and she goes, hey, if I have to stand around 18 hours a day in a Snow White dress, I should be paid for it. I'm like, oh, you poor thing. You have to stand around in a
you have to do your job. That sucks.
You get to play one of those iconic Disney characters.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you have a bunch of you have like Ben Affleck over here in a fucking 30-pound bat suit, can barely breathe, like trying to like, I gotta sit around in this. Meanwhile, you're in a fucking Snow White dress.
Yeah,
you poor thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, to Andy earlier, I don't know if I clarified. I said, yeah, I just wasn't buying her playing the ugly witch.
Gal Gadot.
Because I'm like her as the ugly witch.
I think it's the evil bitch. I mean, the evil witch.
Man,
I didn't say that.
Somebody cut that out too. 347.
Yeah. But anyway, so like,
evil witch.
Evil witch. Because I'm like, yeah, she's like the wicked witch. It doesn't make any sense. Like she's far too pretty for.
Well, I think a lot of people said that too when she got cast. She was like, we were like, wait a minute, Gal Gadot, like one of the most beautiful women in the world, is playing the evil witch.
I'm like, hey, Charlize Theron, you put makeup.
Wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute, she's prettier than Snow White.
Then can you put
Yeah.
in, because you did that thing with Henry Cavill as Vandal Savage art the last time we did can you put Gal Gadot in as like evil queen from Snow White or
you got my juices going. Hold
Oh, we
Yeah.
got the AI guy right here.
Um,
But it's gonna she's gonna
Not
look
tell
hot. She's gonna look beautiful. She's gonna
Aaron
look-
Bailey that I'm doing this, please.
Ah.
yeah. And after I spent all this time talking about digital artists and how their work doesn't get looked at, and Ben's like, I can make an image in 4 seconds. Check this out.
Yes.
Yeah,
because
but
it's not 1947 anymore, Zeke.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's 2023.
Okay.
But listen,
Yeah.
Artists should be respected.
Yeah.
People that put the work in should be paid for the work that they do, and they shouldn't be replaced or misplaced by AI.
Yeah.
That's all.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, but it was just fun because when she like gave her Rachel, I'm going back to her. Yes,
Yeah. I'm trying to get back
when
there
she
too.
said that, it was like nobody's gonna feel sorry for you waiting around on a set 18 hours wearing a Snow White dress. That's not what this is about. This is about people that are under you, way under you, that are not getting residuals and are being replaced and blah, blah, blah. This is not about you in a fucking stupid live action Disney movie that, of course, they're like too afraid to. Apparently, they're like, this goes all the way to even like the backlash that the Wonka movie's getting because they have Hugh Grant as an Oompa Loompa. And they're like, how dare you? You didn't cast, a little person. But at the same time, what I brought up when I talked about it, I went, it seems like they're going way even further than that, because like he's literally in like a jar or something like that. He's like in a glass case and he's very, very small. And I'm like, okay, the context seems like it's a little different, because I get it. Like when it came to the previous versions, they cast little people and that's, great. But it seems like with this version, he's like the head Oompa Loompa and they're very much smaller. So I'm like, all right, I see it like that, but I also understand. Yeah, okay, I get the outrage too, sure. But at the same time, it's like it seems like I don't know. After the whole Peter Dinklage thing, they were like, we're afraid to do whatever when it comes to these characters.
You're never gonna get it right, because Peter Dinklage is saying, "Hey, little people should not be held just to this type of roles." And here comes women.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Here comes women. Hey, this motherfucker is making us lose jobs because this is the type of
that's
job.
Right. He did. Yeah, he got called out by like women and shit. Yeah,
they could have 7 new unnoticed talent that could have gotten a great opportunity in Hollywood. And this is what, like, again, my problem with Snow White, it's not because they're casting, they have a Latina playing her. It's because they're erasing everything with the story of Snow White. Like, first of all, she ain't no fucking leader, Rachel. What the fuck what are you talking about?
And even if you want that to be the story, there's still elements like because I saw this guy on the news talking about that. And again, I don't have a horse in the race or anything, but I have an opinion on it. And my opinion is that, like there are some roles
singing birds instead.
There are some roles that it's like, these are roles that like people who are, little people, they're like, these are roles for us. It's almost a guarantee that we can audition and have a good chance at getting these roles. So if you take that away completely, it's like, well, what the hell? Then so like Seven Dwarves and like the Oompa Loompa, sure, it's like a mythical thing, creature like in the jar, and they made it short, even smaller. Okay, you could have an argument there maybe, but but someone didn't get a chance to audition for that role who probably is a big fan of those movies, because they're like, hey, these movies meant something to me when they came out, or when I watched them, they meant something to me. So now the remake can't have it. And it's like, I feel like that sucks, because because the dwarves in the Snow White, it's like a fable. It's not just an old Disney movie. It goes beyond that. It's older than that. It's an older story. And so in that, it's like, they're not just dwarves. They're like miners, you could build a backstory where it's like, hey, these were warriors at one point, and now they're
What and the 7 warriors,
or whatever. But it's like you could build a
fight the queen. They defeated her.
No, I want the 7 midgets. I mean, 7 little people.
Right, but you can build what I'm saying is you can build a backstory and still have a Snow White story where it's like, okay, she doesn't fall asleep for half the movie and she has a leader role, and you can still have 7 dwarves. Like you could do. You could do both, is what I'm saying, and make it work. But I feel like this seems like one of those things where everyone was worried about offending people so much that they just made one bad decision after another. And then and this young lady,
that's why Ben's covered now. He said the M word.
Oh, gotcha. And this and this young lady who's like speaking like that you're talking about, like I haven't done any research on the stuff she said, but usually when it's a young person that comes out and they're an actor and they start being like they start preaching about something or whatever. You talked about this on a show about Ben Affleck. Yeah. It's like, hey, Ben Affleck's a human, like also, and if he doesn't want to play the role, if he went through something, it's like, then stop forcing it. And I feel the same way about like this young lady or Brie Larson. It's like, okay, they have an opinion and maybe there's a time and a place for it, but they're young and feel empowered by something.
Okay.
I just kind of go like, whatever. I'm just like, she's just young. She's a young kid. Like we all had opinions when we were younger that we don't have now. So I kind of just excuse it. And I don't make a big deal of it. Some people build whole YouTube channels on stupid shit people say. And I'm like, and that's great for them. But for me, I'm just kind of like, she's
the thing that is upsetting though, is that, she is now one of these, if I can speak, yes, I'm going to speak as from one brown person about a brown person, because this is what happened with Gina Rodriguez. She became suddenly the spokesperson for all Latinos, and like there was problems with that because she, look it up. And now with Rachel, again, like she is now one of the younger brown, prominent brown talents in Hollywood, saying all this, and it's like, sis. Ain't nobody asking for Snow White to be a leader. Ain't nobody saying that because she's basically saying, her fall in love with the prince. That's not happening anymore. Like, so now love is wrong. Like,
Well, as someone like I'm currently in the middle of retranslating and rewriting and adding to the lore of Peter Pan, and I can tell you right now, it's really hard. like it's really hard to go, how do I do something different but still make it feel like the world J.M. Barrie created, but also like, how do I update like some of the characters without, just straight up doing stuff for the sake of doing stuff. I mean, there's so many battles I've had internally and with editors on these books to kind of find that balance. And even in the end, who knows if I made the people who read it will decide if I made the right decision, right? After I finish a story, it's not mine anymore. It becomes whoever ingests it. So it's like, again, this young lady, I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, she's probably saying dumb stuff because she's a young, passionate, misguided, surrounded by an echo chamber probably person, and she's built her opinions on that stuff. But you're right, no one's asking for a leader version of Snow White, but at the same time, how do you approach Snow White?
I get Little Mermaid, but they look at the Little Mermaid again. Like, yes, they made her black, but the film doesn't spend an entire 2 hours rewriting the whole story and being like, "Look, she's a black mermaid." It's still pretty much the same.
Hey, there you go. There's Gal Gadot.
There it is, right there. There's Gal Gadot as the witch.
She's hot as hell. She's such an ugly witch.
Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, it's very hard to see.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me do this.
There we go. Wow.
Yeah, she's still hot as hell. I mean, come on.
Does that even look like Gal Gadot? Okay, whatever.
I mean,
I was gonna wonder how she was gonna look like when she like transforms.
Sorry.
When she's like the old version.
Like, the Apple Hag. Like,
yeah, the Apple Hag. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. See, but even AI,
that looks like
Angelina Jolie right over there. Yeah.
She's also ruined Disney character already. So
Maleficent. Yeah,
more like Maleficent nice, because that's what they made her. They made her nice.
Oh, Maleficent.
Everyone's an anti-hero now. I also get sick of that.
That's what
I miss villains. Like, yeah.
No, but I mean, like going back to what you were saying about Rachel, it's like, yeah, I get that, but at the same time, it's like,
I mean, you can still criticize her, absolutely.
No, I get that, but what I'm gonna tack onto what you were saying.
Oh, yeah.
I almost think that somebody like her team is in her ear going, "You need to say this."
Of course they are,
and it's gonna fuck her career up. That's the thing.
They don't care about that. They don't care about that. Yeah.
Apparently they don't, because I was like, how many movies has she been in? And she's not been in. She's her first like full on was West Side Story.
Okay.
And that movie failed at the box office, but it did get awards season praise, sure. And then she was in Shazam, flopped. the Hunger Games movie, I don't think that's gonna do much. And the Snow, I mean, she's just gonna be in flop after flop. It's like it almost just seems like, again, it's like she is just being used as a pawn to be like, hey, let's try to do this, and you got to say this when you're asked about Snow White, and you got to rally against like the haters out there, and this is going to be a full-on feminist movie. You're going to be a strong this and strong that. You got to say all this. And you're working opposite of Gal Gadot.
That's a brand, and that's a brand that like
a brand.
But that's the thing is like that. Sometimes you have to be a brand to get noticed. You know, when you're up against bigger stars or people that have been around longer, or to get headlines. I mean, she's in a movie with Gal Gadot. It's like, how is it Gal Gadot is probably going to get most of the headlines unless she acts or says these things. You know, so if by being controversial or having a strong opinion about stuff puts her in the limelight because she knows there will be a group that reacts negatively to it, and a group, and it. So like I always say this, like Entourage is one of those shows that like. I always push it because people will say, oh, it's a dumb bro show or whatever. I'm like, dude, that show is very accurate because it's told through the eyes of Mark Wahlberg and people who have been in the industry. It's very accurate. So you've seen like the reason why the main character loves, you know, his best friend from Queens so much, you know, E, is because E's loyal to him, because he knows out in Hollywood, if he gets an agent with someone else, which at some point in the show he does have a different agent, that person just uses him and shits on him and doesn't care about his well-being long-term. They're just mooching off his success to get money, and then they drop him because they know someone else will come and replace him. And that's how it is out there. So you're right. This poor young lady probably has an opinion on something. Someone is like, hey, yeah, say that more often and do this. And so I have a lot of empathy for people who do stupid shit because we all do it. And I can't imagine if I had a group of people around me telling me to and telling me it's a good idea. And that's what happens sometimes in order to stay relevant, because that's ultimately what you have to do in Hollywood. You have to stay relevant. It's a nasty machine. It is.
You know? And I see that with her, and I'm almost like to the point where like I do feel bad.
Sure, a little bit.
Because I'm like,
I don't.
Because I know. I mean, for the most part, I really don't. But there's something in the back of my head that like
you don't have to feel bad. Just a little empathy, but
just
you don't
a little bit. Yes,
yeah,
sure. What it is. I feel a little bad.
We can't just use the PR team as the only reason. I think
I'm not saying it's just PR. I'm saying she may have these opinions, but like, you know, because she's young, and a lot of times that is what happens. Like you get young, you know, when you're younger, the world is, I can change it. I can change the world. I'm making a difference, and that's a great attitude to have. And I never want to shit on people for having it, but life hits you after that, you know, like, you know, it hits a lot of us, and you find a place to go, okay, maybe I can't change the world, but I can change this little thing. I can make this little impact. And you start realizing that maybe those are the better choices to make. And I'm not trying to get preachy on that, but I'm just saying, like, everyone goes their own journey. And so I'm not just laying it on the PR team, but I'm just saying they're an easy manipulator in certain situations, you know, like they're a good devil on your shoulder sometimes.
Yeah.
What's not helping though is Gal Gadot also like kind of, because she's also like chiming with all this. Like, it's not going to be saved by the prams, and it's just like
right. Well, what would you say in that situation? I mean, because here's the thing: is we don't see
be a real life Wonder Woman and mentor this girl through PR before she moves her career. That's what I would do.
But these people, like the people who are making this movie, these are the like us. Every week we come on here and we have these similar conversations every week, so we can almost finish each other's sentences. It's the same thing with them. They were been making this movie for a while. They're in the room every day going, this is a Snow White that doesn't need to be saved by a prince. They're saying this over and over and over to the point where it just naturally comes out and they can finish each other's sentences in interviews. That's what I'm saying is like, it's just all part of this, like, you know, machine that they're a part of. And it's not always a bad machine, I don't feel, but sometimes people, their lives and careers can get ruined by making bold choices, you know, and we've seen it happen from people on both sides. So I don't know. I just like, when I saw some of those comments, I'm like, I don't know what she's talking about. She sounds crazy to me, but at the same time, she's a kid, and I kind of just like that. So I'm not gonna like tweet at her and call her stupid, like, you know, other people take time out of their day too.
Yeah, of course not the attack her. It's just, you know.
Yeah, I know you're not. I'm just saying, like, some people.
I didn't know it was going to become a discussion point, because I was just like, you know, like
it's a good discussion. Yeah. Yeah,
Like I will take Kraven the Hunter over, a certain Disney, remake where it's,
I mean, I will.
They should put Kraven in Snow White.
Yeah, we said it on here before. I mean, I will.
He can be the Hunter.
Yeah.
There you go. But like, I love we were talking about Marvel VFX, and I ruined it by bringing up fucking Snow White. So I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all
right. God
bless
bless
all right. We had to go down that route. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm glad we talked about it because these are conversations I normally talk about Venom on my show, so I don't get to talk about Snow White and stuff like that. So I like hearing everyone's opinions on it. You guys everyone's right. I mean, everyone's right about the situation.
No, that's what's always so great about it. But I mean, like when it came to Kraven, and we talked about on here, is the fact that it's like finally they went, hey, let's go R-rated kind of thing,
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. That's what was kind of like going, hey, Kraven, okay, after 2 Venom movies and a Morbius movie, you finally went, hey, maybe we should make a rated R version of these characters. It's like, okay. But before we'll talk a little bit more about this, but I know, Ben, you got to go.
Yes.
Yeah. I know. It's late for you,
nice
but,
hanging out with you, man.
Funny,
It's always a pleasure. It's always fun doing this. All right, guys. See you next week, probably. Maybe.
All right.
Looking at the boss lady.
Yeah.
Bye, Ben.
You always
Bye, guys. Love you guys.
Did you hear a whipping sound? Oh,
yeah. She's holding the pipe.
She's going like subjectively. I think it's time to go.
It's not subjectively. I'm about to get fucked up if I don't get off.
All right. Take it easy, Ben.
See you.
Oh, no, but I remember.
I hope he saw my name before he left.
By Ben. That's funny.
Z, you're pulling an Andy tonight. Like that's Andy first.
Andy Warhol?
No. Me.
Oh, you. Oh, okay. No, I'm funnier than you.
Me.
I remember one time we had a conversation. Seek was like, when it came to Venom and R-rated, and you thought, well, it doesn't necessarily have to be.
It doesn't need to be. I always say that. I go like, because people will say like Carnage. They were like, Carnage needs to be rated R. And I said, right. I mean, you can do Carnage rated R, absolutely. But Carnage has only ever existed in 1 or 2 mature rated comics ever. So in his 30-year history, Carnage has been mostly in PG-13 or PG stuff. So I said, so yeah. So there's only 2 comics that have a mature marking on them, and one of them's a one shot, and the other one's a versus Deadpool miniseries. So they kind of went all out on that one. But to me, it's like, so I'm like, yeah. So no, he doesn't. It's like Batman when people go, Batman's killed. I'm like, a few times, but he's not a killer every week in the comic books.
No,
so like, and no one's saying that obviously, but it's my point is that like, yeah, you can do a version where Batman kills. You can do a Carnage that's rated R, but if it would be weird to go from a PG-13 movie to an R movie. Yeah. So I do find it weird that they're like, Kraven, it's rated R. I'm like, this is the movie you pick? Because
I know it should have been Morbius.
You could have done Morbius in rated
the
R.
vampire movie where he sucks blood. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. But again, but you can do Kraven in PG-13 and you can do it in R. The point is if you make the action good and convincing and you get a good story, and I think we're past the point where a lot of these studios, they don't care really about good story, or good story is subjective, so they don't even try that hard. They just go like, hey, this movie had this in it, so we need like Predator, like that Predator movie that was made. No, not Prey. That's a good one. The one before that sucked.
The Predator.
Yeah, the Predator. Right?
Oh, the Predator. Yeah, what the fuck? That
movie. It was clearly like clearly at some point someone had a meeting where they were like, Iron Man's huge, so this movie end with like a nanotech Iron Man suit, Predator suit, and you could see it on the wall when you're watching these movies. You're like, these are just corporate. Someone's coming in and going, it needs.
You know what I heard about that movie too? I heard they were trying to get Arnold Schwarzenegger back, and he was going to actually be in that suit.
Okay,
and Arnold was like, no, I'm not gonna do this. His fucking. I'm just imagining like he probably was like, "What are you talking about?" No, he probably was like, "Fuck this! I don't need to do this." What are you talking about? But it would have been cool if they worked a story where they could reincorporate Dutch, in there, because it's like he survived. So try to figure out a movie.
They mentioned him in the second one. They mentioned him in the second.
They do mention him in the second one. Yeah, when Gary Busey's talking about the whole thing that happened in the jungle. Yeah. Absolutely. And again, Predator 2, fucking great sequel. I don't know why people don't talk about it much. It's a fantastic sequel to Predator. It's a fantastic because they totally did. They're like, hey, we were in the jungle. Now we're going to be in a heat wave in LA.
The concrete jungle.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was a heat wave.
Yeah.
And when I watched that movie, I'm like, fuck, turn on the AC. Everybody's sweating.
Yeah, everyone's they got rings of sweat around their neck.
Yes, and they're all wearing
AC
suits.
Doesn't work. Yeah, and any of the scenes, like they're like the police department, like AC doesn't work. It's like, God, during this heat wave, it's like, it's amazing. It's so good because it's oppressive. It's like it creates an impressive environment, which the first movie had. You know, and
they did a fantastic job.
You know,
with that.
smog and stuff. LA smog around, like the town looked yellow. Like, I mean, it's really good. I love that sequel.
Very good, great sequel. It's a great sequel, and I think like they did a great job of like, how do you make a sequel to this? It's like, well, let's just put it in LA. Heat wave. 100%, and then have Danny Glover, a complete opposite from Arnold Schwarzenegger. Also an action hero, but in a different regard. He's old, he's cranky, and he's a badass. So they're both badasses, and that's why I'm like, dude, I mean, those first two movies are just fucking fantastic.
That's also the movie that gave us the lore, the world building. You know, because it ends on that ship, and you see an alien head, you see other predator heads, you see an army of predators on the. You get the sense like they infer that the predator that was Danny Glover was hunting was a youngling, and it was in the city hunting, and it was trying to earn its title as a hunter as it was entering adulthood. And so they infer all this stuff that went on and became the lore of the franchise. Like the Batman Predator book did the same thing. The Batman Predator book ends exactly how Predator 2 ends, where speaking of the Kuber brothers, where Batman is face to face with a predator. He has to kill it with a sword. And then the Predator chief shows up and says, all right, you killed the youngling. He takes the sword. It's like a samurai sword from the 1600s, and he gives it to Batman. And I'm like, this straight out of the second movie. It's
Dude, I mean, and that's what, you're right. Like like if you walked away from that movie going, oh, what the fuck, that was not as good. It was like, I mean, when all the predators came out after Danny Glover's character killed that predator, and they just take him away, and then then that one just looks back and goes, and just throws him the gun of Wyatt Earp. Yeah. And like, it's like, holy shit. It's like, dude, they just like, do you realize they just established this whole civilization where it's like, hey, they showed him respect by throwing him that gun, by going like, yeah, you did a good job. This guy was, he was trying to prove himself. Didn't work, but here you go. This is your reward for
your trophy
taking on this. Yeah, and it's a fucking Wyatt Earp gun from 18, whatever the hell.
And they set up Prey by doing that.
Yes. And apparently, according to Dan Trachtenberg, he said that they still want to do a sequel to that, which they should. Do period pieces with this character. Keep on doing that, because Prey was absolutely fantastic when it came to that.
Yeah, Prey was great. I love Prey.
Absolutely great. But I think we should probably wrap this up right here. I know, Phil, you were like saying like, yep, getting to the point.
Getting to that.
Yeah, we've gone 4 hours.
Can I add something? Because this was just new information that came to me.
One more thing.
It is about the snow wifing again. Okay, so those images that came out, they were actually real.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was very up in the air. I didn't think they were
picture?
real either, but apparently
they weren't stand-ins or something.
They're standing. Well, the girl for Rachel is a stand-in.
Yeah, that's total.
Oh yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah. Disney's official comment is that there aren't from the production, but there are not official photos. So that's why they're saying we didn't release these photos. Daily Mail did.
Yeah.
But like, imagine if that movie had like what's the guy from Lord of the Rings, the dwarf in that one. Like he's a total badass in that movie. I'm like, how cool would that have been to tell a story where you had these 7 dwarves who have walked away from a war for some reason, and they became miners. And then, so at the end, when the witch pulls in her plan and casts magic or do whatever visual spectacle you want to do at the end of the movie, they help, fight her, and they're badasses during it. It's like that kind of how the animated movie did. It's like, why take that away to some degree? I don't know. So I don't.
I'm having a stroke. Wait, how are we living in a world that this movie is being directed by Mark Webb, who is amazing, and it's being written by Greta Gerwig?
That's Snow White.
Yes,
Mark Webb, the guy who ruined the Spider-Man franchise.
No, that was Amy Pascal and Sony. Not Mark Webb had a plan.
Yeah,
agree to disagree, but
but objectively.
Okay.
But I'm like, what is happening?
Good point.
How are 2 white people in Hollywood?
I did not know that Greta Gerwig wrote that.
I didn't
He
either.
co-wrote it with someone named Aaron Cassidia Wilson. But Mark Webb is directing. Oh,
I didn't know that he was directing either. I had no knowledge on this
That's
movie
wild.
except for Gal Gadot and Rachel. Yeah. That's all I knew about the movie. That's really all I knew about the movie. Wow, that's pretty crazy.
I am shook at.
Yes, I'm
And it's
shook.
still
too,
Reunion.
man. Oh my
but,
god. Anyways, but
all
yeah,
right.
we'll go ahead and
Thank
wrap
you guys
this
for
up
having me.
now. This has been fun, of course, as always. Vodka Stream next week is just going to be, hey, everybody watch Blue Beetle. That's what we're going to be talking about next week. We'll watch. We'll all watch it hopefully, and we're going to talk about it. There's going to be probably we're going to talk spoilers. It's just the way it is. Anytime these big movies come out and we do a whole panel discussion, it's going to be spoilers. So make sure you guys watch it before tuning in.
There's really cool merch for Blue Beetle in AMC and Cinemark. So go get them.
I'll try to watch it. I'm having surgery on Wednesday, so I probably won't be around.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll hit you up and see.
I'll try to at least watch the show and have it on while I'm resting, though.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, help comes first.
No pressure, dude.
God bless.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully it goes well.
I just saw your title.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a collection from tonight's show. Like, how many fucking titles does this man put in?
You missed a third of them.
Dude, every I know every now and again I forget to look, and then I look, and you'll see me randomly laugh because that's when somebody's talking about something, and then I just look down and I just start laughing because I see that Zeke has changed his to just make fun of something. You're good with that. But anyways, let's go around the horn. Of course, thank you to Ben, and thank you to who else?
Chainsaw.
Chainsaw.
Imagine your Metallica bestie not being married. Oh my god,
dude! When it's a vodka stream, 4 hours. I've been drinking. Come on, sometimes it happens. All right, give me a break. This is part of being the host of the vodka stream, which I'm going to take one more shot before we leave here. So, all right, Phil.
Well, once again, Dave, thank you again for the invite. It's always a blast getting to talk to you, Seek, Andy, and of course Ben, and of course Chainsaw, of course Jordan. Right. So also. New episode of the Eternal Light dropped that yesterday. No, today. Might have been yesterday. No, it was definitely today. Anyway, I was on the Four Nerds yesterday talking about some of the stuff we talked about today. I'm on Twitch and everywhere else just at Unfiltered.
There it is. Andy.
You can find me at Andy Babak all over social media, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Vero, whatever other apps I've joined because of Elon Musk. You can find me as a senior writer for ScreenRant.com. I'm the host of the Flash podcast, which Dave is going to be on soon. So I'm kidnapping him finally. I run Multiverse of Color. I also go in his Multiverse on Chainsaw Reacts YouTube channel. He's also at Chainsaw Reacts all over social media, so go follow him. He's doing a lot of fun stuff. I'm also on Twitch at just Adam Back, and you can also probably find me at the picketing line with this guy.
I started my union. I'm so excited to be here. Look at my constipated face.
Myopic.
Myopic.
Yeah.
That's like the Arrowverse version of cul-de-sac. That's our cul-de-sac. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Walter Mata and Steven deserve each other.
Nice. All right, Seek.
Yeah, I'm at the Venom vlog. I'm gonna have new episodes finally going up. I stockpiled a bunch because I knew I'd be out for surgery for a while, so I'll have a lot of stuff going up this week, starting Sunday. And check out Nicotina's show because he was really cool. He reached out to me, and after his Four Nerds chat last night with Unfiltered and everybody, he had me on a live stream, and we strictly talked about the last 13 years of my health, which I never get to dive into. So it was really cool of him to do that. So check out his latest episode with me on it, and check out the Four Nerds episode because I watched that leading into my interview, and I loved it. I thought it was a great episode. So
good.
Yeah, check out Nicotina's show.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Well, here's my this is to the Maui people because this is Maui vodka from Maui, and hopefully everything goes. I mean, it's pretty crazy over there, and to everybody over there, hopefully they can find loved ones. It was pretty devastating what happened, but again, cheers to the people of Maui right there. So, thank you guys for tuning in. Talk to you later.